I have a bad feeling about this.
Same here, honestly.
Okay. All right, hold on. Just so you know. All right, hold on a second. People at home following along. Here it is. 2,170. 3,655 is expecting this right here to be 45. Anybody have any predictions? Hold on.
Oh, wait. Hey, if I did, wait, I think I'm supposed to subtract. Hold on. I subtracted that from the wrong.
Oh, you're gonna have to do all that again.
Well, just double check. But hold on, I'm double checking.
I don't need to try and go calculate it and know it's not going to be 45.
It's quicker, bro.
Oh my goodness. All right, hold on a second. Professor Phil Bell, could you please remind Brian that there is an F in the middle of the word 50? He sounds like he's saying 50. For example, he says 55.
350.
Can you say... Hold on, Brian, can you say 55, please? Hold on, first, plain or walk. In your best Queen's English, because the Queen is still the boss of you, say 55.
55.
There we go.
Yeah, listen. Wait, take that
Brian,
sum. Wait.
Brian.
Wait.
Even though the Queen is not boss of you, can you say 55 in your best Queen's English?
Yeah, 55, but subtract the sum from 3,655. I was supposed to subtract the sum from Polaris, from the angle, from the height of Polaris, not the distance to where you're at. I don't know why I even did that. We're 6 inches per mile squared.
I don't either.
The percentage of from the horizon to Polaris. So subtract that last number from 3,655, and it's spot on, dude.
What number? Which the
third time's the charm, bro.
The 2107 I'm supposed to subtract from...
no, hold on. Okay, so third time's a charm. Okay, so one last time. Okay, so 90 divided by, 6,100 divided by 90.
Yeah, I'm not doing it anymore. You just do it.
I'm doing it. I'll just. You'll remember the number. But 6,100 divided by 90, okay, times 45, okay, times 6, which we left off earlier, it's 6 inches per mile, okay, times itself, so times 18,300, okay, now divided by 12, put it in feet, now divided by 5,280, and put it in miles. Hold on, goddammit.
I'd actually be very curious to find out what his calculations would be for me in New Zealand.
Yeah.
For this sum.
I ain't got that far yet. Bro.
Is your model not do that?
50, okay. Hold on. Okay, times 6 divided by 12 divided by 5,280. Okay, it was 880. So our sum was 880. Is that familiar?
People, hold on. People are wondering what your name is. Well, introduce yourself again, because there's some new
Flat
people.
Earth Test. If you want to see my videos, go to Flat Earth Test. All capital, capture at the beginning of each word.
It's
Flat Earth Test.
Brian, how do you say your last name, Brian? I don't want to say it. Leakey. Brian Leakey is his name.
So if you want to see my videos, go to Flat Earth Test. But listen, so 880 was the sum, right? So subtract 880 from 3,655. That's the height of Polaris. I appreciate your patience.
So, 3,655 minus. Hold on.
Minus
3,655 minus what?
Minus. Hold on. That still doesn't work out. But minus 880. Fuck it, I done did this much. I'm missing something.
Of course it doesn't work out.
Yeah,
Flat Earth never does work out.
No, it doesn't, man. That's closer though. Well, maybe the fourth time. Nah, fuck it, man. I gotta redo this, man. But dude, I did it.
Tell you what. Let's go full.
Wait. We can do the percentage, Michael. My percentage. Okay, so 45% Okay, at 45
Wait.
degrees, it's 60%. That's the whole model. It's 60% of that number. It is, yeah.
What?
It's 60%. What's 60% of 880?
Alright.
I know.
Oh,
That's the whole model. I almost forgot it, bro.
Alright, 60% of 880. 528. 528.
Okay, now subtract 528 from 3655.
Alright. 3655 minus 520.
Was it 520?
528 is 3,127.
Well, you're gonna get right about 45 degrees. It's like 45.2.
Alright, hold on. 3,000.
It's 528 minus 528.
This is our new, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we want to solve for theta here, right?
Yeah. So you got 2,500.
And I'm in Minneapolis, where the angle to Polaris is 45 degrees.
Yeah. So 3655 minus
Okay.
528 is
I'll just plug that into a calculator here.
Yeah. It
Later,
comes
walk.
out
Are you feeling optimistic?
I'm not feeling optimistic. Like, I'm
think
just
about it.
thinking maybe I wonder if Brian look. Do you know what Brian looks like in Splatoon?
I think I've seen him.
Why?
Why
you
like
worried
Jason
about
at all?
Yeah. No, he doesn't look like Jason.
Okay.
Why you want to know what I look like?
Because you
Go to
sound.
Blue Mountain. If you want to see what I look like, go to
you
Blue
s-
Mountain Science.
You sound. He thinks you sound handsome. That's all.
Yeah.
No,
Look,
I'm just saying that I think you sound.
on the front page behind Cleary.
The things that you say sounds like what Jason would say. Like maybe you're just Jason looks like a. Just a thought.
Okay. So here we go. We've got. So we're trying to solve for angle theta, which is in this calculator is alpha. Alpha, we've got 49.452 degrees. So you're off by more than 4 degrees.
No,
Bro.
no. Hold on. Okay, wait, hold on. It's not that much. Hey, wait, you're at 3050, right? According to, you're at 3,050 miles, okay, according to our calculation.
I'm 3105 measured miles from the North Pole.
Okay, so, and what number did you just wind up with?
49 degrees?
No, I'm talking about, it was 3127 was the height. The new refracted height was 3127. So
Yeah.
what's your distance again?
3105.
3105, so that's within 22 miles, bro. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
the problem is that if we put in the measured distance of 3105 and your claimed elevation of the sun of
3050, I'm in. And in fact, I got it wrong because I have everything based on
I'll give you a little hint, Brian.
Yeah.
On a 90, 45, 45 triangle. The opposite and adjacent have to be the same.
I understand that, bro. I understand how they work.
So, in order for it to work from Minneapolis, I need to be 3,655 miles from the North Pole, which I am not.
Yeah, but from the North Pole to the equator, okay, so the 3,050. Let me try it one more time. Because, yeah, right now it's off a little bit, but not that much. It's not off as much as you're saying, because if it's 69 miles per degree, then it can't be off more than 2 degrees. 30, 50. Wait, 30. It can't even be off by more. It can't even be off by a full degree, McTude. Think about it.
It better not be. But so far, you're 4 degrees off right now, so you got a lot of work to do.
No, it's not. Double check,
Brian, here's a suggestion.
Double check your math because listen, if it's 69 miles per degree, and my final answer was
I didn't. You did all.
That's only off by what 57 miles?
You did all the math, not me.
Yeah, I know.
Hold on a second. Oh, this is so funny. All right, sorry. I love you, Brian. You're great. All right. Chronic Avenger is asking, how much does the light curve at the maximum refraction point on your model? Now,
100% of 6 inches per mile squared.
so normally when surveyors measure the quantity of the magnitude of refraction, they use what they call the coefficient of refraction. A coefficient.
Yeah, the K value.
Yeah, exactly. So a coefficient of refraction of 1.0 is the radius of the Earth. So the measured radius of the Earth of 3959 miles.
Yeah, so you do 7 over 6 of that. would be-
So that is 1.0. A K of 1.0 is that. So how much in terms of the coefficient of refraction, how much is the maximum refraction in your model?
Let me see. I'm not really using a radius.
You
So,
should. You
Well,
probably
listen,
should
it's still
use.
it's not linear. It's not. I mean, the refraction model that you're describing is not a linear function. I'm just using an inverse square law, which is also with a percentage, which is also a nonlinear function. Listen, had I got the percentages right, it doesn't matter. It's all math, and I grabbed the wrong model, but I finally got it right where it was right from 0 to 60, decreasing. In other words, the refraction decreases with elevation. The percentage of 6 inches per mile squared decreases with elevation, and all I did is make the percentages match the distance I needed to match what we see in reality. So it's an ad hoc fucking model, and it's non-linear, but it's kind of like the globe model. You just use the numbers you have to make it match.
Actually, it's
reality.
kind of the opposite. It sounds like you started with a conclusion and then shoehorned your things to fit in.
Same
on the
thing
globe,
we'll do.
but on the globe, actually, it's the opposite. We measured the radius of the Earth, and then worked from there.
Right, but you're going to say that the light is making shit loom up at certain times, okay?
Yeah, it's
And
based on,
it's
but that's based on measurements, not based
it's
on
based on a curved atmosphere, bro.
ad hoc explanations.
Brian, can I just ask you something real quick? Maybe it's tangentially related.
It's based on a curved pressure gradient.
Bro,
His curved pressure gradient curves at 8 inches per mile squared. Whether he wants to go that deep in the math or not, that's up to him. But that's what
Right.
that's the reality of it.
I've got to ask you, like, what actually made you become a flat earther in the first place? I'm just rather
Well, I'm not
curious.
100% flat earther. I just know that there's no way that they will ever know 100% everything. I mean, compare globes, bro. They all have differences. You know, they use flat maps to do flight route. They use the A model, man.
No,
Well,
they use
they call it a great circle.
projection maps. Projection. Lambert
have you
conformal
ever-
comedy.
Have you
Yes.
ever tried sticking a whole lot of these together?
Bro, they could put this whole thing together. What'd you say?
Have you ever tried? So these are flight charts right here, and my next video is actually going to be talking a bit about these. Have you ever tried sticking a whole lot of these together? Like,
Bro, they're
I
based
have.
on longitude and latitude, bro. If they worked, I'd fucking freak out because I'd be in a whole different reality. If you're gonna have longitudes meeting each other at the top and the bottom, and they work on a flat surface, I'd freak out. They're based on globe. I could map a state or a city, you know, and give different data points to different areas and make it match. I know you know that,
So
but
when it comes to these are fairly accurate because you don't want your pilots to be ending up in the completely wrong place, right? And these, so these flight charts, I have stuck them, heaps of them together, and then essentially worked out, okay, how does it look when you stick them together? Now, if the Earth were flat, you'd be able to stick them together without any issue, but I managed to stick them together.
let me cut to the chase, okay? If whatever comes up wrong and all that, you're gonna attribute to magnetic declination, okay? So what you're gonna say is that north is not really this direction, okay? It's really that direction. It's another ad hoc way to make the model work. It's magnetic declination. There's no proof where you're at, Australia to the North Pole. I mean, nobody's gonna fly that far without, getting drifting. It's too much hassle. It's a good time, bro.
I'm going to try and address whatever argument there might have been in that. Like, firstly, these are the ones that are. Some of them I'm talking about are specifically like this one here is Northern Hemisphere, the one I'm on. That's in the Northern Hemisphere. So
Get New Zealand. Get Southern New Zealand.
I don't have a New Zealand map.
Do you have Australia?
No, I just have the Europe and Africa maps. Yeah.
Hey, a straight line over 10 miles is only off by, like, not even a foot, right? You gotta go 60 miles to be off by, like, a few feet, right? A curve. So, you're never gonna know this shit. I mean, it's not measurable, bro. They say it is, but go out and try and do it. I mean, you can
This is... this one here has... How many degrees is it?
Anybody?
All right, I got it. Hold on. Right, I got a couple super chats I gotta read. All right, Virillion says my brain is leaking from my ears. I think I read that. NA said I had another drink on me. I already had it. I had one. Wow. Alyssa, with him, you went through the bottom of the bottomless barrel and went straight into another one. It's bottomless barrels all the way down. You see, because Brian, it's turtles all the way down, but we replaced it with bottomless barrels all the way down. You see what he did there? That's funny. The Mayozer said my sides hurt. Also grabbing myself a drink now. Enjoy your drink. The Mayozer. Warren Evans. If an object is 300 miles above me at 0 degrees, I can travel 120,000 miles, and that object should be 1.432 degrees above the horizon on flat Earth. So Warren Evans says that. Did you catch that, Brian?
What was that?
If an object is 300 miles above me at 0 degrees, okay, so if somebody's at the North Pole on flat Earth, if the object is 3,000 miles above me, I know you say it's 3,655. You say it's 3,000.
Yeah, and I did the 60% in the wrong place.
Okay, so just a second. Just a second. I can travel 120,000 miles, which is more than the Earth. Much more than the Earth is big. And that object should be 1.432 degrees above the horizon on flat Earth.
Right. That's where the 6 inches per mile squared comes in.
The refraction.
That's what I did, though, right, Mike?
I understand what you did. You made up a number not based on measurements.
The same thing the globe does. You don't want to admit it, but trust me.
The same thing the globe does.
I mean, it wasn't today. I mean, it's just like an hour. I showed you the measurements.
Right, and you said it wasn't based on reality. Your reality
I actually said it was based on reality.
Well, your reality is a curved atmosphere, right? Curving at 8 inches per mile squared.
It had nothing to do with that, but you wouldn't hear that. So,
well, it
all right.
should, McToon, because your atmosphere, your ground is bending away. So how could you not base refraction on the air getting denser as it curves down?
Because it was over a really short distance. All right. Buddy Zappo says, Toon, you should add some Seagrams to that Crown Royal and make yourself a black tooth grin.
That's what you got, Crown Royal.
Hail Dime Bag. Yeah, I got some Crown Royal, right? Well, in this globe decanter right here. You see it? See that globe decanter? My kids gave me that for Father's Day. I've had a couple Crown Royals in there. And I don't drink often, so...
So wouldn't you say they based all the measurements on angles to Polaris, and then they based it on the sun? So we've done our math.
They did not base all of the measurements on that. They did not base all of them. No, some measurements. For example, Eratosthenes used the angle to the sun. I used the angle to the sun when I personally measured the radius of the Earth, and personally tested the hypothesis of flat Earth.
Okay, so aerotoxin is based on like how many miles it was between the two wells, and then the angles to the shadows, and base that.
It doesn't matter. I did
160
it.
degrees. I'm just saying.
I did
It's
it.
just it's all math. You know, you change a variable, and everything changes.
I don't care that you don't like math.
Gotta be such
You've
an
been
asshole about it, man.
you've been using math, so you don't just get a hand wave math because you don't like the results. Okay.
No, I'm just saying, bro. It's just a mathematical. Listen, if the Earth is flat, then light has to be even. Okay, so in my reality, either the ground's curving. If it's a globe, then the ground is curving. Okay. If it's flat, then the light is curving. It would have to be, right?
It would. It would have to be curving a massive amount.
It's not as much. It's less than the numbers that the globe states. I've compared the model to.
We
a lot of
already.
and it matches up.
All you need to do is explain how from New Zealand, planar walk and not see Polaris because according to math, according to physics, he should.
Well, do the math, okay? Just do the math again, like I said. And in fact, I based it on, just get the percentage right. Okay, I did the percentage in the wrong spot. But anyway, if you did it in the right spot, I just, the
All right,
height of Polaris lower as it goes away from us, right?
You kind of messed up on Minneapolis. Let's just
I did. I put the percentage in the wrong.
Let's clear the state. You've kind of warmed up, and you're ready to go. Let's do it for 46 degrees south latitude. Is that right?
Okay.
That's where I.
Actually, Polaris disappeared at the equator, bro.
Yeah,
that's reality.
Oh,
absolutely.
Does it work for does your thing still work for the sun?
So does your hold on, no, don't get into that. Hold on, Brian. 46 degrees south. What does your model predict for 46 degrees south?
My model predicts Polaris disappearing at about 6,200 miles.
Right. How does that work?
Okay, the light from every light we get beyond the horizon, okay, refracts upward at 6 inches per mile squared at a rate of at 1 degree, 99% at 2 degrees, 98 at 3 degrees, 97 at 4 degrees, working its way down to 0 at 60 degrees. So once you hit 60 degrees in the sky, you don't have any refraction between 60 and 90, or it's negligible.
The problem is that the measured refraction is the other direction.
Yeah, well, I based it on water, on humidity. Because I think if you look it up, you'll see that densities are more crucial than temperatures. When it comes to refraction, temperature is a factor. But I can argue that
absolutely density in the atmosphere is huge, and also will cause refraction to go down, not up.
No, that's incorrect.
Do you know the density
is way less dense than air, bro?
Do you know the density of you do know that the density decreases as you rise in elevation, right?
No, I'm talking about the density of the medium we're in decreases for about the first few hundred feet at least, because it's got to keep decreasing. Okay, not based on temperature pressure, based on water vapor. Okay, water vapor is way less dense than air. I mean, I don't have the value for it.
It's not way less dense.
It's less.
You can. Do you prefer cider or L&N formula?
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm just basing it on a concept period. That
just
the water,
a vague idea. Okay.
I think that the water vapor would do more to light than air. Okay, how about that?
So you have a hypothesis. Have you confirmed?
Do more to bend light than
How
air.
did you confirm this hypothesis?
Gotta use common sense, bro.
Sorry, hypothesis. You don't get to confirm a hypothesis with common sense. Common sense. You confirm a hypothesis with experimentation, not with common sense.
I caught you on a Crown Royal night. A lot of times when you're sober, you'll entertain your guests, and go along with them to let and work with them and shit.
I'm trying.
I caught you on a feisty fucking Crown Royal night.
So I'm just getting back to the whole thing about the dense. So you do do you agree that the density of air will decrease as you raise in elevation?
I'm sorry, one more time. I'm very sorry.
So as you rise in elevation, the density of air will decrease. Do you agree with that?
The density, no, the pressure will decrease, but the density, no, it doesn't. It increases because you're getting away from the water. Look, man.
The density absolutely decreases.
So you're comparing pressure to density like it's absolute, bro. What do you mean? The pressure drops, the density does not. If you take if you get a jar of air right above the ocean, and then get a jar of air 10 foot up and a jar of air 100 foot up, no, it's gonna decrease. The density is gonna increase. The density of what you put in that jar is gonna increase due to less and less water vapor. Don't you think water would refract more than air, bro? I mean, you at least see my concept.
Water refracts less than air. Don't let facts stop you from your model.
Water refracts. Okay, I guess water blocks less than air too, right?
So you do realize that as you do realize that mountain climbers, because of the decrease in density of oxygen, need to carry up oxygen when they climb mountains. In your model,
I didn't say nothing about oxygen, bro.
well, I mean, the density of air overall decreases, so therefore the density of oxygen is going to decrease. So therefore they need to carry up oxygen up the mountain so that they have oxygen with them, because otherwise they're just going to pass out from lack of oxygen.
Yeah, I didn't say nothing about the pressure, bro. I understand that the pressure gets decreased.
If the pressure decreases, or if the pressure decreases and the density remains were to remain the same or even increase, then you wouldn't have that thing where mountain climbers need to carry up oxygen, because there would be enough oxygen. The density of
never
oxygen.
said that there's more oxygen up there, bro. Listen, okay, water gains in pressure as you get deeper, doesn't it? But the density of water doesn't change, bro. Just because the pressure changes,
That's liquid
water has
water.
density, bro. I mean,
That's liquid water.
Can you at least see what I'm saying? Okay, there's a density, bro, and that doesn't change.
Do you understand the difference between liquids and gas?
This is all fluid dynamics, bro. Listen, the pressures doesn't necessarily change. Oxygen has a certain density, bro. Water has.
Do you realize that there's a difference between liquid and gas, though?
Yes, but dude, all I'm trying to do is give you a example. Do you
then understand the difference between
water on Earth,
liquid and gas?
Right.
Gotta go, Riley. So keep going.
So the thing here.
What's the main cause of refraction, bro? It's not pressure, bro. It's density.
Yes, and I'm talking about density here.
Snell's law earlier. He was talking about Snell's law earlier, and he doesn't even want to acknowledge that water is the same density anywhere on Earth. It doesn't change in density. It changes in pressure, but it doesn't change in density.
Well,
and
it does change in density, though.
No, it
like
doesn't.
if you have water vapor, depending on, like, firstly, it can depend on a few things. So if you are higher up, that water vapor is going to be less dense because the molecules are more spread out. In liquid state,
the more dense the air is going to be, until you get past the water, then it's going to invert. That's why you don't have any refraction past 60%, bro. I mean, past 60 degrees.
Bruh.
What was that?
Once you get past all the water vapor and humidity, then it will invert and it will start refracting downward. There's an inverse up there. That's why when you get to 60 degrees.
At what height?
No refraction. What is it? Where does humidity stop? At about what? 8 miles, I think, or.
When does humidity stop?
Where the planes fly, I think, man.
What?
I just know that it's very gradual up there, and it's very consistent. I know that at the ground over the ocean, it's pretty fucking consistent, man. It's the refraction model is just based on that. At least you see, at least I have a basis. Okay, will you give me that?
I am struggling to see your point. Like, you can't get around the fact that as you rise in elevation, right, the density goes down, because if the density remains the same, mountain climbers would not need to carry up oxygen tanks because the oxygen is the air is just too thin up here for them to give enough oxygen.
You understand that the free expansion of gas? Okay, you understand that if you have a vacuum on one side of a tank, like the professor said, instead of a tank of bromine, then he has a tank that's a vacuum. Okay, when he releases the valve, nothing changes but energy. There's no change in energy, bro. Okay, so all the gases are cycled at the ground. They're created at the ground, but we have gas all the way up at the top of Mount Everest, don't we?
Yeah, and it's much lower pressure.
Yeah, exactly. And we have gas even 20 miles up, don't we? And 30 miles up.
But how is there such a differential?
Yeah, exactly. How do
Pressure.
we have gas all the way up at 30 miles?
How do we have a pressure differential? What is the cause of
It's
that?
created at the ground, bro. It's a temperature gradient. Okay, so pressure.
But the temperature isn't consistent. And here, the pressure at sea level. Hold on, the pressure at sea level in northern Alaska is the same pressure at sea level on the equator. So it's not about temperature.
Exactly, bro.
Also, hold on. I want to bust a whole thing in
You
your...
said there's gas 30 miles up, bro. Where is gas formed at? Well, how is there gas 30 miles up?
Because there's because it can
No gas
expand.
cycles up there. Why would there be gas way up there? Because of entropy.
It doesn't.
If there was no container up there, then the gas would keep expanding with no change in entropy. It wouldn't be
Well,
colder.
except there's obviously a force at play. There's a
Refrigeration work.
force at play. So what is the cause? Well, Brian, what is the cause of this pressure disequilibrium?
Entropy, bro. You just said there's gas 30
What is?
miles up.
Sorry, entropy isn't
Gas 30 miles up.
What is the cause of this pressure disequilibrium?
I'm telling you, it's temperature and pressure are related
But
at the hip.
but
You finish
temperature.
that game between
But
PV
look-
equals RT, right?
Yeah, but pressure.
Oh, yeah, but,
Yeah,
dude,
sorry.
and at least
Sorry.
be honest.
Sorry. Is temperature at the northern edge of Alaska the same as the pressure at the equator? Even though the temperature on the Alaska are the pressures the same?
They're probably off a little bit. It's all relative, dude.
Are the
Everything-
pressures the same?
Nature is disequilibrium. That's the force
If
of
the
nature.
pressures are the same, then it's not about temperature.
You admitted at the beginning that they are related at the hip, and there's really no way to get around it. You cannot have
PV
pressure.
I actually want to ask them because I just realized something very important, like extremely important when it comes
I'm answering your
to
question.
well, you don't even know what my
Alright, I
question
guess
is.
wrong. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
So it's extremely important. So you say that as you raise an elevation, the pressure goes down, but the density doesn't, right?
Right, I guarantee it. You get a jar of air, here's the ground, get a jar 100 foot up and 200 foot up, okay? As the water vapor declines, the pressure will go up until the water vapor's gone, then it will invert. Okay, get a jar of it and see.
Dude, it's just ad hoc. It's ad hoc water vapor. Water vapor is the magical god of the gaps.
But dude,
Okay.
why do you think that you just admitted that pressure and temperature are joined at the hip, but you don't want to acknowledge it? You just admitted that water vapor is less dense than air, but you don't want to. I mean, dude, you want to live with a double standard, bro. I got no problem with that, but I choose not to.
Like, because
There's more to it than just temperature.
Yeah, give me some ad hoc, pal.
It's not ad hoc.
You
can-
admitted. Okay, go ahead.
You can at sea level, at the very far northern parts of the world, the pressure is the same as and the temperature is very low. At the equator, where the temperature is high, it's not just about temperature. There's more variables in this equation.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, it's all relative.
There's more variables. So
How
it's
do you
not
think we- how do you
just
think we cool air?
temperature.
How do you think we cool down the refrigerator with air conditioning, okay? We compress the gas. It's formed at the ground where there's more pressure.
It's
okay?
phase change. No, that's phase change. It
What do you
changes
think
from liquid to gas. Liquid to gas has a large coefficient of heat change.
What do you think? Why is it so cold closer to the sun? And why is it so cold closer to the core? You're closer to the core of the Earth where it's hot, it gets colder at the bottom of the ocean. Okay, closer to the sun, it gets colder the higher we go.
Oh my gosh. Take over, Planet Walk. I can't handle that.
That's all you want. You don't. If you understood how air conditioners work, you understand what I'm saying.
I too is phase change. whatever.
Like, you just can't. Like, I'm trying to work out like I'm trying to work out like what evidence you have for the idea. So if I let's say I go up to the height. Let's say I go up to the height of Mount Everest.
Is that a whiteboard?
Yes, it is a whiteboard.
Did you get permission from Conspiracy Cats to use a whiteboard? Just say yes. It's okay.
Yes.
All right. Awesome. All right, here you go.
I'm totally not trying to steal his awards for best use of whiteboard.
Yeah, let it be done.
So when the mountain climber, let's throw a little stick man, mountain climber, when he's climbing up the mountain, he needs oxygen, right? Now the composition of the atmosphere here is pretty similar to the composition of the atmosphere here. Yet up here, the mountain climber needs to have tanks of oxygen so that they can actually get enough oxygen. Why, if the density is the same, why do they need tanks of oxygen?
Did you freeze?
I don't know. If the density and composition is pretty similar at both altitudes, why do they need oxygen at a higher altitude?
No, I didn't say the pressure was the same. There's less pressure, bro. When we breathe.
No,
okay?
I'm talking about
Pressure going in
density.
our lungs. Listen, if you look up refraction and you really study it, you're gonna start thinking it's talking about pressure, but it strictly says density. Snell's law is talking about the density of the medium. Pressure ain't got shit to do with it, bro. I mean,
I'm talking about. I'm talking strictly about density.
Pressure affects density.
I'm talking strictly about density.
Yeah, well, pressure also affects temperature, but it's even less of a role. The density is
Okay, so hold on.
Refraction, then pressure, then temperature.
Hold on. Let me restate my question, right? If the density of the atmosphere here is the same as the density of the atmosphere here, right? Then the density of the and the composition of the atmosphere here is the same as the composition of the atmosphere here, right? Then there should be the same amount of oxygen here than that there is here. So the amount of oxygen should be the same, yet the mountain climber needs to carry oxygen up the mountain because when they go up the mountain there is not enough oxygen for them to stay conscious.
You're missing the whole entire point, bro. Okay? Now, oxygen is formed at the ground. It cycles at the ground. It's created at the ground.
It's not created at the ground.
Yes, it is. It's created by algae,
It's
plankton blooms and by rainforest. Okay? It's created at the ground. It's cycled at the ground.
Here's the deal, Brian. Pressure
You can deny it.
Pressure disequilibrium equalizes at the speed of sound. If that were the case and there were no forces involved, then there would be an upward wind at 700 miles an hour or more.
No.
There is not.
There's a constant upward wind over the ocean, and albatrosses fly for up to 2 years without even flapping their wings, bro. Okay? So don't tell me there's air current. Laugh all you want, but albatrosses stay out at sea for 2 years.
Oh
and
no.
flap. You
Welcome.
can laugh at it, bro.
Welcome, PhD Tony. I'm glad to have
You're
you
funny
here.
as shit when you're drunk, bro. I'll give you that.
Hello. Hello.
Listen,
Greetings.
okay, wait. You realize 6 miles is a long way away. And this all this oxygen, hold on, all this oxygen's coming from rainforest and plankton bloom, okay? And it's making its way 6 miles. It's making its way even higher than that, okay? But if you know anything about refrigeration, you'd know that where the gas is created, okay, there's going to be more pressure, okay? And as it expands up, out, and away from the ground, which it does, which you've already admitted, it cools down, okay? It doesn't matter. It's getting closer to the sun. It's expanding, so it's going to cool down. Just like it gets colder and colder the higher we go. Okay, if you look at the Soundly rockets, you'll see that the temperatures went down to negative 252 Celsius, right by absolute zero, where helium turns into a superfluid, bro. We already talked about this on the last stream. And his own guy called in and told him he's wrong about the pressures and the temperatures and shit. He didn't want to acknowledge it.
So, do you think I could say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Do we agree that pressure is equal to force divided by area?
Well, can you show me a citation that pressure?
Can you agree? Can we agree with the definition that pressure is force divided by area? That's a yes or no question.
I'm not going to ever answer a yes or no question, but this is all about refraction. Show me that pressure causes refraction. Show me a citation that pressure causes refraction.
Okay. Would you agree that the shape of the planet is completely independent of the refractive qualities of air?
Bro, a statement without evidence will be dismissed without evidence, okay? Show me where pressure is refraction, bro. This is all about refraction.
No, it isn't. This is about the shape of the Earth.
So.
This is about the shape of the Earth, right? You would agree that the shape of the... So you said it earlier, optical observations are influenced by refraction. And there's a lot of discussion, there's been a lot of, to my mind, pointless back and forth about refraction of light.
I'll agree with that. I'll agree.
As it travels through air, right?
Right,
okay.
right. Here's the whole debate. To put it in a nutshell, either the ground's curving or the light's curving.
Okay, so let's look at a different source of data, right? So let's, instead of using light, which has awkward properties as it travels through the atmosphere.
I won't accept any bullshit without demonstration. I can show you a pressure gradient in containment. I did it on my video. It's very easy. Hey, you show me a pressure gradient without containment. It's easy to demonstrate in containment, but you can't do it without, bud.
In fact, I can. All that is necessary is for there to be a pressure gradient. Now, in your case, the pressure gradient is supplied by the reaction force of the container. But again, you keep on interrupting me. Let's look at the propagation of sound through the Earth, right? Seismic energy. Let's consider that as a data source. Now, you will accept, obviously, because you have a good understanding of physical science, that we can determine the internal characteristics of a material object by transmitting sound through it. It's how ultrasound works, right?
Bro, what
it's how they did.
Let's go to sonar. Let's go to sonar. How do whales do 4,000 miles, bro?
Okay. You are changing the topic every time I want to establish a topic.
I don't know physics. I know common sense, bro. If whales argument, bro.
So no, it doesn't at all.
Have you ever heard of an acoustic shadow? Have you ever heard of an acoustic shadow? Where submarines can hide behind things because of acoustic. It's called an acoustic shadow. Yeah, whales can hear each other over 4,000 miles, bro.
Yeah, that's because.
Thanks for interrupting me.
Well, I got the impression that it was okay to interrupt because you'd interrupted me about 5 times. I've only been here 5 minutes, and every time, yes.
You want to be a lying sack of shit, dude? I ain't interrupted you 5 times. This is recorded.
You have interrupted me 5 times.
Every time I fucking talk, you've interrupted me, you asshole.
No, I have not.
It is recorded. You understand?
Yes, I understand that it's recorded, and I'm more than happy to go back through the recorded.
You have interrupted me.
No, actually, it's exactly the opposite. I asked if I could talk. You said yes, and then as soon as I started talking, okay, well, you're making an excuse to rage quit, aren't you? You're just grabbing the ground and yes, you are.
You said me quit, but I go to answer it and you keep talking. No, I'm not rage quitting. Now, this is
You
recorded.
understand that I am in the southern hemisphere, right? You understand?
To a liar, dude.
Do you understand that I am in the southern hemisphere and confine yourself to yes or no?
There's no point in fucking answering it. I don't answer yes or no. If that's what you want, get somebody else. That's the first time you let me finish.
Okay, I'm in the southern hemisphere. Do you understand
No.
that it takes some... Okay, you don't understand. Fine. Then I will explain it to you. It takes some time for the signal from your computer to reach my computer and to go back to you. Because I am not in the same fucking... I am not in the same... You just interrupted me, you rude motherfucker. After calling me a liar like a dozen times because you keep on fucking interrupting me, you then have the temerity to interrupt me while I'm explaining something that you just said you didn't fucking understand.
Calm down, Cletus. I'm just fucking with you.
I'm sorry that you find that amusing. It is clearly amusing to him, and I can understand because he's not here. But you are really trying to obstruct this conversation from being anything even approaching constructive.
Maybe so, but I guarantee you when you watch this later, when you ain't heated, you will get a laugh out of it, dude. I promise.
Maybe so.
Check this out.
Do you wish to?
Oh.
Do you wish to learn anything?
Yes, I do. Yeah. I'm always able to
Okay.
learn.
Okay. So you understand that there are seismic events, like events that cause propagations of energy through the Earth, right?
Yeah. I'm to the understanding that. Yeah. The sound travels faster through solids, right?
Yes, that's right. So there are particular types of seismic, and we can use the travel times of seismic waves to make predictions, right? So if there's an earthquake in one location, we can work out how fast that energy will take to travel to every other point on Earth, right?
The PNS waves.
PNS waves, and there are also a lot of reflections. So there's PKP
How are you
waves.
going to use chart them though? I see what you're saying. To me, it's not 100. It's good evidence for a globe. To me, it's not 100% proof. Because we got to use a certain map. If you use the AE map, I can prove it's flat. If I'm charting PNS waves on that flat map, I can prove the ground is flat.
No. So I have actually done this demonstration for the Christmas Island earthquake and I've done a video on it. And if you do an azimuthal equidistant projection that is above the focus of the earthquake, you can see that the arrival times just spread out in a circle. It's like watching a ripple spread across a pond. But as soon as you go to an azimuthal equidistant map centered at the North Pole, then you've suddenly got the fact that the seismic energy has moved from one side of the Earth across to the other side of the Earth without passing through any of the intermediate material, and that in order to travel that distance, it would have to travel at much faster than the speed of sound.
I got two questions, and they're both serious. So don't think I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah.
The first one is this, seriously. Okay, are they spreading out in great circles? And number two, are you sure they're spreading out are you sure if they're spreading out equally in a circle? I mean, couldn't they be going in a circle on a flat Earth map? Wouldn't it if I mapped the longitudes not converging?
So the answer to both questions is no. So if you map them out in a they don't. They've got nothing to do with great circles. It's just distance away from the center of the point. So it's just radiating out. And the other element of the question is no, it doesn't work on a flat Earth. Now there is another element to this. There are particular seismic waves called Rayleigh waves that are surface waves, and they're highly energetic and they're very coherent. And they actually, for large enough seismic events, they go around the world multiple times. Okay, and so if I've got an earthquake at one point and a seismic station at another point, now the Rayleigh wave is going to go from that earthquake. It's going to hit the seismic station, and then it's going to go and do another lap, and it's going to come back. But even more than that, there's a Rayleigh wave that went in the opposite direction that has come around the back of the Earth and hits the seismic station, and that's going to keep on going around it. It's going to come back for multiple orbits. Now that doesn't work on a flat Earth. That cannot happen on a flat Earth. If you go out and you you're about to suggest that it can just rebound off the edge of the disc.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to suggest nothing, but I do have an idea.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. But it can't rebound off the edge of the disc. If it rebounds off the edge of the disc, then the repeat times would depend on the proximity of the receiver to the edge of the disc, rather than just its angular distance from the earthquake. And that's not.
So how are you distinguishing the reverberation from the lapse?
So there are various ways of doing this. If there are, I beg your pardon?
No, listen, here's the thing. Okay, so when I was just looking at the Earth and everything, I went to the surveys and they were talking about how the South is bigger, how the elevation at the equator is 20 miles bigger. And I went to the GPS, okay? It's a Navy video. Go to Flat Earth Test. I'll try and make this short. But you could see where they was mapping out the world with their first satellites and all this and that. And how they showed the Earth, and they did show, in fact, it is pear-shaped. The southern hemisphere is bigger. They show a piece of it. This is a 1965 or 1963 Navy documentary. It shows a pear-shaped Earth. Sorry. My fault. Anyway, it's showing a pear-shaped Earth, and they're saying the southern hemisphere is bigger. And to me, and the northern hemisphere is smaller. Okay, so even on your globe, if you get right down to the actual measurement, it's bigger in the south and smaller in the north. But on top of that, how could they fool people? So surveys, they would have to have it get smaller in the South Pole going away from the equator. So they add 20 miles of elevation. So if I'm surveying, and I'm going to be like, hey, what the fuck's up with this, dude? This is not working out. They're going to say, oh, no, the equator, since it's spinning, it's 20 miles, it's 20 extra miles of elevation at the equator. I mean, it just all sounds like the best they could do, good estimation. It's a great model, bro. I'll give you that, but it's a bird.
So actually, I work with two of the people who developed who helped to develop the Gamut software, which is the MIT GPS software processing package. And in order they use it to identify the motion of plates on the surface and provide magnitudes for those. And actually, they've made some progress in working out regions that are at high risk of earthquakes, because actually if there are two plates moving in opposite directions and the bit between them isn't moving, then you can tell that the stress must be building up there, and so that area is at high risk of earthquakes, which is something that they've been able to do. They made a prediction that this area would be at higher risk. Somebody built an oil pipeline straight through that area, and the pipeline got destroyed by an earthquake that these people actually predicted was going to happen. So yes, the people who are using this GPS technology, in order to get really accurate results, they have to solve for the geometry of the entire network, which is to say all of the satellites plus all of the receivers, and they need to include the ionospheric corrections as the radio paths.
Ionospheric diffraction, right? Let me ask you one more question. These are serious questions too. So when they're judging by the satellite's orbit, then the satellites are curving around the Earth. They're basing the satellites as curving around the Earth.
correct.
Okay, so if they know for a fact the satellites are curving, then their ground's going to curve, and all the maps are going to match that. Okay, but before they did that, before they did any of the time dilation, they used their calculations. They used the ionosphere. They used ionospheric refraction. Okay, and they say that ionosphere is refracting the light. Okay, but if you took away, you could have argued flat plane. Now it ain't flat, but a level plane for the most part, without the bending of the light ionosphere. So that's what I meant by my model being kind of ad hoc, because a lot of the globe models are ad hoc. But I would be very interested in looking at the seismic activity. But once again, it's based on converging longitude lines. So anything you map on converging longitude lines, including GPS, you can't use GPS to prove GPS.
So yeah, okay. So that's well, fair enough. I mean, that's so. But yeah, are you familiar with the Haversine formula? Right, the formula for the distance between 2 points in that surface. Sorry, the point for
that. At what point would it become? I mean, without doing the math, at what point would it become like obvious? I mean, it's a pretty damn good distance in from what I've looked at. What would be your estimation of what distance would it become obvious or apparent?
The difference between the spherical distances and straight line distances.
Yeah.
I suspect you could, about 200 miles. It'd be really obvious over that.
That's all right. That's bold, but yeah, you know the math better than me. I would at that. But okay, now what I request you do, this is a personal request. You don't have to, but look at the data if you have access to the satellite data, and just entertain me and just mathematically do it as a circuit, or okay, and check out the refraction, the ionic sphere refraction. Compare that to the what do you call it? What you call it for me?
The Haversine formula. So we actually that's actually part of my job. So I work on a slightly different satellite mission. So I work on the GRACE data, which uses gravitational attraction due to surface mass concentrations. In order now, what we do is we've got 2 satellites, and
Think ABS. Das ist darum was nix.
Now, if you imagine those 2 satellites moving across the Earth, it doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or round for this sort of visualization. If there's a heavy mass,
we need one more satellite, man, to put in the middle.
Okay, well, the positions of the satellites are recorded in connection with the GPS.
Yeah, I'm with you, man.
They've got GPS. But what's important for our calculation is the intersatellite distance. So the satellites are measuring the distance from one to the other constantly using a laser. And so as the lead satellite, perhaps I'll use these bottle caps. If there's a mass ahead of the lead satellite, then the lead satellite, as it moves closer, the gravitational force is going to be stronger, and that satellite is going to move further. And so the distance between these 2 satellites,
a little so we can see them.
As the lead satellite is moving ahead, it'll experience a stronger gravitational attraction, and so it'll move away from the following satellite, and the inter-satellite distance will increase. And then as it gets past the mass distribution, it'll actually slow down, and this rear satellite will catch up. And then once they're both past, this rear satellite will experience a stronger retrograde acceleration, and so that lead satellite will move away again. And so there's this change in the inter-satellite distance that we can use to reconstruct the force due to gravity due to a mass distribution. And so we reconstruct the distribution of mass around Earth's surface using readings from these satellites, the GRACE satellite mission. And so we can identify, for instance, areas where there is intense drought or areas where there is a flood, because we can tell because there are big changes. We can identify areas where there is significant mass loss, or areas where there has been a large earthquake. A large earthquake will result in
Good.
movement of the plates, a violent movement of the plates, and we can detect the gravitational signal of that. So we have the capacity through these satellite missions of identifying mass distributions across Earth's surface, and this is something that's what I do, is I calculate what sort of perturbation a mass element will have on the coordinates of these satellites over there, so that we can solve for those and work out what the mass distribution is. So that's GRACE, GRACE, follow on. The GRACE mission, the original GRACE mission ran from 2003 to 2000.
Okay, let me interrupt you and ask you a couple questions, man, because I'm interested. I'm definitely interested. One question is, the first question is, what's the closest y'all get to the geographic south? Do y'all, is it true y'all stay 30 degrees, or maybe it wasn't 30, but it's, what's the closest you get to the North Pole?
So the GRACE satellites are in a polar orbit, so they go down, so they go north-south. Actually, so they go over the North Pole, and they go over.
Okay, so they're breaking the law.
There's no law that says that they can't do that. There are plenty of satellites in polar orbits.
I stand correct. Okay, but I just heard none of the satellites they don't travel over the North South Pole directly. But okay, but I'll take your word.
Well, I think they're at an inclination of like 1.5 degrees or something like that. They're not just going north south. I think they're slightly, but effectively, like we actually exploit this because we're very interested in the mass change that's occurring near the South Pole, for instance. So the fact that there are so many ground tracks near the South Pole actually gives us higher resolution. We can obtain more data than we can at the equator because the ground tracks are spread out. So
fair enough. Fair enough. My second question was is it even possible, okay, that if you mapped it out without the longitude, you just kept the lines diverging and you didn't add the 20 extra miles at the equator elevation, and you didn't enlarge the southern hemisphere and just mapped it out as flat, and you followed the magnetic lines, and is it possible the satellites are doing a circuit following the magnetic lines above there?
So the answer to that is it doesn't seem likely, no, because we use gravitational forces to, we've got a large scale term in there for the Earth's gross gravitational field, and then we've got sort of minor perturbations in there for sort of systematic deviations from that. That's called the geoid. There's nothing geomagnetic in there.
I understand. Can I tell you my problem with the gravity thing?
Yep.
Okay, two little things. Okay, first off, man, I could make a good argument that every force is a disequilibrium, but we'll get back to that. My other thing is that they say that our vestibular system, or whatever the hell system it is it's just out of reach of us feeling the Earth's rotation, but we shouldn't feel it. Okay, we shouldn't feel it because it's just out of reach of what can hit that sensitive organ. But something's traveling at 17,500 miles an hour around that to pass that. It would anything traveling in a circle has momentum. It's an acceleration. So you're talking about 17, 18, really 18 times the speed of the globe. It seems like there would be weight pressing to the outside.
So I ran the numbers on that earlier when you brought it up, right? When you brought up the centrifugal force associated with Earth's orbit around the sun, because I'd never really considered it. I didn't have a good feel for it. And so if the angular our angular velocity around the sun, the rate of change of angle, is about 2 × 10⁻⁷ radians per second. Okay, I tend to work in radians as far as angles are concerned.
Yeah.
Okay, and so that equates to a centrifugal force of 6 by 10 to the minus 3 meters per second squared. And there is a 0.0167 variation in that through the year. So
I just did the math on the ISS, and if you take the distance that it travels, the size of it, you do the angular size, it's 2 times 10 to the negative. No, it was one. Yeah, it was 1.5 times 10 to the negative 5 radians. Should be the angular size of the damn ISS.
Yeah,
Of course,
that's right.
as they claim. That's but no.
Yeah,
What I
so
wasn't
that-
talking about around the sun, I was talking about the speed. So if the Earth's rotating at 1,000 miles an hour, just let's say like whatever 1,000 at its fastest, and if a satellite around 250 miles up is going 17,500 miles an hour, I realized the Earth would be rotating a little faster at that height, but it'd still be about 17 times the velocity of the Earth, right? Going like
so
18. How's that work?
No. So the velocity of the satellites relative to the Earth is not 17,500. So the coordinate system that I work with is the one that rotates with the Earth. It's called the inertial reference frame. And so it pretty much stays sort of static.
Yeah, it's stationary.
And so the magnitude of their velocities relative to that is only of the order of kilometers a second. So relative to the Earth, they're moving at 7 kilometers a second or something like that.
I try and think of it like this, man. I try and think of it like, and that makes sense with the inertia. Everything they do, it seems like they do with an inertial reference frame. But I would say this: so if the Earth is spinning and it slammed on brakes, and I'm standing on the Earth, I'd fly out. If I was
Yeah.
Power, right? And if I'm in the
Yeah.
ice and it slammed on brakes, I'd fly out at 17,500 miles an hour. So without doing velocity measurements, I just think in terms of that. It just seems like that's a pretty big difference.
Well, it is astonishing, and I have to say that before I met flat earthers, these numbers get thrown around, and to some extent, the accusations that flat earthers hurl around, like, well, you just get told the numbers and you don't think about what they mean, and to some extent, there's validity to that. I mean, but these numbers are astronomical. Like, it takes us, we are traveling 1 million miles a day. Our solar system is traveling 1 million miles a day around the center of the Milky Way galaxy. It's going to take us 200 million years to get back to this point in our orbit around the center. These numbers are vast. They're astronomical.
Yeah. I will say this, though, man. Any honest person who's knowledgeable on it will have to say the globe model is almost perfect mathematically. I would throw in a couple arguments, man. I'd say that that it is mathematical, and for everything it doesn't match, you got to at least give me some of this partially that they do come up with factors to make it work. And I'm not saying gross factors, but factors to make it fit. And one of the things is I don't think we know 100% what stars are.
I mean, there is, it's sort of, you were talking about spectroscopic evidence, and, I mean, the reality is, you're right. Okay, so I I did astrophysics when I was an undergraduate, and I went into the first lecture, and my lecturer said, the great thing about astrophysics is that by the time anybody actually can get to a star and prove that you're wrong, you're going to have been dead for hundreds of years. We are limited in what we can tell about stars. We have the light that comes from them, we have their apparent motion in the sky above us, and so we use what we can to infer their properties. And to some extent, we validate our assumptions, we try and cross-check as much as we can to rigorously establish, what can be acceptable zone and what can't be. And we think we've done a reasonable job doing that. But if you want to come in and you want to just say, well, I think that there's something fundamentally different, the evidence is indirect. It is, circumstantial evidence to some extent, but a lot of the evidence that we rely on is circumstantial. If, for instance, you wander into a crime scene and there's a guy standing over a bloody corpse with a bloody knife in his hand, the blood spatters all over him, and it turns out that that guy had been sleeping with his wife, and he now has $6,000 in cash that guy just got from an ATM machine. You would have very little.
Good example.
You would have very little qualms about finding him guilty of murder. But the reality is that you don't know, not for certain, because you weren't there. So all the time we make educated guesses, and we admit that there's and this is one of the things that I think is true about science. And again, it's not something that I thought about before talking with people like yourself, is that we have to admit that science is not about being certain about anything, right? If there's new evidence that comes out tomorrow, we're going to have to reassess what we think of the universe. But our confidence in established fact is based on how many times we've looked at this and how many times the results turn out the same. So, there's been more observations of the standard atomic model, for instance, than there have been human views of a sunrise or a sunset. And so we have extreme, that's the totality of human existence. Fewer humans have watched sunrises and sunsets than we have validations of the atomic model, the standard model of the atom. Because we've done that many, we've looked at that many collisions and interactions under the standard model. So we have a great deal of confidence in it, but there could be something coming up just tomorrow that makes us rethink everything, and that's
Fair
fine.
enough.
We
though, man, like they tell us those, and I recommend, man, you should just come from a flat earth or a concave earth paradigm. Just try and put the goggles on for a minute, and just do some math, do some equations, just cross out the longitude and see like mistakes that were made in the past, like just a stupid example like Columbus thinking it's a globe and lining up way south of where he thought he was gonna. That's a dumb example, but just sometimes it's fun to put on the goggles, man. And if we got wrong and what it would take to be a flat Earth, and that's where I come up with my motto. I'm a guppy for fucking getting it wrong. I'm trying to do it off the top of my head. I forgot 6 inches, and then got the percentage wrong. And
that's
shit,
the advantage of that's why we tend to write down formula, is so that we don't have to remember like that. It's always hard when you've got it on. Sorry, I seem to be dominating this conversation.
Well, let me say, I could say that I'd be more humble if I'd have had the chart right in front of me with the percentages and all that. But dude, everybody with half a brain would still see it's just a mathematical representation. Yeah. Because that's if it is a flat Earth, then we'd have to admit, okay, let's just go out on a limb. If it's flat, something's curving, right? Light. So I say either the ground's curving or the light would have to be curving. Whatever way it makes it to make shit lower the background, whatever. Right.
And I mean, my argument is that light doesn't travel in a straight line. There's always some curve to it because Snell's law always applies. There's always refraction. So and this is why I don't particularly like optical. MC Toon is very keen on his optical observations. I'm less enamored of them.
MC Toon's a very intelligent man, dude. I know y'all.
Exceptionally.
I know you mathematically and all that. I heard you went to the brain brawls and all that shit and represent the United States. That's cool as shit, man. I recommend this, man, for entertainment value, dude. You'd be a fucking hero if you just take some of that math. Look, it takes somebody like me, dude, who fucking just graduated, never even went to college. I run a little small business. To do a mathematical version of light refraction to make the sun set properly on the globe. I mean, y'all should have done this 1,000 times. Just entertain the fact, dude. It'd be a hit. Just to show what it would take and then show why it's wrong, dude. Y'all should be held bonus with this. It doesn't mean necessarily that it's not a globe, bro. It just means that, hey, man, this is what it would take to be flat, man. Y'all could, scratch our back a little bit instead of. I appreciate your honesty, by the way, man.
I have
I
actually
know it's
done
hard to
some.
get past the earthquake, the vibrations and shit, the PNS waves, but it's still entertaining for me to entertain it and entertain that we don't know what's up there and we can't go past the moon or whatever, even to the moon, whatever, and wonder what it is, just a sense of mysterious, and then use the math just to say, hey, I can do this model, I can do a concave model, instead of fighting so much, show us what a planet model would be, dominate it, and then show why it doesn't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I will point out one thing. So my PhD thesis, the thing that I worked on, was actually flat Earth modeling of seismic energy. I worked on modeling that and actually adapting the theory that we have to a.
Well, everything's modeled on flat, non-inert. I mean, flat inert.
Well, and that's the thing. So you're quite right. We use flat models for seismic surveys, for instance, to locate oil deposits and that sort of thing. But it doesn't work once you get to earthquakes. Once you get to earthquakes that are traveling large distances, flat Earth models just fall apart.
Hey, add a little flat Earth dark matter, man, and make it work.
But I cut off Planet Walk. Sorry, Planet.
I was just gonna say that I've actually done a program. Now this program does operate on Snell's law. Uses Snell's law for refraction. So it's not, because I'm not good at calculus. So I just decided to do something, that
I fucking hate
operates.
calculus.
Yeah, it operates step by step, but essentially what it does is it calculates how much refraction you would need to be able to make certain observations that we've made on a flat Earth. So the main one that I look at is the observation of Mount. I can't remember the particular mountain. It was a photo that Ranty. No, it was a photo that Ranty took.
The black hole. Yeah, I know where you're talking about.
Basically, from my calculations, I worked out the atmosphere at the height of the mountain is 1.1 times denser than the density of the air at the height of Blackpool Tower. That's what I worked out, and there are a few assumptions to that, but that's a very basic.
Do me one favor. Go to Andrew Thomas Young and try and find me something that says anything about pressure. Because, or go to Snell's law. I'm pretty sure everything says density.
I actually
wanted to.
Generally about index of refraction.
Yeah. I actually did use
I do know that higher pressure would cause higher density, but I was under the impression that the medium density is number one, and then pressure is number two, and then temperature is number three, and they're all kind of joined at the hip. But I was trying to use water being dense, so would we get more refraction at 10 foot of water than we would at 100 foot of water? Water's got a consistent density, so the pressure of it, but with the atmosphere now, I know it's air, so it's different. But the funny thing about the atmosphere, and I'm just trying to make the model work, dude. And I do know that one thing we do have at the ground is way more fucking humidity. We do know that humidity is less dense than air, okay? And I think that would, so I'm just trying to make the model work. I don't gotta jump down my fucking throat. It's a possibility. It's a possibility.
No, it would be so. Yes, you could have a lot of humidity at a low altitude, and you could also have a situation where now generally air that is higher in the atmosphere is higher because if you bring it, if it lowers in altitude, it will increase in pressure and it will get hotter, and it will get less dense as it gets hotter, and it will tend to move up again, and you can end up with.
Thank you. I didn't even think of that.
You can end up with sort of temperature. You can end up in some unusual circumstances that don't persist for very long.
Midday with the sun beaming overhead, at the ground.
Yeah, there would have to be a lot of evaporation occurring over a water surface for this to affect. But The temperature at that site at that time was about 2 degrees centigrade. This is not really a circumstance where we can expect there to be a lot of humidity present.
Hey, entertain me on this, okay? So let's just say this. Let's say I'm looking out. Sorry about that. Let's say I'm looking out in the distance at 50 miles, and I'm looking at, or no. Let's say 25 miles, and the cloud is at the same height. Really, it happens at probably about 15 miles. I'm sorry. So 15 miles, I'm looking out at a cloud that's just at the top of the trees, okay, that are 10 miles away, okay, and then them are at the same height as a bush that's half a mile away, okay. So at the same line of sight, I've got the top of a bush, the top of some trees, and a cloud. So even if that cloud, even if that the light from that cloud 25 miles away was refracting downward, perspective itself would have to angle it up a little bit if you drew it orthographically, or at least flatline, huh? Think about that for a minute.
Well, that's exactly what you're outlining there is exactly why I don't necessarily like the optical evidence so much. Not least because I'm not really that au fait with the science of optics. The guest MC Toon had on earlier for his previous interview was actually really good at fielding these sorts of questions.
Yeah, me and him, I always get everybody heated testing, man, and then I calm down, man. It's just, man, it's just a passionate subject for me, but I never throw out anything 100%, and I always keep somewhat of open mind. But let me say this too. So I got heated with him, and he got heated with me earlier about the K value. Ultimately, if you look into it in detail, it's all based on a ground and an atmosphere that's curving away at 8 inches per mile squared, and that's why my refraction model, he was criticizing my model, which he did help me with the math, so I can say, which still was a fucking failure, but still, it's easily plotted. You just give certain percentages to the horizon. It's just the same thing. It's a non-linear inverse square freaking math, right?
Yeah. So I mean,
the details saying that the atmosphere, the K value is based on ultimately a ground that's curving away at 8 inches per mile squared. Even if it's over 50 feet, it's still based on a curving atmosphere.
Well, I mean, but we can create, say, a flat floored chamber with reasonably uniform. I'm going to use the term atmospheric. But I mean, the gas inside that building has reasonably uniform properties that aren't significantly impacted by curvature over that sort of distance. So the measurements that NC Toon was referring to were for two very close, a transmitter and a receiver, and they were probably both transmitting and both receiving. So that they could validate the two-way travel properties of the beam of light. So even though sort of they're in the gaseous envelope that we describe as the atmosphere, there's no assumption of curvature associated with that sort of calculation. I think those are just direct measurements of the way light bends. Now, I did want to actually correct something that you were saying. There's no possibility whatsoever that density does not decrease with altitude. And I think if you listen to me for a little bit, I can explain why.
Okay, well, how about for the first 1 degree? Okay, let's say just the first 100 feet where water humidity is obviously going to be thickest at the ocean surface, and let's take it up to the clouds. At least we could give me some fucking hope and say that there's more humidity from the ground to the clouds. I mean,
generally yes, but you tend to find there is a have you seen a thunderhead, for instance? A filthy great thunderstorm.
I'm not familiar with it.
So, well, we call it a thunderhead. So this is a thunderstorm. You've got a lot.
Oh, yeah.
So that you'll tend to see this gigantic pillar of cloud, right? That just soars upwards, way higher than you would think. And one of the reasons for that is that as you get rain, so you've got this condensation, you've got this evaporation, you've got this water vapor in these upward moving pockets of air, and they get colder and colder as they go upwards because they're expanding, and eventually water starts condensing out. But as that water condenses, actually that releases what's called latent heat. Actually that makes the air even hotter. So this hot air, as it releases water in liquid form, it heats the air even more, and so you get even more heat, even hotter air, and it just shoots upward like that. So there are a lot of complicated effects, and it goes way beyond what you might have thought as its equilibrium.
That's my I agree, man. I'm working on a model, man. That I'm working on just a common sense model. I'm gonna need help with
that.
That
Sounded like a gigantic fart there, Toon. Was that Toon?
I don't know what that was.
It sounded like somebody pulling a cork out of a whiskey bottle, but that may be my bias.
I'm working on a model, just like a common sense type of model, okay? And it has to do with the gas. Just follow me through. I'll try and keep it under a couple minutes. Okay, so it's this model is going to be based on, of course, the humidity being at the ground. I could provide evidence for that. You might get to debunk it, but it's going to be based on the oxygen coming from the plankton blooms in the rainforest at the ground, working its way up 6 miles, even 10 miles, even 30 miles. It's going to be based off of the fact of free gas expansion, not causing no energy, just a change in entropy. So that's going to explain why it gets colder up higher, because gas is expanding up there, and it has no chance but to get colder. And then as it gets hot, even colder than that, that's what's going to cause the jet streams, is the air constantly cycling up from the ground and the cold air down, and causing an enormous amount of energy. But in my opinion, if there wasn't containment, it would be free expansion. You'd get no change in energy at all. To me, it has to be a containment, and my model is going to be like everything works on disequilibrium. The only force is going to be disequilibrium. So even to cause electromagnetism, you're going to need disequilibrium. And the reason I call it disequilibrium, instead of like entropy, it's basically the same thing, but and with gravity, my argument would be this: hot goes back down to cold. It's relative to the air around it. It's going to take a force to heat something up or cool something down. Period. Whatever force you decide to use, okay, it's going to take energy. But I'm getting rid of energy. Period. Energy to me is kind of reified. And to kind of sum it up, anything that you want to take out of equilibrium in nature, you have to add work to it. Okay, so to get something off the ground, you got to work to do it. Okay, it's gonna have kinetic energy going back to where it started. It's gonna take the quickest path to get there. And same thing as heat. First, we don't call something cooling back down to what's around it. We don't name that like gravity. And so basically, I'm not disputing the math. That's reality. So solids fall at an average rate of about 9.8 meters per second based on disequilibrium. You would never be able to prove the shit falling at 9.8 meters per second without forcing it up out of equilibrium. So if you really think about that for a minute before you debunk it, or even after you think about it later, it's kind of hard to argue, because you can never lift something up without a force unless you change the phase of the state of matter, or you change the state, or it takes energy to change the state of matter. Everything's always, nature works on equilibrium. It's harmony. Call it harmony, right?
So,
but you see where I'm going with that, right?
So let me address a couple of things here. So
Last thing. Ice is the only shitty factor that I'm trying to work my way around, but you might give me others good.
Okay, so have you ever seen a a picture of the Earth that has all of those under ocean mountains and valleys and that sort of thing on it?
Sure.
So okay. How do you think those maps are derived?
Yeah, just radar, depth finders and shit, right?
No. So if you go to Google Earth, you'll see these elements, but the vast majority of them are plotted using what's called gravimetry, which is to say a ship or a plane or a satellite carries a gravimeter, an object that measures variations in the rate at which objects fall. And you plot the gravity up, and then you take that gravity data back to a clever geophysicist who will use the gravity observations that you've got and will reconstruct the mass distribution that resulted in those gravity observations. Now, because a mountain is heavier than an equal amount of water, underwater mountains have more mass, so they exert more gravitational force.
Yeah, I'm not arguing reality, bro. I'm not arguing reality.
So we use these. The attractive force between mass, the fact that one mass exerts from our non-relativistic frame of reference force on another mass, and this is just an approximation.
It's all mass dependent.
So Newton's, yeah, that's right. So it's all mass dependent, and I mean we can use gravimeter. We use gravimeters to locate subsurface mineral deposits, for instance.
I'm good with that, bro.
So
one could say it's working off disequilibrium. So 9.8. I don't argue the 9.8 meters per second, but I'd base it off.
So I just wanted to expand on this a little bit. There's another there's another application of gravity that is actually used in submarines. So it's a little bit interesting that you brought up submarines previously. The United States military found out that our maps of the ocean floor aren't that accurate, and they had submarines bumping into things, and they didn't want that to happen. So they needed some way for submarines to work out if there was a mountain or
their maps were conflicting. They based it on flat inertial. It didn't match the.
That's right. Because these maps were largely plotted from the surface, they turn out to be not sufficiently accurate when you get down to the actual ocean floor. So what they developed, but if you use sonar to plot where you are, to plot where the surrounding obstructions are, obviously you're going to show up like a pork chop in a synagogue. If you just use sonar all the time, right? If you just use sonar all the time, you're going to announce your presence to everybody. So they wanted some way that was quiet. They wanted a passive detection technique. So they developed what's called gravity gravimetry, which is a way of looking at the gravity, the gradient of gravity, how much gravity changes in various directions, in order to tell them where the mass was around them. And this technique is now used more widely, but the US military were the first people to develop it. And this relies completely on Newtonian theory being accurate. Not necessarily correct. Okay, Einstein proved that there's more to gravity than Newtonian theory suggested, but that doesn't stop Newtonian theory from being accurate. And that's a distinction I think needs to be borne in mind. Newtonian theory that mass attracts mass in proportion to the product of the masses and the gravitational constant divided by the distance squared.
Distance squared, yeah, big G, right? But Newtonian physics did not explain why the Earth was moving, right? If you want to just get right to the crux.
No, and I mean, that's a complicated question.
It is, man. And you know what? Forget I even said that. Let me say something else and take you down a different road.
Okay.
How would you explain? Okay, And don't just quickly respond with whatever. I mean, think about it for 1 second. Give me how would you explain whale calls being heard over 4,000 miles? I mean, that's a good one,
Okay.
ain't it?
It well, I think that the sound will it's kind of like if I have you ever played that telephone thing with cans and string, right? That you
Give me another
that you
example. That's good.
okay, so that works regardless of the geometry of the string, right? The string can be curved or the string can be straight, but that works regardless. So basically the sound is going to follow the geometry of the water that it's
Like
traveling
a
through.
underwater ionosphere, kind of like an AM radio.
Yeah, 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 yeah. So and that what you were saying earlier about water having uniform density, that's not quite so true in the ocean. It is largely true, but it's not quite so true because there are variations due to density, but also salinity. There are changes in
Absolutely. Man. With the salinity, but I mean, I know that the pressure and the temperature tight hip, but water itself has a density. You know, they say if you want to go down to the 10 to the 30th shit, you could say it's compressible. But largely, it's not compressible.
Yeah.
And,
Most liquids aren't. So liquids are,
and so you could say,
very compressible.
right, if we take something down to the bottom of the ocean, if I'm going to state strictly that this is easily debunked, in my opinion, the buoyancy equation easily debunked by saying this, okay? So the further I go down, okay, so it's only going to have to lift as the amount of water it's displaced. But if I go down to the bottom, you can take a barrel, okay, then it'd be easier than doing a lake, but bury half of that shit in the ground so it's not displacing that water, and it's gonna have the same buoyancy, and even the methane pockets that are under the ground. So the only thing they can say is that the top of the methane pocket itself has less pressure than the bottom of the methane pocket. So then I can say just wrap a bladder around the whole fucking methane pocket, it's still gonna come up. There's no getting around it. Shit that's less dense out of equilibrium, it's gonna seek equilibrium. There's no getting around it. I do understand the buoyancy equation works, but there are ways to fudge it a little.
Yeah, the thing about the buoyancy equation is that it has been used a lot in sort of commercial and military applications. So it's obviously used in submarine navigation and management. But also back when dirigibles and airships were an important commercial application, it got used a lot. And if there were any serious problems with the buoyancy equation, I think we would have noticed them. But and I would require a more, what do you say if there were a problem and you could demonstrate it with the experiments along the line that you're looking at? I'd be happy to entertain the possibility.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Because I've never recorded it, put it on video, but it is an abstract. It is kind of a non-freaking conventional demonstration, but it is verbal right now. But I mean, maybe I'll do that, man. Put it on video.
I just wanted to quickly, I've threatened to do this a couple of times. I'm going to do it this time. I'm telling you. Pressure is force over area, right? And the force that we're measuring with gases is the number of molecular impacts against the surface. Okay, so as pressure decreases, the number of molecular impacts against the unit area is decreasing. You can't have that and keep density the same. Okay.
I don't argue the density, man.
Okay, so you were arguing the density with planar walk. It cannot be the case that density remains the same, because if density remains the same, then the number of molecules remains the same, and the number of impacts against the side of the container is going to remain the same. So
I understand that, man. Listen, I was trying to get them to entertain me for a minute.
Yeah.
Like, you've entertained me, you've heard what I said, and you've been real, okay? I'll give you that. I'm very surprised.
Dang it.
I've actually enjoyed the shit out of this. I have learned some shit.
Okay.
Like I said, I appreciate the brain brush. That's cool shit. But no, I was just trying to get them to entertain the fact that if the Earth was not curving like we measure locally, okay, then something's got to be curving. So I say that it would have to be the light. It'd have to be the light refracting. So so I'm trying to think of a way. How could the light bend up? And the best thing I could come up with was that there's way more humidity in the ground. There's a gradient of humidity that ends like right past the clouds. And then I looked it up, and it just so happens water vapor is a pretty substantial amount less dense than the air. So
So
it's an explanation, right?
But that can only occur for relatively short periods, okay? Because
I agree.
I
think it would have to be it'd have to be very, very, very gradual, in my opinion. It'd have to be over super long distance, because we don't get density, we don't get refraction at 100 foot of water that we don't get at 10 foot of water. I mean, think about it.
Yeah. So I mean, the fact is, so if you've got more dense air over the less dense air, and if it heats up and becomes more dense again as it decreases, which is a possibility, but vertical is not the entirety of the story. The air can float to the side, and so it's a matter of how quickly can that lateral flow occur to get out of the way to let this less dense air move upwards. Now, so you can't get a direct exchange of the air packets that are vertically contiguous. You need to get sort of some fluid dynamic flow. And when you said it's all fluid dynamics, there is fluid dynamics in a lot of fluid dynamics in atmospheric physics. But it does include the fact that the atmosphere is obviously compressible. It's a compressible material, and its density does change.
I do agree with that. This would be an interesting experiment, just for the hell of it. This would be number 2. First, I'm gonna try the bottom of the lake thing, but let's stay. I mean, I've tried it in a barrel, but anyway, to prove it, I'd have to demonstrate it perfectly. But here'd be another one: is like to do an experiment. I could never go down to where a light stops. I don't have the means to do that. But if somebody could measure the distance light travels in water when light stops, or just do it at night. See, now that's one thing I could do. I could do it at night and do it like 2 feet under the water and see how far the light propagates, and then do it like 30 or 40 feet, maybe even 100 feet under the water and see how far light propagates. What do you think would happen? Just think for yourself one time. Don't think of what you learn in a fucking book. Think of what you think.
There's my understanding is that there would be a lot of energy loss. There would be more energy loss in the water. Therefore, the light would tend to travel. You would tend to be able to detect the light in a straight line from your source. You would stop detecting it a lot sooner underwater.
I know that, but wait, would it shrink with depth? Is my question.
I don't think that there would be a large variation with depth. It would depend on the turbidity of the water, right? The amount of particles, particulate matter that's suspended in the water, that would vary it. But actually, I think that it would tend to improve with depth. And the reason I say that is because water near the surface tends to be more oxygenated, tends to have more life forms in it, tends to be there's wave action, and there's more gradient. There's a sort of, it's more dynamic. And
so the light would refract upward then, right? What you're saying is the light would refract upward?
No, I'm saying that the light would not travel as far out laterally. That's all I'm saying.
It'd be worth doing, dude. There's some things you can't learn from Wikipedia. There's some things we're just gonna have to do ourselves, and that's one of them. And the distance.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that as well. Yeah.
Okay. It's been 4 hours.
I apologize, Tim.
Oh no, no,
That's long.
It's been great.
Oh.
I got a couple super chats here, and it includes a couple questions for Brian, if we can go through quickly. Flo Rida suggests to Brian to use a spreadsheet. That was for the math that we were going through earlier.
Yeah, next time, dude. This is the second time I fucking look like a dunce, dude.
Put it in a
Next
spreadsheet.
time I'll have my chart in front of me, bro. Anybody can do it. Work out the math. It's just a mathematical model. That's all.
Do it for every degree from 0 to 90. General E. Shady says, dude is no god. He's more likely a BS fairy. I think he was referring to the guy that had actually agreed to show up. Claims to be the actual physical incarnation of both Ra and Thoth.
Yeah, for everybody listening, I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Yeah, hold on. Brian, listen. Brian, just wait. Yes. Planar Walk. The guy that was supposed to be on claims that he is actually Ra and Thoth. But he couldn't somehow arrange his schedule. So
is that the god of the sun god and the lightning god, or what?
Yeah,
so Thoth is the god of knowledge, and Ra, as you say, is the god of the sun.
Yeah.
The god of knowledge didn't even know.
Yeah, last time he couldn't come on because his girlfriend had chores for him to do, and this time somebody brought him against his will to Vegas. Who could bring the god of light and wisdom to Vegas against his will?
Yeah, the question is, who would bring the god of Vegas?
That's the person I want on, because that person's kicked his butt.
I have a story actually, because the American Physics Society once held its annual general meeting, the big physics meeting in Vegas, and it was Vegas's worst week because the physicists simply wouldn't gamble because they knew on stuff where they knew the odds was against them. So Vegas learned a valuable lesson that particular week.
All right.
I just want to. I just like to know, like, does his girlfriend acknowledge that he's the god? He's Ra and Thoth?
No, probably not.
Nah, screw that, man. Next time, come to the debate, take the beat. Come to the debate, take the beat.
Yeah.
I want to say, Brian, that after my earlier intemperance, things got a lot more reasonable, and it was actually moderately fun talking to you. So
no, that was awesome. That was awesome for me. I appreciate it, man.
Okay.
Man Devil, and pause for laugh track, Tony, and C.
Fuck you, Man Devil. Yeah. That's fucking hilarious.
All right. X Penguin 95 says, by the way, one thing does get denser over time: Flurfs.
I would say that Flurfs break down into a number of categories. Some of them are willfully dense. Some of them just refuse to absolutely learn anything. They don't get any denser over time. They just refuse to absorb any knowledge. And I'm hoping that Brian at least learned something. He certainly seems to have. So,
what time is it? What time is it where you are, Brian?
It's 4:45, man. My wife is pissed.
And there's a child awake.
That's why she's pissed, bro.
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Warren Evans says you can have ice crystals at 200,000 feet or 37.8 miles. Look up noctilucent clouds.
yes.
All right. This is good. This is specifically for you, Brian. From
All right.
D Mouser says, Brian, are you alive? Yes or no?
Yep, alive and kicking, man. And let me say this. This is why I enjoy talking to Tony, man. It's like he doesn't go to. He's got enough brains and equations, math, where he doesn't have to deny the simple shit. He can get past the obvious and give you a good, reasonable answer. And he accepts, whether he agrees with it or not, he accepts, the possibilities of certain things for the sake of having a good, friendly debate, man. And that was awesome, man. I appreciate that.
I got one more question for you, Brian. From D Mauser again says, if you answered my question just before this, I thought you said you don't answer yes or no questions.
That was a trap.
I was
That was just a trap.
pissing him off, man. I was pissing him off, man. That's my test, dude. I pissed everybody off, man, before I calm down, man. But everybody, it does a lot about a person, man. Their ability to, remain cool under fire, and to me, that's a test for a lot of people, bro, including me. If I'm able to calm down, man, it says a lot about your character.
Well, I appreciate you explaining to me that you were just messing with me because, I got fired up. I'm infamous for having a bad temper, actually. So,
He's infamous for two things: bad temper, and what was the other one?
Boring people to sleep. Oh, yes, I fucking can. That's that.
I mean, there is one person
Wake
I've
up!
noticed.
Wake up, Toon! Wake up, Toon!
Oh my gosh, is this still going? Right.
I got 2 more days off, man. I got 2 more days off,
Right.
and I'm enjoying the shit out of them, I will admit.
We
That's my
should-
grandson in a Batman costume, man.
All right.
It's awesome being a grandfather, man, because you can borrow them and always give them back.
Ah,
I got 6 and 7 grandchildren. Love the grandchildren way more.
I mean, there is a reason why I don't have kids.
But
I
he
mean-
has, but he has grandkids.
time spent
Never
with
mind.
grandchildren is never time lost or wasted. So it's fantastic that you get to do that.
All right.
And there's actually multiple.
I got one more. Just came in. Flo Rida asks, why does water in Krylov towing tank curve 33 millimeters?
Wait,
Yeah,
say that
so-
one more time. That's got to be repeated.
Why does the water in Krylov towing tank curve 33 millimeters?
So I mean,
That's what do you call it? The damn edge of water is called the what do you call it?
the meniscus.
Meniscus.
So
Yeah,
the-
yeah.
So that unfortunately that isn't what's happening. So the towing tanks are particular maritime research facilities. In order to get the hydrodynamics properly correct for various hull geometries, a lot of money is spent on making these quite large towing tanks. Many hundreds of meters. 500 to 600 meters, so that sort of level. What they do is they drag a particular hull through the towing tank. In order to do that, they need a mechanical device that is capable of exerting a relatively uniform force as you drag the hull across. Now, the scale of these things is sufficient that 33 millimeter error, that 33 millimeter curvature, would throw out their hydrodynamic calculations. So these are large bodies of standing water in which the curvature induced by the gravitational field is actually measured. So that's what he's referring to there. That 33 millimeters is actually comports with our understanding of the curvature of the
Tony,
gravitational
I
field.
can see the screen you're reading through your glasses, brother. You need to adjust that reflection, man. I'm just kidding.
I thought there were too many. I am famous for a third thing, which is how often I say and nah. I tend to hesitate a lot when I'm talking. So if I
Well,
if
yeah,
I
that's the
speak
flat
without-
earther in me coming out, man. I'm counting the number of breaths, man.
All right.
But you should definitely look up the towing tanks because they're interesting, and I didn't know about them until recently.
Yeah. All right. One more from Magellan for 5 Singaporean dollars. Says hello from Singapore, traveling at Mach 1.3. Well,
he must be at latitude 10 or 12.
Singapore is right, just right off the equator. So.
Yeah.
All right.
Singapore.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, PhD Tony. Thank you, Planar Walk, for joining me. No thank you to the fake nut god, Rob.
He's not two gods.
Yeah,
you are selling him short. He's not one. He's not just not one god. He's not two gods.
He's not anything. He's just a terrible person that can't keep his word at all. Twice in a row.
Let me give my closing thoughts real quick, MC Toon. One
right.
thing, I'm gonna email you my number. Just text that number. I'll never ever call or text you ever. I'll give you my word on that, unless it's in response. I expect the same from you. If you ever need a gap filler, I always enjoy it. If I can do it, I'll do it. And I appreciate you putting up with me. And one question. If you don't have the fast answer, just give it to me next time, Tony. But what is the let's say for something about the way the ISS, let's keep it within a reasonable amount, like let's say a million pounds either way, just an estimate. What is the speed variant to keep the orbit at 250 miles? How much leeway do I have in speed? Let's say if it's moving 17,500 miles an hour, let's say from how far it's got to drop to how far can it accelerate? You know, next time I talk to you, if you could give me the answer to that of the speed gradient. Keep that orbit.
All right, I'll look into the speed gradient. If it's doing an elliptical orbit, then it must have a gradient of speed. So yeah, I'll look into the magnitude of that.
Isn't that something to do with Kepler's law?
Yeah, I'm sure it's probably easy to figure out, but I do got to go. Michael, I do appreciate it. I appreciate it, Tony and Plain. Thank you, man.
Planar walk.
Thank you.
Planar walk. Sorry, got you.
Just plain.
Yeah.
He feels he knows you well enough. He feels he knows you well enough.
Yeah.
Have you dyed your hair, or is you got a new camera or something? Your hair seems a lot darker, Planar Walk.
It's because if I were to hold on, there we go. That should.
Okay. All right.
Hold on. Let me just disable the. Let me re-enable NASA.
NASA gravity.
Give me a second.
You did it the complicated way. You didn't just move your camera. You did it using software.
There we go.
Because you're a show-off.
4, 3, 2.
Yeah, so I think it's the same color
Yes.
as usually is. I haven't
Yes.
dyed it. I am thinking about dyeing it for a huge video though. But that video is going to take a while to get sorted, and there's a few things I want to do before I get that video done. So that video may be a few months away. So wait, did Tony go to sleep?
No,
I think so. Yeah, he put himself to sleep.
I just wanted to quickly apologise to the two of you because I came over and just kept on talking and you guys instead of a word in edgewise once I joined the stream, so I apologise for that.
It's the smart people that should be talking, right?
Well, you guys are both smart, so I don't think you need to sell yourself short on any of that. I'm just a loudmouth. I think is the best explanation for what's going on.
I mean, the reason why I'm pretty sure the reason why MC2 wanted what's his name to shut up was because he's not that smart, but
I was surprised that Brian ended up being so reasonable when things were explained to him because
He did change a little. Yeah.
it seemed completely obdurate when you guys were talking with him. So maybe I'm just a successful bully. Maybe.
yeah, I was gonna say maybe you did the good cop bad cop stuff.
Could be. but he got much more reasonable later when I arrived. Anyway, sorry, I'll shut up.
Thanks. Yeah, it's time to go. It's 3 a.m. here, so I know they're on the other side of the underside. It's daytime, so
Not
thank you.
daytime, no.
What time is it there?
Well, for me, it's 6:30 in the evening in winter, so it's just past midwinter. So
Later walk.
dark.
Later walk.
It's only 8:30.
8 p.m.
Yes.
All right. Well, that sounds great. Thank you everybody for joining. It's been a trip. Thank you to Planer Walk and PhD Tony for entertaining us, and for Brian Lee for doing what he does. And we'll see you all next time. Bye.
Have we got a hangover yet?
That won't come for a while.
Hi everyone, how's everybody doing? If it didn't come through, Reed said, "What's up?" Joey's upstairs. Joey's doing really good. Let's see who's in the chat. Welcome, Recyclable Homestead, Greg Bryson, Justin Kirby, Ben Genetics, NB, and there goes the phone. And I put that thing down low. I have no idea how it happens every single time. NB Heritage Farms, Jijajubi, Best Yet Journey, LG Homestead, Grace Martin, Kimmy, Small Garden Dream, Lenora L, At Home with Sherry, Nate Mitch, Greg Bryson, Indiana Backyard Gardener, Daryl Hurley, Walsh Farms, Mrs. Puff, Vicky Bynum. This is awesome. A lot of people coming on in right now. Rambling with the Brums, and I'm going to say that wrong, and I feel like I do it every single time. Midnight Farmhouse, Jennifer Huckleby, welcome in Jen, Barbara Bartley, CB, Anna Nana, Garden 8B, SoundQuest Rob, JMJ's Activities, and I'm looking forward to getting my working out going. I really need to start working out. I keep on saying it, never do it. It's time to get my body moving. JMJ's Activities. Welcome, 546. Arsenic Element, Ted Pottle, Elf Family Garden. Wow, there's 35 already in the chat. Read. What's the name? Gale Southern Garden. Also, Coupon Gale. Gardner Josh, G Mama Grows. Fallen Arkansas Veterans. Susan Ramblins. Welcome everybody. Thank you everybody for coming on in. We're gonna have a great show today. We have a lot of stuff to give away. I'm so happy Rita's back. Joey did a great job last week. I'm ecstatic how well he did. So much improvement from the first time to the last time. You know, public speaking for a young kid is not the easiest thing, and he's getting better and better and better at it. So I'm very proud of my boy. If I miss anybody in the chat, I apologize. I'm not a great look at a chat the whole time and follow, so I really apologize. I try to keep things rolling. And we do have an agenda to get done in the 2 hours, and I want to do my best job doing it. So I apologize if I don't see anything. You are always welcome to email me anytime, and any kind of questions or anything, just feel free to email me. I left my email down below. So if anybody, there's my email. So if you win today, just make sure you email me ASAP. I really appreciate it. Let's see who else just came on in. Zombie Mom, Andrea, Crystal, the Yarny Chicken, and Crazy Cat Lady. Now, isn't that the longest name? I've been following Crystal a lot. She's an amazing woman. Welcome, Jim. Just Jim. I love that. Welcome, Where to Begin Homestead. Vanessa Russell, Larry Lewis, Raven Cat, The Obsessive Garden. This is awesome. So, first thing I want to, hey, Simply Jan is here. Simply Jan has been through a very rough period of time, and a lot of people donated to her brother-in-law that passed away. So I really appreciate all the donations, Simply Jan. Welcome, Idaho Garden Girl, Andale Homestead and Colony. Awesome. So I just want to say prayers to Simply Jan and everybody going through all the tough things that they're going through in life right now. It's not easy. I mean, even going to a store and seeing everything depleted, it's like, whoa, what's going on? You know, we know what's going on, but a lot of other people have no idea. And there's just so many things going on with COVID right now. Your loved ones passing away. Prayers to everyone. Uncle Al, hope you're doing well, Uncle Al.
I need to target something first.
And let me see what else we got. I want to say happy anniversary to Free Hanley Maid. Today is her wedding anniversary, so happy anniversary. I want to say happy birthday to Ellie Leva. So happy birthday, Ellie. Anybody whose birthday starting this month, I want to start sending seeds to, so they'll get a seed pack for their birthday. So if you can, just make sure you email me. I'll send you a pack of seeds. So if I don't send any, it starts in August. So I'm sorry for anybody in July. You just gotta wait. But if your birthday's starting in August, let me know. I'm starting to write down in my planner. I'm giving these away, a couple of these away today. And so I'm starting to write everything down in the planner for birthdays. So please send me your birthday if you can. I also want to say thank you to Arsenic Element. Arsenic Element donated some hot pepper seeds, and that is awesome. I really appreciate it. You know what thing about hot peppers? You really only need to grow one plant or two plants. It's not like you need 30, of the hottest peppers you could find. So, 1 or 2, 3 plants, that's more than plenty. Let me see what else we got. So thank you, Arsenic Element. I really appreciate it. In September, I got all the seeds and I'm starting to divide stuff up. And September seeds in a month, they're not for sale yet. Don't give me a donation for September yet because we're still working on August. But the September seeds in a month will be Gargamel, Dancing with Smurfs, Mickey Mouse, Little Red Riding Hood, Snow White, and MB Heritage Farms donated a whole bunch of seeds. It's the Mega Marley, and you know what? When you keep every year, you grow your own seed, and you isolate it to a certain section, and then you just keep on growing it. Grab the best tomatoes from there, and do it every year. Get the best tomatoes, the best tomatoes, the best tomatoes. You really have some quality seeds. So, in the September seeds of the month, that's going to be the 6 seeds, not 5, the 6. Thanks to MB Heritage Farms. with the Mega Marley. That's some, what kid wouldn't want to grow a Gargamel or a Dancing with Smurfs or a Mickey Mouse, right? And then you also got the Little Red Riding Hood. The Snow White's like it's not a red tomato. It's, it's like a white, yellow version kind of thing. And Snow, it's some awesome seeds. And, if you don't want those seeds, give them out to a family that would want to grow a tomato to a kid. It's very important to get our kids growing. So,
if you got received a sticker.
oh yeah, Arsenic Element. That is an awesome sticker. I looked at the envelope, and also when I put those in yellow envelopes too. So I put your seeds and I put them in another yellow, just like I do for seeds in a month. And all of a sudden I looked at them like, oh, look, a sticker. That was really awesome. That was a great job. I appreciate Arsenic Element. Thank you. I have it upstairs. I gotta, it's right where, when he came in, I gotta show you. It's definitely awesome. So today we're gonna go over 5 channels: Arsenic Element, Leah Leaves, NT Homestead, Coupon Gale, Idaho Garden Girl. I have two already. I'm looking for next week is Green Goddess Plants and Seeds and Paton's Pepper Powder.
Why is he
We'll go
talking
over-
about
I'll
fucking
figure out what
seeds?
to do for the next 2 or 3. I
What's up, guys? Welcome back to Newswave. So this week, Wednesday, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we do have Gamescom to look forward to, and it appears that several games starting to kind of hint and tease at their appearance for the event, with one tweet in particular setting the internet absolutely buzzing, and we're going to go over all of that here today. Also, we're going to talk about that new PlayStation 5 revision that appeared in a manual weeks ago online. Well, now the system itself is appearing online, and we're also going to talk about WWE 2K22. It had its official release month announced, and it was a bit surprising. Guys, if you enjoy these videos, make sure that like button helps out a ton, and if you're new here to the Spawn Wave channel, make sure you subscribe down below and ring that notification bell so you can keep up to date with all the uploads here on the channel. And we're going to start today with one of the games that will be at Gamescom, and I'm pretty excited for this one. We can head over here to Twitter. This from Jeff Keighley saying, Wednesday, Turtle Power. Tune into Gamescom opening night live for an announcement and world premiere new look at TMNT Shredder's Revenge. Now, this is exciting stuff because when we first saw Shredder's Revenge, I think a lot of us got excited because it's an immediate callback to something like Turtles in Time or Hyperstone Heist, that old school arcade action game with the turtles. And yeah, I'm very excited for this one. Now, it's still slated for 2021, so I'm expecting a release date here or an unfortunate delay into 2022. I'd like to think that we're maybe a month or 2 away from being able to play this game, but we'll see anyway on Wednesday. As for maybe gameplay and possibly a deep dive into it, I'd just like to see more about the game, and then maybe talks about multiplayer. They did mention that they have some stuff they would still like to go over when it comes to multiplayer, so maybe online co-op. There's a lot of things they could do there, and I'm hopeful for that. But right now, I just want to know when we can start playing this game. Also, here's a weird story that was unfolding all last week. It has to do with Soulja Boy and Atari. Now, apparently Soulja Boy was on a live stream. It was later posted up on YouTube and then around the internet, where he talked about his ownership of Atari. You can see this direct quote from PC Gamer saying, I own Atari, the first rapper to ever own a video game company. Soulja Boy adds that Atari is apparently going to buy the Soulja Boy console company for a cool $140 million. I signed 2 deals with Atari. We're gonna take it to the next level, know what I'm saying. And then, well, Atari decided, wow, a lot of people are talking about Soulja Boy owning us, so let's just put this tweet out here to kind of get rid of all of those rumors where they said, we know that CEO of Atari is a dream job, but that honor belongs to Wade Rosen. You know, I would really like to explain to you what's going on here, but it's as nonsensical to me as it probably is to you right now. If you've heard about this for the first time just now, who knows? I mean, maybe, I guess Soulja Boy woke up and was like, you know what, I would like to be in headlines today. I own Atari. Maybe next week he'll own EA, who knows? Oh, and Madden 22 reviews started to hit the internet. This came out, last week, and they're not going over that well. Go figure. We can see this over on Metacritic as an example, where we are waiting for more and more reviews to come in for different systems, but it looks like the Xbox Series X version is currently posting a 67 and a 0.8 on the user score. Something that was kind of funny, I had this pointed out to me, and yeah, it was a bit of a laugh, was over on IGN's review on YouTube, it looks like it was getting downvoted pretty bad. They gave it a 6, which, I mean, with how modern review scales are now, most people consider that just bad. But according to a lot of people in the comments, that's not bad enough for Madden. People are looking for like 2s and 3s. I mean, the game is at least functional, so I guess for most with the review scale now, it's going to be above a 5. But I think a lot of people now are they're just fatigued on Madden. I mean, I see most people who are usually big fans of Madden don't even really talk about it in like the best terms currently, and they're thinking about things like, oh, when can 2K come in and make a football game? Well, right now it appears they're going to do something more on the arcade side, and I guess maybe next year we'll see more about that, but that's still 2K. Like, they'll work the microtransactions and they'll try to do yearly releases similar to EA. I'd just be more interested in the competition, because right now it doesn't seem like EA is feeling much like really pushing things here, with Madden 22 being the latest example. And guys, with some of the quick news out of the way, let's get into the bigger stuff. Let's start right away with a couple of games that could be at Gamescom. One seems like a lock, the other one I'm not so sure about, but let's start with the one that I do expect to be at Gamescom, and that is a new Saints Row game. But it's not going to be like Saints Row the 5th. No, this appears to be a full reboot of the series, which I think is a good idea, because the series, while I do still find Saints Row to be fun, I do kind of see it getting maybe a little stale or kind of running its course in its current form. But if we go over to the website now for saintsrow.com, we can see we have like kind of the wall with graffiti on it, and then it just says rebooting directly in the middle. And we have also seen the Twitter account also start to tweet things out kind of around the idea of a reboot, and being shown at Gamescom on Wednesday. Now, this is going to be from Deep
Oh,
Silver,
it's actually not the last one missing. I'm still
alongside
missing 2.
Nordic. And the thing with Saints Row, we've had Saints Row released through several ports recently, right? Like, I mean, there was a lot of talk around the Switch. We also had kind of remasters of Saints Row. But for the most part, what we had, Gat Out of Hell, that was 2015. Saints Row 4 was 2013. Saints Row 3 2011. So if you go back to just the numbered and you kind of take Gat Out of Hell out of the picture, we really haven't had a new Saints Row game since 2013. Like, so it's been a while, and it makes sense that they would possibly be working on maybe looking at the franchise in a different light, because for the longest time we would have Saints Row games come out every 2 to 3 years, and Grand Theft Auto games were coming out a lot then as well, and Saints Row was pretty much a way to make fun of the Grand Theft Auto game itself. I mean, they had a lot of kind of jabs at Grand Theft Auto, but since then it's been pretty quiet, since GTA 5 has existed forever now, it feels like. So maybe Volition's looking at Saints Row and saying, you know what, maybe we could do a full reboot of the series. And that's the part I'm really curious about. Would they go back and maybe take a more serious tone with Saints Row? Because Saints Row's always been off the wall, zany, and they would just have a ton of fun, and yeah, at times it'd just be completely supernatural with some of the stuff it was doing, but it was always doing it trying to get a laugh, right? Be over the top. But would they go back and try to take a more grounded approach with Saints Row? And would fans of the Saints Row series down through 4 and Gat Out of Hell be alright with that? Or do they like kind of the over-the-top nature that we've had recently? Because, I mean, there's a void right now to be filled with GTA 5 being around since, you know, 2013 is going on its 3rd generational release. So maybe there are people who are like, well, we're not getting GTA 6 anytime soon, but this new serious-looking Saints Row could be the next best thing. So I do fully expect to see an announcement for a Saints Row reboot on Wednesday. So exciting stuff for that one. And then the big thing there will be, when's it coming out? Probably 2022. I don't think it's going to come out this holiday if they're announcing it, you know, in August. So look forward, I guess, to that. It could be even earlier 2022. It doesn't have to go all the way until next holiday. But the other one was very interesting because I don't know if this is really going to be a thing. I kind of feel like people are reading maybe a bit too far into it. But the timing, you know, is what got people really talking and speculating on the idea of Resident Evil 4 Remake. Yeah, let's take a look on Twitter. This was posted up by Resident Evil saying 4 itchy tasty. Now, this is from a log in Resident Evil 1. It's infamous in the series. The thing that was catching a lot of people off guard was 4. Why is there a 4 there? And that's what's created a lot of talk and a lot of people coming up with their theories around this. I do kind of think they're maybe just posting it up for fun, because from what we heard with Resident Evil 4 Remake through different rumors and speculation, all this, It sounded like there were some issues behind the scenes. Could have been related to the pandemic where a lot of remote work had to take place kind of, out of nowhere at the time. But it appeared that they had to kind of shift their vision and reboot the series, or at least the game that they were doing based on Resident Evil 4 and kind of the series as they went along. So I'm not sure if this game would even come out in 2022, so I don't know why they would look to reveal it at Gamescom. We've seen a lot of these Resident Evil games get revealed with Sony. So, like, if Resident Evil 4 Remake was going to get revealed, I would expect it, like, next year in 2022 to set up a 2023 release and be in, like, a Sony state of play. So I hate to be a wet blanket on this one, but I'm not expecting Resident Evil 4 Remake at Gamescom, but a Saints Row reboot I am expecting. So either way, it should be a lot of fun. We're seeing TMNT and a new Saints Row game, and who knows what else Jeff Keighley has in store for us there. So exciting stuff for Wednesday. Next up, let's talk about a new PlayStation 5 system revision that appears to have now gone on sale. This was made reference to in a manual that was posted up online out of Japan, and we've been kind of anticipating this system to hit store shelves, will really online retailer shelves and then get swooped up by bots. But nonetheless, we do have some images of the system, as well as that screw that has apparently been changed now, which we can see this over on VGC. This is via press start, where we can see some of the images here that does include the model number, which now is CFI 1102A. And the big change here, which you can see, was the screw. Now the screw on the bottom that holds up, for the stand that you would then shift around depending on
That you would lose.
PS5 standing up or laying on its side, was something that you would get like a flathead screwdriver out, and you'd have to unscrew it there, or I guess you could use technically a coin if you needed to. But it wasn't as, I guess, convenient as people would like, and Sony obviously took the feedback and recognized this because they added this kind of plastic cap to the top of it. It still has that spot for a flathead screwdriver, but with the rivets on the side, it does appear to be something you would then be able to hand tighten and loosen. And you can see some of the documentation here from the Japanese manual, but the other difference is that it's 300 grams less than the original hardware. The original manual that we saw online had to do with the digital PlayStation 5. This one, though, is the base PS5 that would take a disc and all that. So it does appear that this is just going to be a sweeping change across the board. And again, the biggest difference will be that screw being, I guess, able to be changed out a bit easier on the fly. Although I feel like most people, they set their PS5 up and then they don't really touch it. I mean, it's massive as it is, so I don't think people are just carrying it around or anything like that. And they're hard to find, so I feel like people are even just afraid to touch their PS5, really. But I don't know if this was a massive issue for most people. It's just nice that Sony decided, hey, let's revise this a bit and make it a bit more practical. Now, there have also been some reports that Sony would be moving to a smaller fabrication for the chip inside the PS5, which I guess would benefit them from better yields and more chips out the other end of the factory, which would then enable them to create more systems. Sony is trying to figure out all of this with a very popular system and this whole chip shortage thing. They need to figure out their supply chain, obviously, and that's what they're working towards. This just appears to be a revision that they were already working with, and here we are now with a different type of PS5 that's then also going to morph once again as we go into 2022. So if you have not picked up a PS5, most likely in the coming months you'll be able to get one where it's a bit easier to tighten and untighten that screw without a screwdriver. Next up, let's talk about Call of Duty and Activision, specifically what all of their studios are up to, because this article started to make the rounds and people weren't too happy about it because it does appear that basically all of Activision studios are just working on Call of Duty, whether that be Warzone or Vanguard. This isn't too surprising to me, but nonetheless, let's head over here to VGC, where they say Activision confirms all its core studios are now working on Call of Duty. Some 2,000 employees are thought to be developing the series. Development of Vanguard is led by Sledgehammer Game, with Treyarch handling zombies and Raven leading Warzone. Additional development support across the two games from Beanox, High Moon Studios, Activision Shanghai, and Toys for Bob. Now, there is a bit more talk around Toys for Bob maybe also doing some other work elsewhere while running support here for Call of Duty and Warzone. Kind of the same for Sledgehammer, as they may look past Call of Duty after Vanguard has shipped. But again, this shouldn't really surprise anyone, as Call of Duty is the big moneymaker for Activision. They need to make sure Call of Duty gets out this year, and they need to make sure that Warzone, which is massive right now for them, continues to get updates. And they're also working on development of a mobile Call of Duty game, and just it's all Call of Duty there, basically. So unfortunately, that means, yeah, anything that maybe Toys for Bob was considering, maybe even pitching, that could be around Crash Bandicoot, for example, or Spyro, that's going to go on the back burner for a bit now. But we'll see what happens when Call of Duty Vanguard releases in a couple of months here, that maybe as we go into 2022, Activision will look around and say, let's try something that's not Call of Duty. And then they'll probably just develop Call of Duty all over again. And in our last bit of news, let's talk about WWE 2K22. Now, they missed last year with a new WWE game, and a lot of us assumed, okay, well, if they're missing last year, they're taking the time off because they want to revamp or work on the series a bit more, and then I'm sure they'll come out with a brand new one this October or November, 2K22, and then they'll be back to business as usual, releasing on a yearly schedule. Well, we had the official trailer release that had the reveal for when the game is coming out, and it surprised me. Really, it did, because I thought it was going to be coming out in a couple of months here. No, it appears to be releasing next year in 2022. Now, it's not like late into next year. According to the website and then the trailer they released, it's coming out in March. Now, the trailer footage they showed, it looked a lot better. The in-game models look better. I'm not 100% sure on the gameplay yet, because we haven't seen them sit down and actually play it and talk about the controls, or maybe a new grappling system or striking system, counters, there's a lot that goes into these different wrestling games. But it does appear there could actually be a strain on the relationship between WWE and 2K. At least that's according to Sports Gamers Online, where they say SGO has learned that there's been infighting regarding direction of the game. 2K Sports and WWE have been going back and forth on pushing back WWE 2K22 since almost immediately after the game was announced. Most of those within WWE wanted the game to release in its normal Survivor Series window. Those from 2K Sports and Visual Concepts, on the other hand, pushed hard for a delay of the launch. I mean, we saw what happened with the last release, that being 2K20, the bugs, the glitches. It became more meme-worthy online than actually playing the game. That's what was getting passed around, not like, oh, look how cool this TLC match ended up being, right? Someone off the ladder all the way up to the top, and it fell through a bunch of tables. Stuff you'd only see in a video game, right? But no, it was more or less, actually, stuff you would only see in a video game with some of the glitches and weird things that were going on. So it's not great to have your game and your brand just kind of laughed at because of the technical issues in it, but that's where we are right now with these different wrestling games. See, I think their biggest issue here, because part of it is, they're apparently butting heads over the idea of some of the wrestlers in the game now are outdated, because WWE has been letting a lot of their talent go over the past several months. So there are characters in there that aren't actually with the company now, but really, the way they should be looking at this is, instead of trying to do a yearly release for these WWE games, they need to drop the yearly 2K stuff at the end and go back to what they used to do, which was just different names for it that they came up with, like SmackDown Shut Your Mouth, Here Comes the Pain, Day of Reckoning, right? Like, that made a lot more sense and was way more memorable. Like, who really remembers WWE 2K17, right? The only reason I remember 2K18 is because it was so bad on the Switch. But, I mean, how many people remember No Mercy, right, from the 64? Or, again, Here Comes the Pain. It's just that those titles bring back a ton of nostalgia and memories over these yearly numbers. And, I mean, let's face it, we're in the era right now of live services and just constant updates. You don't have to release a game every single year when you can release DLC and extra content as you are then also working on the next big wrestling game in the background. It just seems very short-sighted to consistently do yearly releases when clearly Visual Concepts needs more time to work on these different games. But we'll see what happens in March when 2K22 drops. And before we go to the comment of the day, we'll take a little poll that I posted up yesterday where I asked, how old does a video game system need to be for you to consider it retro? 13% said at least 10 years old, which that would make the 3DS retro then, so I'm not 100% sure on that one, but 25% said at least 15 years old, 53% said at least 20 years old, and then 9% said more than 25 years old. Now, I put this poll up because over the weekend I did a video on the Xbox 360. It's turning 16 in November, and I said, you know what? This is Microsoft's retro system. Not everyone agreed with that one, but I mean, I thought about it a bit and said, all right, well, 4 years ago, a lot of people were saying the GameCube was retro when it was 16 years old. So, like, the 360 is that same age now, and yeah, I would say it's probably retro. And we'll finish up with the comment of the day as you're seeing here. This is from Dude saying, I'd actually like an Oblivion remaster, remake, or port. And I think there is going to be a future where Bethesda goes back and gets one of their older Elder Scrolls games, probably not all the way back to the beginning, but starting with like Morrowind, and bringing that up to their newer engine, the one we're seeing with Starfield right now. And I mean, this could be a decade plus in the distance, since Elder Scrolls 6 probably is going to be out for a while, but I think the idea of them going back and doing a remake of something like Morrowind would be really cool. I know Oblivion is still a fan favorite, but like, let's face it, Morrowind kind of needs that treatment. And I mean, it's cool to see the fans go back, and they have done remakes or like bringing them into like Skyrim, for example, through modification tools. But like for Bethesda to go back and really remake it in the new engine, I think would be really, really cool to see. And I mean, grabbing Morrowind and bringing that up would probably be a new experience for a lot of people then anyway. And ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna do it here for Newswave. If you enjoyed this video, guys, hit that like button, really helps out. If not, hit the dislike. Leave comments down below about everything we talked about here today, whether it's Gamescom coming up on Wednesday, you're excited for Saints Row getting a reboot, or TMNT, or are you holding out for that Resident Evil 4 remake surprise? Let me know about that one. Also, what about the PlayStation 5 new system revision with the new screw? And then WWE 2K22. Are you surprised that it's not going to be around for this holiday and they're pushing it to next year? And how should they go about these wrestling games now going forward? Thanks guys for watching, and I'll see you next time.
What's this? Oh my god. From WoW to Final Fantasy 14. Sorry, I like the thumbnail. I don't know if the thumbnail is gonna, if it keeps better than the thumbnail. Oh shit. The WoW refugee shit. Oh man! Can anybody give me some animal power? The mages aren't buffed again! Oh, sucks. I spent all my money on store mounts. Oh! Wow. Let's pause right there. So it's so funny to me, like how bad things are going for WoW. And do you want to know really the truth? I'm glad, because they have put these systems, these incompetent, stupid fucking developers and designers have put these systems in the game for years, and I am glad that people are calling it out for what it is. Game's fine, guys. Oh boy. Wow. Okay. He just blows up into a bunch of WoW tokens. Oh my god. I'm new to watching Asmongold, Gold, so I don't feel like able to create my own meme. So feel free to create your own memes with this meme template I created. Okay. Yeah, that's great. Let me see here. Marilla, Buflaga, Moonbrita. Actually true. Yeah, very true. What's this one here? I hope I get suspended for that. I really do. I hope I get suspended for that. That would be so fucking funny. That would be hilarious if I got suspended for that. Okay, let's see here. Finally, family never turned their back on waifus. Oh my god. The petting the cat girl thing is like, oh man. Like, I feel like we've really kind of gone off the edge with that, huh? Like, you know what they should do? They should have it to where, like, if you are in a party with another cat girl, you can actually pet them on their head and their ears will go up and down. Here's the worst thing about the cat girl thing, is that I said so the hottest thing and the cutest thing about cat girls was whenever they would move their ears up and down. And so somebody in chat, whenever I said that, it's like, so you mean the cat part? And I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god, that's the, oh no, that is the cat, that is, oh no. I have no words, what the fuck is this guy on? Asmongold revealed and Endwalker Zeppelin reaction. Sorry, I have to unsubscribe. I can't handle this fake Asmongold faking. He even liked the game. It's all about money. He's playing Final Fantasy 14. He's not even near to play good as you play, Zeppla. And get carried on through all the hard content he done. He's not a true fan. People come from WoW to Final Fantasy 14 not because of him, was because all the shit they've been going throughout with Blizz. At least they have been moving to other games. Do you see Yoshida honored Asmongold and not you? Wait. He thought the reveal, he thought the editing was real. He thought Yoshida actually gave me an in-game character. Let's see here. Asmongold revealed in Walker's Zeppel reaction. What's this?
Wait, no. Don't play with my heart like that. What are you talking about?
One more thing before the CEO arrives.
Okay.
We have a video, so please check it out.
Wait. No.
What is this? What is this?
Wait.
That's what I think it is.
Okay.
Oh my god!
The bunny ears? Oh my fucking god.
Oh my god!
What? This is the...
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Oh my god! What the hell?
Look.
What?
This is whenever she reacted to the male bunny thing, right? This is what it was? I'm just trying to get it right.
I can't believe it!
Yes? Okay.
I can't believe it! It's happening! It's real! It's really happening! Please leave me alone.
Jesus Christ.
Wait,
This is... Okay.
well. Pretty interesting day already.
Okay, I cannot watch another minute and a half of this. I'm gonna be fucking honest. I cannot fucking watch another minute and a half of this. That's great, this is funny. However, yes, I put on that, it's fine, it's okay, it's high quality. Yes, sure, it's too fucking much, okay? So, to me, he's just like Trump. If I haven't pre-ordered Endwalker, I would probably give more time where this shit show will end up. Final Fantasy makes me want to quit the game. Seriously, that proving to me that money talking louder for Yoshida. Let's see how Final Fantasy 14 becoming the new WoW trash can emoji. Most of every Asmongold cover its work from just someone else that did research. I think he's saying that I reacted to a video. This is crazy. OnlyFans after banning explicit content. The thing is, like, OnlyFans, this is what I said, like, how is OnlyFans gonna ban porn? As I said, like, that's like KFC banning chicken. Oh, McDonald's isn't gonna sell Big Macs anymore. You can't go in there with a Big Mac anymore. Yeah, like, what do you mean? Let's see here. What's the rest of these? I laugh more at this than I should. Asmongold Fresh Classic WoW. This is like an orphan wishing his parents come back for Christmas. Dad will be back from smokes from the corner store real soon, okay? What is this?
Come on, Dominic! Come on! Come on!
Dude, these...
Not going on.
I've never seen any of these movies beyond, like, the first two.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Wait, the car's flying? Oh my god. Are these movies good anymore? Like, I have no idea if they are or not. Like, are they good and they're awful? Like, so the last one that I watched was Tokyo Drift. And, like, I don't know when that came out, like 2009 or something. I have no idea. The first Fast and Furious movies were good. The best one, yeah, maybe. It's been so long. I mean, like, when did that even, yeah, it was so long ago. It's like, how many of these are they gonna make, man? The absolute state of Blizzard Entertainment. What's this here? Not yet released. Not yet released. Not maintenance mode. Lost over half its players. Somehow still popular. Maintenance mode. LOL. Warcraft 3 Reforged. Diablo 4, not yet released. Not yet released. Diablo 3 is in maintenance mode. StarCraft 2 is in maintenance mode. StarCraft Remasters is in maintenance mode. Blizzard Arcade Collection, that's also really in maintenance mode. So, this is not wrong.
Yeah.
How is it that they have so many games in maintenance mode? Like, that's really the question that I'm wondering here. Like, how do you have that many games that are sitting in maintenance mode? Don't you feel like at a certain point, like after you're maintaining enough games, like what are you doing besides that? It just sucks, man. Like, honestly, it's just fucking sad. Asmon and his cactus mount. Do I want to watch a video of somebody riding something that looks like a cactus? Ooh, this is a pretty dangerous one. Let's do it. Oh, it's a UFO. Fuck, dude, I knew they were real. Oh my god. What the fuck, dude? I gotta show this to my mom, man. She's not gonna believe it. I actually, you know what I wanted to do? This is like a long time ago. Is I wanted to start a YouTube channel, and it was purely a conspiracy YouTube channel to spread misinformation. That's all it is. Like, you know, the titles are in all caps lock with, like, you know, Hans Zimmer music playing, and it like has, you know, white text on a black background, and it's like dying NASA scientist explains how the Illuminati is hiding inside of the middle of the earth, and the China flew to the sun at night and they were able to land because it was cooler at night, and they obtained a miniature sun, and they're gonna use it on America. And so you have to buy these prepper things. You know, I really wanted to do that, right? And just fuck with people. But I never really did because it was just, it required effort, right? And so it didn't happen. Let's see here. Activision Blizzard.
Can't hide bottles in your desk. Too hard to drink openly in the office. Stop. You need the goon suit. The goon suit looks like any other suit.
Okay.
But carries liters of cask wine seamlessly in the lining.
The goon bag.
In through a special valve.
Oh.
And a mouthpiece disguised as a pen lets you drink with impunity. Deep in thought in that meeting or kicking goals in that job interview. They'll never know you're really drinking goon. No more awkward bottles.
That's
Call
good.
And get the free goon suit phone attachment.
That's really smart. Holy shit.
Call, but you're really drinking goon. And for a limited time only, you'll also receive the Goon Suit coffee cup. It looks like a regular coffee cup, but you put booze in it.
Oh, that's good. Why did nobody think about that before? Holy fuck. That's smart, man. All right, let's look at this. Asmongold Bald put a lot of time into this. I'm posting it again. Hope you all like it. Holy shit. Damn. See, the sad thing about this, like, I'm going to be honest with you guys, is the fact that this character has the hairstyle that I wanted to have whenever I was younger. And you know, I back in the day, I wanted to have a hairstyle, like, let me go ahead and show you. This is the hair that I wanted to have. I was gonna grow my hair out really long like this. I was. And it was gonna be fucking awesome. It was gonna be amazing. And honestly, like, I had, and this is back whenever, so this is right whenever they added the barbershop into WoW. You gotta understand this. Like, they had just added the barbershop into WoW, and I had immediately gone and changed my hair to that stupid ass fucking hairstyle that everybody thinks is dumb as hell. Well, anyway, that's what I wanted to go with. I wanted to go with a hairstyle like this. Unfortunately, life had other plans for me, and I had to moderate that and modify that a little bit. Me and the boys in WoW, and me and the boys in Final Fantasy. See, this is exactly what I was talking about. That a guy playing a cat girl is probably less weird in Final Fantasy than a guy playing a human female in World of Warcraft. And I know that sounds crazy, but I feel like in Final Fantasy it's just so ridiculous that it's just all bets are off, everything is completely off the fucking table, and it's just crazy, man. You know something? I'm a bit of an artist myself. Every time it brings up MS Paint. Listen, every MS Paint drawing that I do, I think I want to save every single one of them because I think that they're just so great. And they're so well designed. They're so well put together. And like the skill and time that I put into these is just on the next level, man. Make them NFTs. That's actually a really good idea. I could take the MS Paint drawings that I do on my stream and I could sell them as NFT. What the fuck? That's... Okay, let's see. Mom, can we get a new Grinch toy? Mom, we have Grinch toys at home. Grinch toys at home? That is such a bad picture. Like, that's such a bad fucking picture. Like, I cannot express how bad of a picture that is to me. I'm not a fan. But I am a fan, however, of this. This is actually quite good. This is a, there are a lot of these, aren't there? Like, I didn't realize how much fan art there was of the Final Fantasy characters. This is great. And the thing is, I bet now there's more of it because of my stream. Wash gear, what's this here? Wash gear? Why would I wash my gear whenever I've got a clean drip? Wait, what? He actually did. If you talk to him at the airship boarding area, forgot when, he'll make a comment about how he couldn't wash the blood no matter how hard he tried. Wait, dude, this is my guy, man. What can I say? This is my fucking guy. Didn't know that? Yeah, I didn't either. Yeah, this guy's fucking amazing. I love him. He's one of my favorite characters. New WoW co-lead plays WoW. We should play Final Fantasy together. You're right. Yeah, I think that the new guy right here, Mike Your Bar, quick. I'm really happy about him. I am. I think that it's good. We have somebody who talks about video games, and he's a leader of a company that's about video games. Imagine somebody who works at a company who plays video games. Imagine that. Check out who won the Jumbo Cactpot on our server this week. Well, I wonder what they won. That is good. That is good. I like that a lot. Let's see here. Haven't seen Asmon this happy in a while. Yeah, I'm not surprised that you like this one. Ah! No!
That was really cool. Yeah, that was really cool.
Oh shit! Piece of shit! God damn it! Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that was pretty bad. I did actually get scared there.
Is there a way to turn off the sound? This is the furry spectrum. So this is pretty much it, right?
Everybody memed on me about that, but it's true.
Are you fucking kidding me? It's up.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
There's so many fucking people. Dude, that day was so crazy. Oh my fucking god.
Oh my god, look at them all.
Yeah, that was just so cool. I love that. Overview of the original Blizzard leads and game designers that are left and are still there. Wow. That's a lot of fucking people that are gone. And, look, again, like, it's just, the game is what it is, and there's nothing else really more to say about it, right? I mean, like, I don't know if it's ever going to get better. I really don't know. But as I said, I think that if they just bring in new people, like, this is not necessarily a bad thing. I don't necessarily think that having the same people work on the game for 15 years is inherently good or inherently bad. It depends on what the game is and the state of the game. Because plenty of times people have taken an IP and made it better over time. You don't need to have the same people. There's often times where, like, I mean, and this is like something I think people have learned with Classic WoW and Burning Crusade, is that the game was not as good as people remembered it. It just wasn't. The only reason why people thought it was that good is because they don't know as much about the game. They didn't know as much about the game as they do now. Whereas, like, now,
everybody knows everything about the game, and you don't have that type of, like, you know, natural experience. So whenever you go back and you see Classic WoW for all of the flaws that it had and problems that it's had, I think that it does keep in mind that a lot of these kinds of things are, they're not necessarily set in stone in terms of, like, are these games good or, like, or whatever. Because I think Classic WoW and Burning Crusade aged relatively well, but there were a lot of things about them that did not age well. Found this magnificent Moogle, standing around. What the? Oh my god. Who does this? Aethers on Asmongold. Okay, I'll watch this.
Asmongold next.
We only need one more.
What's this?
One more book.
Asmongold. Let me see whether I got anything for Asmongold.
It's okay to be grey. No, it's not. You can improve today, right now, at this Arthur's Bootcamp. Just go to twitch.tv/Arthurs to find out more.
Okay.
He'll be waiting.
Okay. Let me say something right now, alright? I'm gonna be able to do just fucking
I
fine,
think
alright?
I think this is the Asmongold's next stop. Learning how to do its rotation. Put on your fucking shirt on your hotbar, man. Okay? Put your shirt on your hotbar, man. Dude, when he put away the shirt off his hotbar, I legit has got emergency air raid.
Look, that's not what's going to happen, all right? I will eventually be able to figure out what my other abilities do, but it will take a while for that to happen, okay? It will take probably quite a long time for that to happen. But one day I will learn how to use my abilities. I don't know when that's going to be, however. Andrew Cuomo accepts leadership position at Activision Blizzard. Now, I saw this picture, okay? I saw this one already, so it's not going to fool me. However, the first time that I saw it, I actually clicked on the article and I was like, hold up, wait a minute, what the fuck is this? And then, yeah, it turned out to be bullshit, okay? Yeah, it turned out to be bullshit. But he's going to be on the balance team? I have no idea, okay? Obviously, it's not happening. It's a joke. Bold 2000. You guys need to understand. Whenever Bold 2000, whenever Bold... this is what's going to happen. This has now become Elbridis, the boss in Bloodborne. Like, my Chocobo has evolved into an Eldritch Abomination that is it's a boss in Bloodborne. It's one of the old ones, one of the great ones. This is amazing. I love this. I'm looking at you, mentors currently watching. Skip Stormblood. Change your settings to mine. Log out to watch trailer. Do midnight level. Change to gem. So, the only ones that really annoy me are the change your settings to mine. Because, yeah, there's people that, like, they'll get mad at me for not wanting to use the same settings that they do, okay? It's fucking obnoxious, alright? No, I don't want to be an Asmongold's inventory. Listen, and this is, so, these fit together. Look, see, guys? Look at this right here. Ready to the big oops? Oh, God. I love this, man. Oh, I fucking love this. Wow. The community has been banned. This is exactly the way that I would have imagined it. If McConnell ever tries Final Fantasy and doesn't go Paladin. So, I have a good reason to believe that if McConnell playing Final Fantasy was a raid boss, it could actually be below 50% health right now. It could be below 50% health. We'll see what happens. I don't know what class McConnell would play. It could be a samurai. I think samurais are fucking cool. Samurais are basically, Eastern paladins. In a lot of ways. Actually, I never really thought about that. Yeah, you know what? That actually... What the fuck? Bro, that's crazy. Yeah, I never really thought... Oh my god. Blizzard reacts to toxic streamer earning mount in Final Fantasy 14. What is this? That's a good idea. What do I got? Fuck yes, man. And, I'm so happy. Yeah. I'm so happy I got this channel. Fuck you. I'm very, very satisfied. Oh, come on. Patrick's the Frostmourne, the director's cut. Okay, here we go.
Now you try. First get a job.
Patrick, that's the Frostmourne.
What the fuck?
Yes.
Yes. The fountain drink freezes. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is this, dude? Better than a WoW story, not gonna lie? True. Oh my god. There it is. What was that? It's a random picture of an owl. Oh, this is so good. Oh my god. Summon them into Krusty Krab. It's so good. The editing skills are just so it's amazing. Oh my god. Sintragosa? Wow. Jesus! Destroying the Krusty Krab? Oh my fucking god, this is so ridiculous. Bikini Bottom's shitting himself? True. Did he kill Squidward? Oh wait. Oh, SpongeBob. SpongeBob Sylvanas. Oh my god. Mr. Krabs? What happened to his eyes?
You need a job.
Oh god. Okay. We have to go back and we have to watch the fucking Ashbringer one. Because the Ashbringer one is probably one of the greatest videos of all time.
We're gonna open a jar. Easy. Now you try. First get a jar.
It's so good.
Patrick, that's it.
Yes.
In my opinion, I think this is the best one. Like, the Frostborn one's really good, but this one is just like... It's just completely over the top. Like, what? Wait for it, wait for it. The fucking sun going down. This is what Ret Paladins believe. See, this is... Oh my god, it's so ridiculous. And this isn't even the best part. The best part's coming. It's so ridiculous. Right here. This is it. It's so beautiful. Right here, boys. Fucking mouth. It's just, it's... This is what Paladins feel like whenever they hit level 40. Right here. Oh my god.
You need a job.
This is the. Yeah, it's just like the mount is just like it's so. This is what paladins, as I said, this is whenever paladins are thinking about how good they are and stuff like that. This is where they're at. Back at it again. Gentlemen, another day. I've been hearing a lot about some forces, some battles, some bosses, some things that I'm going to be doing very soon.
Hello, you absolute legends. In 2017, the most expensive video game ever sold cost $30,000. It was a mint condition, sealed copy of the original Super Mario Bros. In 2021, the most expensive video game ever bought cost $2 million. But this was a very special game. Oh, actually, it was the same game. That's an increase of over 6,000% for the same game in just 4 years. Something very strange is happening in the world of video game collecting.
Yep, scamming.
Headlines are flooding the internet.
Very,
despite
very
new
bad
records set
scamming.
for insane prices. But this is an extremely recent phenomenon, and one that seems to have arisen overnight. For the past several decades, video game collecting has honestly been pretty niche. Truly dedicated collectors seemed to be few and far between, and even if they did amass a respectable collection, there was little fame to be gathered from it. In contrast to something like the art world, where collectors represent the richest of society, flaunting their lavish purchases, video game collecting was mostly done by the purest of heart. Regular gamers, nerds in the truest sense, who were just so passionate about the hobby that they were happy to spend whatever spare cash they could scramble together to acquire a cart here or there, often as cheaply as they possibly could. Video game collectors weren't rich, but they didn't need to be either. Retro video games were never that expensive, therefore basically anyone could do it. And that was one of the great things about it. All you really needed was passion and time. But in 2018, something happened that would change everything. The launch of a company called Wata Games. This was no ordinary launch, and Wata is no ordinary company. There is a select group of very wealthy, very powerful people who are pulling the strings behind this recent spike in video game prices, and those same people are making money hand over fist. When I heard the news of a $1.5 million Super Mario 64, this seemed too ridiculous for me to ignore. I knew there had to be more to this story than meets the eye, and boy, was I not wrong. This rabbit hole is deep. The bubble we are seeing in video games has been seen before in other collectibles for almost half a century. And the crazy thing is that each time it happens, the same people are involved. They know exactly what they are doing, and they know how to extract as much money as possible from suckers who believe the headlines. There is a lot of shady stuff going on, and you won't believe what I've found. This entire situation is fraught with unethical business practices, deception, collusion, and even fraud. By the end of this video, you will know exactly why this is happening, who is causing it to happen, and what needs to be done to stop it. I really hope you enjoy. Now, before we get into the specific details about how this entire racket works, there are some concepts that I want you to be familiar with so that you can better understand the context. The first is the difference between the intrinsic and extrinsic properties of an object and how they relate to perceived value. Intrinsic properties lie within the object itself. For example, if we were to examine a painting, the intrinsic properties would be the materials it was made of, and also, of course, how the painting actually looked. The extrinsic properties would be the relationship the artwork had with everything else. Who it was painted by, when it was painted, the context in which it was painted, and how sought after the piece is are all important qualities. When it comes to perceived value, it is the extrinsic qualities of a collectible that raises the cost significantly. Van Gogh paintings often sell for tens of millions of dollars. But if we were to program a robot to paint an identical piece, it wouldn't be worth much more than the cost of the paint and the canvas. Ultimately, both pieces would look the same on our wall. But us weird and wacky humans like to care about the details that don't directly impact us. We are even willing to spend millions of dollars more than we need to because of these details. In the 17th century, during the Dutch Golden Age, an event happened known as Tulip Mania, where the price of tulip bulbs reached insane levels. At the time, tulip bulbs were a luxury item that were highly desired for their intense colors, and as their popularity slowly increased over the years, the price inevitably went up. Eventually, people began noticing the trend of rising prices, and started to speculate on the market. Speculating means buying a good not due to need, but purely in the hopes that the price will increase so that you can sell it at a later date for profit. With investors beginning to flood the tulip market,
Price scalpers.
this began a positive feedback loop, driving prices up even more. As the price increased faster, not wanting to miss out on the opportunity, even more people started buying in. This caused the first recorded speculative bubble in history, and there are two important things to know about these types of bubbles. First, no one buying actually wants tulips. They just hope to make money. And secondly, this process is not sustainable, and eventually people stop buying, and the price crashes. Those left holding tulips lose everything as their value plummets back to normal. I want you to remember this process, because the exact same thing is happening with video games right now. But the difference is that this current video game bubble isn't an accident. You see, if you know how speculative bubbles work, you can theoretically create them at will. All you would have to do is raise the perceived price of a good quick enough so that speculators see the trend and start entering the market. Then, you can just sit back and let the positive feedback
Beanie Babies.
do the work. Profiting from your artificially created bubble by buying games early and selling later is rather obvious, but there are actually smarter ways to make money, ways that incur far less risk. In the current video game market and the collectible market in general, there are two institutions that stand to gain the most from increasing prices. Those are grading companies and auction houses. A grading company is a business that inspects games, certifies them, and gives them a rating of quality. They are basically quality assurance. They allow buyers to know exactly what they are getting, which enables quick and easy transactions. In a bubble, people are flocking to get their games graded in the hopes of profiting from the increasing prices. But it's not just the extra business that helps grading companies, as they also take a percentage of the market value when grading a game. A game worth $10,000 might cost around $400 to have graded, but if that exact same game was valued at $1 million, it would cost over $20,000 to have graded. It's a pretty good deal. But the institution that really profits the most by far is auction houses. Take Heritage Auctions for example, which is where all of the current record-breaking video game sales are taking place. They charge a 20% buyer's premium on every sale. So if you buy a video game for $1 million, you need to pay the auction house $200,000 on top. And just for shits and giggles, they also take 5% from the seller as well. You can begin to see why grading companies and auction houses would really want prices to go up. It's in their interest. This is also why grading companies and auction houses should never be speculating on the price of goods or impacting markets directly. They have a huge conflict of interest. And whenever you see a grading company or an auction house talking about how valuable games are, you know it's because they want to drive prices up. Again, you'll need to keep all of this in mind. I'm going to provide you with a ton of information, and I'm going to trust you to connect the dots. If you are really interested in learning what's going on, I suggest writing down details as we go, or watching sections more than once. Let's begin. The two institutions that you will become very familiar with are Wata Games, the video game grading company, and Heritage Auctions, the auction house. Wata Games was founded in 2017, but it didn't officially launch until April of 2018. Wata Games is the linchpin behind this entire bubble, and the certification that Wata provides is the justification for why they are sold at such high prices. Interestingly, Wata wasn't the first video game grading company to exist. In fact, the Video Game Authority, aka VGA, has been grading games since 2008. But the introduction of VGA didn't cause a bubble like the introduction of Wata Games did, and the reason is simple. VGA didn't manipulate the market or go out of their way to create a bubble. The same can't be said for Wata, however. The president and CEO of Wata Games is Dennis Kahn, and he is a key player. The other important company, Heritage Auctions, was founded in 1976 by Steve Ivey and Jim Halperin. Steve Ivey isn't very important to the story, but Jim, on the other hand, is critical. Heritage Auctions are in the business of selling rare collectibles and memorabilia. They sell coins, comics, art, anything you can collect that has value. And in 2019, they started selling video games. But not just any video games, only games that had been graded through Wata Games. The interesting thing about the relationship between Wata and Heritage is that it seems to have existed before Wata even began grading games. On the initial website of Wata, when it launched, it had
It's a massive scan, we get it.
Key relationships. One was Heritage Auctions, where it stated that Wata certified video games will be featured in Heritage online auctions. This doesn't make sense. The entire point of certification is to guarantee authenticity and quality, but a guarantee is worthless if you haven't established a history of accurate work. Why would Heritage Auctions, a prestigious auction house, agree to sell games from a company that hadn't graded a single game? Why would they trust a business that hadn't even done any business to begin with, when there was already an existing grading company that had been grading games for 10 years? The only explanation to me is that Heritage Auctions was involved in some way in the creation of Wata Games, and knew that he was on board with their mutual goals. And if you needed any further evidence of this pre-existing relationship, Jim Halperin, the founder of Heritage Auctions, was listed on the Wata website as an advisor. Another business that Wata had a relationship upon creation was Just Press Play, a distributor of used video games which was founded by Zach Guy. Just Press Play also announced that it would be selling Wata certified games. Now, in order to create a speculative bubble, you need a way to spread information very quickly. You need to draw in new eyes, and make potential buyers aware that a market is building. The easiest way to achieve this by far is to create headline-worthy events that can disseminate through the media. In this case, it was the purchase of a Super Mario Bros. Cart for $100,000 in February of 2019. Before this sale, the previous most expensive video game ever sold went for $30,000, so this new sale was a pretty big deal, big enough to generate headlines. But the even more interesting thing is who bought this game. It was purchased by 3 men. The first was Jim Halperin, founder and chairman of Heritage Auctions. The second was Zach Guy, founder and owner of Just Press Play. The third was Richard Lecce, who has one of the largest video game collections on the planet. Heritage Auctions then issued a press release about the sale, because of course the purchase was never about collecting the game, it was about publicity. And if this wasn't obvious enough, Jim Halperin advertised in this press release that the game may end up in a future auction. Dennis Kahn, CEO of Wata Games, also chimed in, stating, quote, Wata certified video games have been selling for record prices ever since Heritage began auctioning them in January. While many video games sell regularly for 5 figures, breaking the 6-figure mark shows that the hobby's upward trajectory indicates no signs of slowing down. So what you have here is the chairman of the auction house buying a game for a record price and then creating a press release about his own purchase in which himself and the president of the grading company are stating that the value of games is going up. He then advertises that his own game will be going up for auction in the future through his own auction house. And his plan worked. The press immediately jumped on this, and many articles about the purchase were written. Kahn's tactic of pumping up the perceived value of games would be seen in every article. For example, in a Kotaku article, Kahn states, I've always said, video games are going to go the way of comics or cars or coins. It's only a matter of time until a video game sells for $1 million. In an Ars Technica article, both Kahn and Halperin were again pumping up the perceived value of games, with Halperin stating, there are bets on what will someday be the first $1 million game, and many collectors believe that this will be the one. It's so strange to me that news articles allow the owner of a game to advertise that its worth is 10 times what they paid for, and not a single eyebrow is raised. They did everything they could to raise awareness about the sale. They even took the cart onto Pawn Stars, claiming it was worth $1 million. This appearance was the perfect opportunity to establish Wata Games as the authority in grading, despite having only existed less than a tenth of the time that VGA had. Pawn Stars even had Dennis Kahn come on, and again he pumped up the value, implying that it was worth at least 3 times what they paid. Remember what I said about grading companies. They shouldn't be manipulating the market and driving up prices. Dennis even faced backlash about this from intelligent collectors, who knew what he was up to. But of course, this didn't stop him. He went on Pawn Stars multiple times, valuing games at insane prices. I can give you dozens of examples, but the point is that there was a very large, very effective campaign to establish Wata as the authority on video games despite having only been created. It was critical that Wata was seen as the be-all and end-all in video game grading, because then the words of its CEO Dennis Kahn would be more effective in increasing the value of games. Kahn would continue to abuse his authority as the head of Wata Games for the next few years, appearing in countless articles and interviews, and always pumping up the price. In fact, he's still doing it, even with the ridiculous price of $1.5 million that the recent Super Mario 64 went for in July. In a Verge article covering the record-breaking sale, Kahn states, "I think that we are going to continue to see record-breaking sales." Again, this is purely to make people believe the price will continue to go up in order to fuel speculation. All of this press is driving up prices, but it's only one half of the equation. You also need people to actually buy games, but the people buying these games aren't who you'd expect. If you thought they were video game collectors hoping to complete their collection, you'd be wrong. Let's take a look at who is really buying up these games. Video game collecting has taken an interesting turn in the past few years. Over the last decade or so, I've been a big fan of watching collectors' videos on YouTube, where they proudly show off what they've amassed. In my experience, genuine collectors love sharing their prized possessions, but that's not what we're seeing with these record-breaking sales. Nowadays, the buyers of these expensive games are hidden from the public. Identities are kept secret, and no one takes credit for anything. It's all really strange. Heritage auctions will never tell you who the buyers are, or even if money was actually exchanged. However, there are ways we can tell who bought some of the games, and this is where things get weird. Several weeks ago, I was investigating the relationship between Wata Games and Pawn Stars, given that the original appearance of Wata on that show was obvious collusion between the grading company, the auction house, and the show. In particular, I was researching the appearance of a Mike Tyson's Punch-Out that Dennis Kahn valued at $80,000. Through a Google search, I found something very interesting. It was a purchase agreement of the exact same cart. The owner of the cart, Brian, had sold it to a company for the exact same amount that Dennis had valued it at. The buyer was RSE Archive, LLC, which trades as Rally. Rally is a platform that allows investors to buy and sell equity shares in collectibles. To put it simply, people can buy a fraction of a video game, and if the price goes up, they can sell their slice to someone else in order to make a profit. It's essentially gambling on the price of collectibles, and it's as silly as it sounds. None of the people who buy equity in any of these collectibles actually own it. It's purely to try and make bets on the price and earn a quick buck. The purchase agreement I found for the Mike Tyson's Punch-Out was an SEC filing. Companies that hold these items and sell equity in them need to disclose their assets to the SEC, so we can track exactly what they buy and how much for. There are 3 fractional share companies that have sprung up in the past several years that are selling equity in video games: Mythic Markets, Otis, and Rally. Each of them was formed immediately following the launch of Wata Games. Through their SEC filings, I can track their purchases. Rally bought a Super Mario Bros. For $140,000 in 2020. This was the same cart that would eventually be sold for $2 million just this month. From Heritage, they acquired this GoldenEye for $22,800, this Grand Theft Auto for $13,200, and this Donkey Kong for $38,400. Mythic Markets also bought this Metroid for $46,800. Otis also bought a Mike Tyson's Punch-Out for $130,000. From Heritage, they bought a Pokemon Yellow for $78,000, this Golf for $18,000, and many other private purchases. Aside from these fractional share companies, we can also see people buying games from Heritage and trying to flip them on eBay. For example, a Super Mario that was bought for $84,000 in September of 2020 is now sitting on eBay with an asking price of $1.5 million. I haven't heard of a single legitimate collector buying any of these expensive games. It's entirely speculation, purely for profit. But there have been attempts to fool the public into believing that actual collectors are buying these games. And one of the biggest cheerleaders for this fake narrative is Eric Nyman. In 2019, a slew of articles sprung up about a video game collecting dentist who bought $1 million worth of video games. The original article was posted by the Washington Post, but if you know the real story, this article is insane. It describes Eric Nyman as one of the world's most avid video game collectors, but in reality, he had only been collecting for several months. He began only in 2019 at the beginning of this bubble. There are many people who have been collecting games their entire lives, but this man comes along and he's instantly the most avid collector in the entire world. The article claims that he bought the games, but this is also not true. He wasn't even using his own money. The money was put up by a group of investors, not by Eric Nyman. The article becomes even more suspicious when Dennis Kahn again rears his head to hype up the market. Heritage Auctions also shows up advertising that the market is increasing. Eric makes his intentions clear by stating his opinion that video games should be selling for millions, which of course would benefit him greatly after his purchase. So why is the Washington Post and many other news outlets touting Eric, who only entered the video game market in 2019, as the forefront of collecting? Why is it falsely stating that he bought the games when it was actually an investment hedge fund? Why are Wata Games and Heritage Auctions always there to give their opinion on the market? It's because this is not news, it's propaganda. Eric Nyman is part of the small group of people at the very top, building this bubble in an attempt to make money. He is a talking head with one purpose: to trick people into believing the video games he owns are worth millions, which he will then sell. He can be seen alongside people like Dennis Kahn, always attempting to inflate the market. And this isn't a secret. He admits his intentions freely.
Of course, that same week I discover on Heritage Auctions vintage video games, which I never even knew existed. And then when it played through in my head, I'm like, oh my god, this is like so much better than cards for me. I mean, also, it was a new and emerging market like you guys are having with NFTs. It's that excitement of like, wow, if this even catches up a quarter of to where cards have gone, you know, we could see 100x returns just at the beginning, you know, because it was so new. But as a collectible investment, this was like everything that I saw on a Mike Trout card, but like to the max on steroids. And for me, it was a time machine. It was literally like, if you could like, I always said to myself, I would look at like Nat Turner's collection of cards on Instagram at that time, and I was like, wow, if only I could go back 10 years and just like hang out with him and just buy everything he was buying. And you know, it's that time machine that everyone has. You guys had with NFTs. It's always that if I could go back, I could be a billionaire, right? So I said, this is my moment that I'm going to go back in time, but it's going to be today, and I'm just going to just go for it. So we set up, we spent time, we set up an LLC, we made a business plan, and I went to like just neighbors of mine, family, friends, all like successful, wealthy people. We spoke about all the risks and the benefits up front. They knew it was speculative, and I'm like, listen, but they all said the same thing. They're like, you seem super passionate about it. If I lose 15 grand on you, it's not the end of the world. Give it a run. To show even on Heritage Auctions, eBay Auctions, look, what we spent appreciated 20 to 30%. This is working. I'm gonna get out there and I'm gonna help make the market. I'm gonna let people know about this. I'm forming a market around something that I feel that is severely underappreciated. So that's what I was doing.
My point is that it's not collectors that are buying any of these games. It's purely people with a lot of money, trying to scam other people out of theirs by manufacturing a bubble that otherwise shouldn't exist. Propaganda isn't their only weapon either. It gets much worse. We will now enter the wonderful world of shill bidding. When it comes to auctions, there is only one thing that will consistently drive up the sale price of goods, and that one thing is competition. Obviously, if there is only one bidder, the price will never go up. You are not going to bid more if you already have the top bid, but if 2 or more people are duking it out, that's where the price can really shoot up. Shill bidding is the act of placing fake bids in the attempt to raise the price. Usually this is done in collusion with the seller, because the seller wants to make more money for the item they are selling. So they will work with a third party, who will keep placing fake bids up to an agreed price, at which point they will concede and let the victim win the item. But it isn't just sellers that have motive for this kind of practice. The auction house itself has just as much to gain from inflated sale prices. If your auction house sells goods at higher prices than your competitors, people will want to sell their items through your auctions. And this is where we come back to heritage auctions. In 2008, a lawsuit was filed against heritage auctions for shill bidding. It was filed by Gary Hendershot, who was a former employee. The lawsuit alleged that Heritage used a shill bidder by the name of N.P. Gresham to drive up prices. This lawsuit was ultimately settled out of court, so you may or may not want to put any real stock in it, but it is something to take notice of, especially when Jim Halperin, one of the defendants, and if you remember, one of the investors who bought the record-breaking Super Mario, was caught lying in a sworn testimony. He originally claimed that MP Gresham didn't exist at all, but later had to admit they in fact did. If this lawsuit was the only claim of shill bidding, I might be less inclined to believe it, but the story doesn't end there. While I was researching for this video, I spoke at length with Pat the NES Punk, who is one of the most dedicated collectors of NES games there has ever been. He told me he was contacted by a comic book collector and seller whose father not only worked at Heritage Auctions, but was also friends with Jim Halperin. What he had to say was shocking, and Pat graciously connected us so we could talk. The collector, David Wilson, who founded and runs Collectors Comics, told me this.
Hi, my name is David. I'm from Comic Book Investments on YouTube. My dad, big time comic book dealer in the 80s and 90s. He ended up taking a job with Heritage a couple years ago, and he had a personal relationship with Jim, and they had a personal relationship for years. And then through the relationship, that's how he got a job working at Heritage. He was a comic book grader. He worked for Heritage for almost 2 years, and during that time at Heritage, he had a few conversations with Jim. My dad told me, because I would talk about the video games, I was like, hey Dad, I can't believe this video game sold for so much. He was already gone by the time the video games have reached where they are at now. And he told me, he's like, yeah, so they're manipulating the market. And my dad gave me an example. Jim is one of the biggest comic collectors in the world. He has one of the biggest collections in the world. Just huge. And what Jim does, and this is what my dad said, he would take a comic book, let's say he would take this book, right? He'd put it in his collection, and then like 3-4 years later, he'd throw it up on Heritage, and then he would manipulate the price by bidding it up. So say he bought the book for $3,000 forever ago. He throws it in a Heritage auction, and then he bid it up to say like $5,000, $6,000, buy it from himself. Basically, he bids it up, and then he sticks it away back in his collection. And then every couple years later, 3, 4, 5 years later, whatever it is, makes its way back into the Heritage auction, does it again. And what that does is it stimulates the market by pushing it up, propping it up higher than it is to show like, hey, there's been a sale of this comic book or video game for this price. So that means it must be worth that much. And that's kind of like what I have a feeling that they're doing with video games. They're propping them up like super high, higher than they should be, to create a market, manipulate the market into thinking that these video games are actually worth this much because they have sales data to prove it.
If this is true, and everything I currently know about Jim Halperin leads me to believe it probably is, the tactic definitely works. When items are sold at higher prices, it raises the perceived value of every similar item. It's even more effective if you purchase items at record prices. Every time a video game sells higher than ever before, the internet is flooded with articles advertising your auction house. For over 2 years, all we ever heard about was all of the insane prices that games were going for on Heritage auctions. Naturally, this makes people want to sell their games through Heritage as opposed to anywhere else. But with all of the reports of shill bidding, reports of buying their own items, and the intense secrecy of purchases, we don't know if Heritage were involved in any of these record-breaking sales. This is why we also can't be sure of the recent $2 million purchase from Rally, as again, the ridiculous price, the secrecy, and the obvious motive make it very suspicious. Jim Halperin isn't the only major player that seems to be using his own platform to personally benefit. It's time to take a closer look at Wata Games, and how some of the key figures in that business are using their positions for their own gain. Shill bidding and buying your own items at inflated prices are pretty obvious ways to abuse your position at an auction house. But how could you take advantage of your own grading company? The first thing that comes to mind would be grading your own games. This presents a pretty clear conflict of interest, and even Wata admits this. In a New York Times article, Wata president Dennis Kahn goes on record to say that Wata employees are not allowed to have games graded by the company, or sell those that were. I'll say that again. Wata employees are not allowed to have games graded by the company, or sell those that were. This makes sense, and I applaud that rule if it's actually upheld. Now let's take a look at a transaction that occurred in 2019 between two gentlemen. The first is Dane Anderson. Dane is the founder of Nintendo Age, which hosted the largest community of retro video game collectors and enthusiasts on the internet. It also contained the most valuable database of information concerning retro games and what they were worth. If you wanted to know anything about collecting, this would be your first place to go. Dane was also well known for his video game collection, and he had one of the largest assortments of sealed Nintendo games on the planet. But in 2019, he sold his entire collection to a gentleman by the name of Jeff Meyer, who is the founder and CEO of GoCollect, which is a price guide for comic books. The purchase of Dane's collection by Jeff was a pretty big deal, one of the biggest in history. It was so noteworthy that Wata Games even gave the collection a special name. It was called the Carolina Collection, because both men hailed from Carolina. Jeff submitted the games to Wata, who graded them all, and as part of that grading, inserted the name of the collection they were a part of, and you can see this name on the label of the graded games. Jeff then immediately took the newly graded games and started flipping them through auction houses, most notably Heritage Auctions, where the first auction alone produced a total return of over $500,000. So why am I telling you this? Well, it's because Jeff Meyer is a director of Wata Games. You won't find this information publicly because they keep it a secret, but thankfully the company's SEC filings tell us everything we need to know. According to their own filings, Jeff Meyer is a director of the company. So what you have is the president of Wata Games saying that employees are not allowed to grade or sell graded games, but meanwhile, a director of the company is grading his entire collection. But not just grading it in a special, privileged way by naming it, therefore increasing the value, and immediately selling them through auction houses at insane prices for profit. If the games in this collection were graded just like any other game, there would be nothing illegal about this. However, considering the fact that they were graded in a unique and special way, there is a very good argument to be made here for fraud, especially given that Jeff's relationship with Wata Games was never disclosed to the public. But it gets even worse. Jeff Meyer also purchased Nintendo Age, which, as I mentioned, was the most valuable database for retro video games. Jeff immediately shut it down. He also purchased the website Game Value Now, which is a price guide for video game sales. Now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but on the surface, it appears as though Jeff is trying to own and control the flow of information about the value of video games, which only ends up being more suspicious given his time.
2, 1. Very well. I am out of range. 3, 2, 1. To get closer. I am out of range.
Something is limiting my magic. Where are we?
We are in Dakori. Heroes with me.
Is the jailer trying to break out of the law?
Beware.
I need to get closer.
Go! Let's regroup with Jaina.
I am out of range.
We're done with your
You don't have to do this. Surrender.
This time you'll lose.
You're out of time. Beware. You're being enveloped by the law. She'll come back a little longer. The portal's nearly open. Hurry!
No! The jailer is going to destroy the Arbiter!
Quickly, champions! Stop Sylvanas! Death bends to nothing escapes my wrath. Nothing escapes my wrath. Always get my mark. Death awaits you. Nothing escapes my wrath.
This is too hard. I need to get rid
Death awaits you.
I am out of range.
Nothing escapes my wrath.
I need to get closer.
He's done it. The Arbiter falls.
The jailer is gone. Wherever that gateway led, it's been sealed behind him. We thought the jailer was coming to slay the Arbiter, but he absorbed her essence. As if her power and the sigil were his all along.
Jailer be damned! He's got Anduin. No matter where he's gone, we will find him.
Maybe she knows.
Yes. Sylvanas said something before she collapsed, but I couldn't make it out.
My knights will hold her captive here in Oribos. When she awakens, we can begin the interrogation. For now, we should return to Corthia. Let us hope the Primus can explain the jailer's plan and tell us what must be done to stop him.
To Wata Games. Again, another huge conflict of interest. Jeff has never publicly admitted to being a part of Wata Games, and the way he talks about his relationship with Wata makes it seem like that's intentional. For example, in a blog post he wrote himself about his upcoming video game price guide, Jeff states, "Thanks to the great relationships with the awesome folks at Wata Games." He is talking in the third person about a company that he is a director of. The cherry on top of all of this is that when Wata Games was incorporated in 2017, Dane Anderson was the executive officer. So this entire deal happened between two men that were or are directly involved with the company. Dennis Kahn obviously knows who the directors of his company are, so it really makes you think when he blogs about the Carolina collection on the Wata Games website, but fails to disclose that the purchaser of the collection is a director. And it forces you to think even harder when you realize that at the very same time he is telling the New York Times that employees cannot grade or sell Wata graded games. There is a good reason why grading your own games is a big conflict of interest, as the grade is extremely relevant when it comes to how much a game can be sold for. The higher the grade, the more valuable a game will be. There is no better example than the recent sale of Super Mario 64 for $1.5 million on Heritage Auctions. Its grade was a 9.8, with an A++ for the seal. It's essentially the highest grading a game could ever hope to achieve. On the same day, another Super Mario 64 was auctioned with an 8.5 rating that sold for only $31,000. That's an increase of 5,000% for a slightly higher grading. This raises another interesting question. How reliable are these ratings? If you are going to spend an extra $1.5 million for a high rating, you'd want to be pretty damn sure that the rating is accurate. Grading companies attempt to make their grading process as objective as possible, but the truth is that they are very subjective by nature. At the end of the day, the grading is given by a human based on their own perception of the game's quality, and history has shown that this perception can vary wildly from person to person. Grading companies have been known to give very different grades for the exact same item, and this has led to a practice called regrading. If someone receives a grade for an item that they believe is not high enough, they will simply take it out of the case and send it back.
You have a lot of people playing what I call the crack-out game, meaning they get a comic book back and it comes back CGC 9.6. They think it should be a 9.8. So they crack that baby open and they keep sending it back to CGC, hoping that at some point that grader is either going to slip up or that grader is going to get that book and go, hey, you know what? This is a 9.8. They're going to slap 9.8 on it and they're going to send it back to that submitter, and that submitter is going to be very happy because in the overall marketplace for certain books, you go from a 9.6 to a 9.8, you just made a large chunk of money. The average collector, the average speculator, and the average investor out there is overvaluing a lot of these items based on the grade, not realizing that in certain instances, the grade is arbitrary. It is an estimation. It is not an exact science.
But you don't even need to regrade games in order to see the blatant inconsistency on display with what are graded games. Last month, a Tomb Raider for the Sega Saturn was sold for $12,000 through Heritage Auctions. It had a rating of 9.8 with an A+ for the seal, but it's immediately obvious that this grading makes no sense. The seal has multiple very large holes, which according to the grading system on Wata's own website is not allowed for A+ seals, which must contain no holes. The seal also has countless smaller holes, scratches, and stains. Quite frankly, it looks disgusting, and yet it gets an A+. I've seen seals with B grades that are better quality than this. My point is that video game grading is not a science, and the ratings given to games are not an exact representation of the game's quality, and yet the rating is touted as the sole justification for why people are spending an extra $1 million on some of these games. Now you understand why it is so important to establish Wata as the utmost authority on video games, because it makes their ratings all the more valuable. Now, one final thing before we move on. If you knew you were about to create a bubble surrounding sealed video games, what would you do? Personally, I would start buying as many sealed video games as I could. This is Mark Haspel, one of the founders of Wata Games and the current chief advisor. He has been involved in the comic book collecting scene for decades, but was never active in video game collecting. But right around the time that Wata was formed, he suddenly started showing up at video game conventions, buying as many sealed games as he could. Not only that, but he would actively seek out and inquire about sealed NES games. More specifically, the popular ones such as Mario, Metroid, Mega Man, Castlevania, and Zelda. The kind of games we see being sold now for record prices. And remember, this was several years ago. His taste in video games seemed to align perfectly with the same games that would bring the most profit several years later. One collector stated, Mark Haspel was buying sealed 6-packs from a good friend of mine a year before Wata started grading games. Pat the NES punk also noticed Haspel collecting games at conventions.
In June 2019, I was a guest at a gaming convention. The weekend of the event, I noticed a small group of individuals who were hurriedly acquiring sealed and complete in-box games from vendors. At one point, I witnessed an individual who I later learned to be Mark Haspel returning to the Wata Expo booth while holding a stack of NES games. I did find it a little strange, but was unaware of any affiliation that person may have had with Wata, so I didn't think much of it at the time.
It's obviously not illegal for the founders of Wata Games to collect video games, and it's impossible to prove intent, but these examples just strengthen my opinion that they knew what was about to happen, and they were preparing for it. Now, before we get to the conclusion, I want to teach you about an event in history that might be relevant to what's happening right now. The great coin collecting bubble of the 80s. Believe it or not, this kind of crazy bubble surrounding a collectible has been seen before. Not to this extent, but still, this isn't a new thing. In the 80s, it wasn't video games, it was coins. PCGS is the world leader in coin grading, and on its website it tracks something called the PCGS 3000 Index. It's an index of the value of coins, similar to something like the Dow Jones. In the historical chart, you can see a massive spike occurring in the late 80s. After crashing, the price has still not recovered to levels seen 30 years ago, and this is without even considering inflation. So what caused this bubble? Well, according to an article posted on antiquesage.com, it was the development of slabbing and the introduction of third-party certification. Slabbing is where a grading company will take a coin, encase it in plastic, and give it a rating. Two grading companies were formed around this time, PCGS and NGC. The article goes on to state that the arrival of PCGS and NGC changed the industry nearly overnight. Now dealers, collectors, and investors could buy or sell slabbed coins sight unseen, because they all trusted the grades given by the major grading services. If you're beginning to get a sense of deja vu, that's completely understandable. This is literally the exact same thing that's currently happening with video games. The fact that people could easily and confidently purchase graded coins meant that they began to sell more and more. This led to the price going up. Investors began to take notice, and more importantly, even investment hedge funds got involved. Kidder, Peabody & Co., Merrill Lynch, and UBS all created coin hedge funds where they took in money from investors to invest in coins. This expanded the bubble even further. But the thing about speculative bubbles is that they always burst. The price cannot go up forever, and at the slightest hint that the peak has been reached, everyone sells. The ironic thing you need to remember is that people who buy collectibles in order to make money never actually intend to collect or keep them. So when the price starts to drop, everyone attempts to liquidate their assets as quickly as possible in order to not lose money. The market becomes flooded, but because no one is buying, the price gets destroyed. In the end, it's the suckers that came in late that lose their money. The bursting of the 80s coin bubble was a big deal, and hedge funds were inundated with lawsuits from people who had lost their investments. Merrill Lynch ended up paying back over $20 million to their investors. The FTC even stepped in to investigate what happened, and this is where things get juicy. In the Antiques Age article I referenced, it said that PCGS and NGC were the first third-party coin grading companies, but this is actually false. The first third-party coin grading company was NCI, Numismatic Certification Institute, which was founded in 1984. After an investigation, the FTC ruled that NCI misled customers about the value of coins. I want to read from an LA Times article written in 1989, and I want you to appreciate how amazingly relevant it is today, despite being 32 years old. The article reads, "By and large, it's grading and rarity that determine the value of a coin. Rarity is easy enough to establish. Grading is often a matter of opinion. It's for this reason that grading services came into being. Their purpose is to give an impartial rating to a coin, which virtually establishes a particular price. But what happens if the grading service misrepresents the grade of a coin, thereby increasing its value? That's the situation described by Bill McAllister of the Washington Post in regards to a recent decision by the Federal Trade Commission. The commission determined that overgrading coins was a deceptive and unfair act, prohibited by the 1914 law that created the FTC. Charged with this practice were two Texas-based corporations, Heritage Capital Corp. And Numismatic Certification Institute. Also named in the action were Steve Ivey and James Halperin, prominent numismatic figures. A consent order was signed agreeing to establish a $1.2 million fund for collectors who purchased the NCI-graded coins from Coin Galleries Incorporated of Miami. Heritage, Halperin. Those names sound familiar. Yes, it's Heritage Auctions and Jim Halperin. In the 80s, they were found guilty of illegally misleading customers about the value of coins and fined $1.2 million. From the 1989 FTC annual report, it states, Numismatic Certification Institute and its principals Steve Ivey and James Halperin agreed to settle charges that its representations and failures to disclose information misled customers to the value of coins certified by the company. An affiliate, Heritage Capital Corporation, also agreed to settle charges that it provided substantial assistance to a coin retailer, Certified Rare Coin Galleries, knowing that CRCG was misrepresenting the security and profit potential of its coins to investors. Under the settlement, defendants agreed to a permanent injunction, and Heritage and NCI agreed to contribute $1.2 million into a consumer redress plan for CRCG's customers. Another interesting thing about Jim is that in 1985 he wrote a book called How to Grade US Coins, upon which the grading standards of the two leading third-party grading services PCGS and NGC were ultimately based. Again, these are the two grading companies that Antiques Age cited as the most important factors in the coin bubble. There is a very strong case to be made that Jim Halperin is the single most responsible person for the coin bubble of the 80s. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but it kind of looks like he's doing exactly the same thing again 40 years later, but this time in video games. As I've said before, it's impossible to prove intent, but one thing you can certainly disprove is ignorance. Jim Halperin was extremely caught up in the 80s coin bubble and was so responsible that he was fined over $1 million. You don't forget something like that. He knows exactly how bubbles are formed. He's seen them before, which is why he would know exactly how to create them again. Remember, Jim Halperin bought the Super Mario Bros. Cart that sparked this entire game bubble. He is an advisor to Wata Games and, according to rumors, also an investor in the company. He is the founder of the auction house that these games have been selling on for record prices. It's too convenient that this one person is involved in every single piece of the puzzle when he has the kind of history that he has. This doesn't seem like a coincidence to me. The retro video game bubble cannot go on forever. At some point, it will burst. The question is when. There are a couple of scenarios that might make this happen sooner rather than later. The first is the release of population reports. In collecting, one of the things that drives up the price of an item is rarity. In every other realm of collecting, grading companies produce what are called population reports. These reports tell you exactly how many of any particular item have been graded by the company, along with their rating. So if I do a search for Action Comics #1 through CGC, a comic book grader, I can find out exactly how many are out there and at what rating. Population reports are standard practice because they allow people to judge the rarity of an item accurately and fairly before making purchases. But surprise, surprise, Wata Games keeps this information hidden from the public and refuses to let anyone know how many games of each type have been graded. So we really have no idea how many of each game are out there. When more games of the same kind become known, prices plummet. It has already started happening with some games. The best example is Spider-Man for the Atari 2600. In May of 2020, the first sealed Spider-Man was listed on Heritage Auctions. It was a 9.8 A++, the best rating you can get. It was mint condition, and it's such an old game that it's surely rare. It sold for $9,000, which in 2020 was actually still a decent amount of money to spend on a video game. But the funny thing about Spider-Man for the Atari 2600 is that it's not rare. It's not rare at all, even in mint condition. After this sale, Heritage was flooded with 9.8 A++ Spider-Mans. And when I say flooded, I really do mean flooded. With each sale, the price diminished. In April of 2021, a 9.8 A++ sold for $870. That's a decrease of over 90% in less than a single year. When people realize how common some of these games are, prices will be destroyed, and that's what Wata Games and Heritage Auctions are afraid of. Legitimate collectors have been complaining for the past 2 years, but unfortunately, none of them have substantial audiences, and they are essentially powerless against the forces that are driving this bubble. If you want to help make a positive change, you can send Wata Games some feedback by email, letting them know how appreciated it would be if they let us know how many graded games are out there. The release of population reports would be a good start, but Wata Games and Heritage Auctions also need to stop manipulating the market with their propaganda. Journalists don't even bother asking real collectors what they think about what's happening. They simply get sound bites from Wata and Heritage and allow them to inflate the bubble with hype, despite the obvious conflict of interest. I asked a couple of lifetime collectors what they think should happen, and this is what they had to say.
My name is Pat Contry. I'm a YouTuber, podcaster, but also a longtime video game collector since the late 90s. I've seen a lot of things in the game collecting world, but what's happening right now with the graded sealed games market is something I could never, ever imagine. And it's a shame that the video game collecting hobby that I've been a part of for decades, and many others, including sellers as well, people that have helped grow this hobby of ours with passion, with knowledge, doing research, putting in the time and effort. This is the end result. The unfortunate end result is that this hobby that we all love has been perverted. It's been twisted to the ends of a small group of people to line their pockets. These are rich people getting richer, and they've stepped on and stepped over all the video game collectors, all the people that have sold the games, run video game shops, all the people on forums researching this illustrious and beautiful past history of video games. They've all been used. We've all been used now for the select few individuals to get richer. And it's a crying shame. It's probably too late, unfortunately. But in a perfect world, there should be full transparency and accountability when it comes to these video games. We should know if someone who helps run the auction house is involved in the buying and selling of the games that are being auctioned. We should know if the people grading the games are buying and selling these games themselves. It's unethical if they are doing so, and we should know that so we can stamp out bad behavior.
Now, how can this be avoided? Well, it's quite simple. If WADA would release and update population reports for all these items that they're grading on a regular basis, this would not be a problem going forward, guys. This is a problem due to the fact that there's a lack of ethics and a lack of transparency in these markets. Collectors deserve better. You guys out there that want this to be a thing, rather than thinking from the standpoint that you're going to make money over the long term in this market, what you should be doing is demanding better from grading companies, from auction companies, from other players in the trade. You should be demanding ethics and transparency.
This bubble isn't just affecting sealed video games at the highest price points. The selling point of every single game has increased dramatically over the past 2 years, even for non-sealed games. Aspiring video game collectors who legitimately want to build their collections will get screwed, because the hobby will become too expensive to be viable. What's worse is that people are using the record sale prices in order to scam people. You can find cart-only Super Mario 64s for hundreds or even thousands of dollars on eBay when they are only worth $10. People with a lot of money and power have taken over collecting, and their thirst for money means we...
Well, that's debatable if they are actually worth only $10. But yeah, this is just bullshit. Like, a thing is worth as much as the other person is ready to pay, but yeah, fuck this. Fuck this dude and fuck all of them.
Deeply about gaming, it honestly sickens me that these people have turned these cherished possessions into a means to gamble and speculate. And I hope this ridiculous practice of trying to extract profit from the suckers who buy the hype will end sooner rather than later. As a sign of appreciation, it would be amazing if you could go and subscribe to a couple of real collectors that helped me learn more about this. Go check out Pat the NES Punk and also Sean from Reserved Investments. These two gentlemen have been collecting for most of their lives, and we need more people like this who are not only passionate but are willing to tell the truth about what's happening. Also check out David Wilson's channel, as it really took some balls to be willing to let me know what he had heard. You can find the links to these channels in the description. Hopefully, you have learned something about how those in power can create speculative bubbles. Next time you see them trying to do it, make sure you call it out and let them know that we won't tolerate it. As always, thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Hey, how do you guys feel about that? Take it away, Bite Me.
Hey, what's up and welcome everybody. My name is Bite. Behind me I've got Brian Nato,
That looks like Doom.
Diamond, Blood Thunder. Thank you for
Yeah.
joining us this evening. We're going to be jumping into 100% Nightmare. So buckle up because we are getting ready to go.
That's the spirit.
All right, we are going to start the timer here real soon. I'll count down as soon as we wake up and put some clothes on.
Taking a book out of Muffin's page and we're gonna put on some pants.
All right, here we go. Three, 2, 1, start the timer.
Woo! How you feeling, Bite?
Feeling pretty good. So for anyone who's not familiar with the run, we just bypassed a short little cutscene that would have cost us a couple seconds. If you spam fire the gun, you can prevent yourself from getting lost in the beauty that is this pistol. But now we got to go find our clothes, get ready. We got places to go, demons to kill.
A lot of demons to kill.
All right, so while we're going through this, Red Warrior, you want to tell us what the 100% Nightmare criteria entails?
Yeah, sure. 100% is about what the name already implies. Upgrading everything, collecting everything you can. Every level has several secrets you have to find. Every level has, from level 3 onward, combat rating, which tracks how many demons you have killed, etc. You want 5 circles full there. And every weapon you will collect has several weapon mods you can pick up throughout the game, and you can master everything there as well. And yeah, of course you have to pick up the codices as well. Cute little data logs throughout the entire game.
Cute, you say?
Yeah, they're easily to miss.
There's a lot of content, and I'm really impressed that this is done in less than 3 hours. It's nuts.
It's a fun ride for real.
And so, oh, sorry. Quiet for this.
That
Dude, you can't
chocolatey
talk
voice
over.
of Dr.
Dude, you can't
Hayden.
talk over Samuel Hayden. Yeah.
All right, so we're just gonna meander through here. Grab the shotgun. This guy had a bad day. Really bad day, apparently. All right, guys, get ready. It's public enemy number 1, the Imp. So, Red, why exactly are these things so dangerous?
Oh man, those are so fast. They run around the entire map if you don't kill them right away. Their attacks track you really well on the Nightmare difficulty. One normal fireball deals 45 damage, and they can also charge their attack, and they can predict to where you are going to, so you really have to be careful about them. And that charge fireball deals up to 75 damage.
And they have their attacks are hit scan, right? So there's no travel time for their projectiles if they get a line on you.
So there's a very low probability that they will initiate a hit scan, and I
Okay.
say very low probability with an asterisk because they love doing it all the time.
And it is a marathon run. So.
Yes. And technically speaking, the more you run, the less they can hit you.
Right.
But you still have to be careful about imps. They're the worst enemy by far.
What are you doing alive? All right, don't mind the shameless Easter eggs.
Oh, nice.
Oops.
I love Skyrim.
I'm just hugging a wall. I'm not doing anything special.
I'm willing to take full responsibility for the horrible events of the last 24 hours, but you must understand. Our interest in their world was purely for the betterment of mankind. Everything has clearly gotten out of hand now, yes. But it was worth the risk, I assure you.
He assures us. All right, so this is typically the beginning of the Ultra Nightmare run. We're going to exit out through these elevator doors. Everybody get ready, because this is it.
UAC hype! Oh man, UAC hype is real.
You know, by the numbers in Ultra Nightmare, this is the most popular map because it's got the most times played. I can't imagine why.
So I've noticed this is a Doom run, and like you're not out of bounds yet. So what's up with that?
Well, so with 100%, you know, we're all about that high-octane combat, and the goal is just go in, have as much action, get as many love taps as you can by those beautiful zombies.
So is this like no major glitches, or like is there any other, like, anything else that entails?
Oh yeah, so Red, I'm gonna go ahead and field that over to you and let you answer that, because there's a lot that goes into that. Oh dear, this is bad.
This arena is hard, so yeah. Well, it's not technically no major glitches. Glitches in Doom are, well, not easy to define. So as Byte said, this run is basically all about combat and the combat chess in the entire game you place there. So, of course, there are a few glitches we make use of in the 100% criteria as well. But we are not going out of bounds, basically, and we do not do any glory kill skips.
And no rail boost, right?
Right.
Rad.
Right. There's theoretically ways to put it into the run, but it's just so unnecessary.
Yeah, and 100%. Basically, you can do rail boost in the only first 2 levels.
Okay.
Because otherwise you would be skipping too much, and you have to get full combat rating. So
That makes sense. Yeah. And so Ultra Nightmare is like a permadeath category, right? And so this is just like the step down from that.
Yeah, it's really the only difference between Ultra Nightmare and Nightmare is the permadeath. A little bit more safe for a marathon.
Yeah.
Not a lot, just a little bit. All right, well, we've already gotten roughed up quite a bit. Looking at 64 total health, I can't even survive a charge shot from an imp. Speaking of which, what's up, buddy?
He just wants to say hi.
He needed his screen time.
You wanted the hug.
That costs extra.
Shoutouts to you, Moose.
All right, we're gonna try something that rarely works. That's okay. We'll just take the shameful scrub way now.
What's your goal to get on top of that fence there?
It's relatively new, but yeah, you can get on top of there and just hop over. It saves about 4 seconds.
Would you like a donation comment to make you feel better?
Yes, please.
Well, we have $500 from Sequel Assassin.
Dang!
That says, here's to the lovely crowd in the upcoming Doom 2016 run. Hopefully I'll pick up some tips to finish my own run.
So is combat not tracked for this beginning level? Because I noticed you're like skipping enemies here. Cool.
That is correct.
Okay.
So the first 2 levels. Ooh,
Oh.
that was close.
It was close, but we made it.
We skipped over a trigger that locks the doors, so we're just gonna help ourselves to the exit right now. Thanks to the fact that combat rating is not tracked, we can just wave this place goodbye and head over to the next level that doesn't track combat rating.
Yeah, when people think of 100%, they think it's literally everything in the game, but it's kind of hard to define that sometimes, actually tracking it, so it's just 100% of what the game tracks.
And even under the definition, that's still like a ton of stuff.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's a lot to keep track of, especially later on when you're dealing with runes and weapon upgrades and level challenges.
How does the combat, like, at the beginning of the run compare to... Because I imagine it must be, like, harder at the start when you don't have your full arsenal, right?
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's the most difficult in the beginning when you don't have your tools. You can have a max of 100 health and 50 armor, and the armor bar is literally nothing more than an extra health bar. So, considering that imps can deal 75 damage at a time, and there's always like 6 to 8 of them in any given arena, you could die instantaneously.
And there's, like, no difference in the damage they do between this and Ultra Nightmare, right?
That is correct.
Gnarly.
All right, so we got some mission challenges coming up. Red, you want to tell us a little about what I'm doing right now?
Yeah, the first mission challenge of this game is Variety Spice of Death 1. It requires you to perform 5 different glory kills on those zombies.
Nice.
You just saw, and he has already completed it.
That was
I was
so sick.
explaining. And conveniently, this hallway holds 5 zombies. So you can master it right away there.
And those challenges are going to change on every level?
Exactly.
Okay.
There's always 3 of them.
Always
every
3.
level
Okay.
From now on.
Oh, nice. We skipped the mantle animation. That's fairly rare.
These guys are really angry.
Practicing heavy metal choir.
do want to say shout outs to Olivia. She believes in honesty.
Especially now.
And so these levers trigger the secret rooms, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And do you have to complete those at all, or like can you just like get the secret and dip?
So that's pretty much what we're gonna do.
Okay.
We're just gonna dip our toe in. Once we trigger the secret, we got places to go, so we're gonna boogie.
And the first 3 Doom levels are the only ones that have demons in there at all. And the one in Foundry, you can actually play through the actual section, basically. You would find there in E1, M2, in Classic Doom. Even with the music, that's a great addition.
And in case anyone watching is like curious about how to like help keep track like along with Byte, they do on the HUD in the bottom right and left. I do find that it tracks a lot of the challenges there for you.
Yeah, bottom right and top right.
Bottom right, top right. Thank you.
Once we get combat tracking, it'll be in the top right.
Cool.
Alrighty, our trusty friend the chainsaw has been getting some action. We gotta keep those two apart.
Yeah, an important thing to note about all the monsters is there's a spawn cap of 12. So a lot of times if he wants to kind of get through easier parts later on, he'll leave some monsters behind so they can't spawn in later. And sometimes you want them to spawn in later, so you have to take out some that are in your way.
So this gore nest down here is probably one of the most difficult arenas in the beginning of the game. We lovingly called it the gore nest of truth, and the gore nest of truth can lovingly bite me.
I get it because your name Bite Me.
Oh, I get it.
What was up with that dude? Like you took the key off, there was like nobody there.
So because we did the skip, the body didn't load in.
All right.
He's not even rendered because of what BT mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
With a cap of 12.
Right. Oh, okay.
Right.
So even though he's dead, he still counts as a spawn. It's getting a little scary with all these noises.
Yeah.
This area can be a bit difficult to navigate.
And so the gore nests, they basically start just big arena fights.
I called it.
For the most part, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
It kind of like locks you into the area once you kill off the remaining demons.
Alright, so we just picked up one of the best defensive utilities that you're going to have. It's definitely one that if you're starting out and you want to get acclimated with, it's the stun bomb. It's a nice little get out of jail free card. You can use it to stun the enemies for a short amount of time, upgrade it to make its area of effect bigger and longer and all that good stuff. So we will be using that quite often. And this right here is the health station. We were very fortunate that we were lacking 7 hit points. This will be the only one that we interface with in the run, unless things start going really sideways. But
yeah, and the reason he has to interact with that is for the codex.
Right. And now you notice that there aren't many demons in this area, even there should be way more. It's still because the zombies are still alive from the gore nest.
That's really cool. And so this category in particular has like really had a renaissance in the last year. And this was like not a category that was really popular when the game first came out, right?
Right. 80% kind of dominated for such a long time.
Thank you.
But it's about a year ago or so where the 100% community really took off. Bite Me and several others put in a ton of work.
oh yeah, you know, I want to give big shout outs to the founding members of the 100% criteria. So the second person to get that criteria was Dangerous, and the third person was HarsEXE, you know. So thank you guys both so much. Without your efforts and the time dedication you put in, we probably still wouldn't have an entry on the leaderboard. So thank you.
Yeah, I started seeing your Ultra Nightmare videos 100% show up in my YouTube recommended, and then after that I just felt like I was seeing it everywhere. So it's been really cool.
Well, we got a bit of a fumble going on, but we'll try our best to recover. Oop.
Whoa.
But he saw that.
And even here you should have found 3 soldiers now. and now they spawn in behind you.
Like usually this entire hallway is just filled with demons.
Alright, so we just picked up our trusty assault rifle. We bypassed the one that's sitting next to the health station behind us because it's got a long animation and we don't have time for that.
By the way, with those USB chips, you can upgrade your suit, which Byte will do now. It's the first upgrade that goes into upgrading the suit. It's Dexterity 1, which allows you to switch weapons faster, which is a big plus in this.
Yeah. Especially once you start getting some of the major weapons, like the super shotgun and Gauss cannon and the rocket launcher.
So I did a nice little maneuver there where I was able to jump up on a rail, open the door, so it'll be waiting for me here. And you know, I want to thank the individual who brought that to my attention. You know, one of the prolific names in the Doom 2016 community for style points is Klockner. I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen his Cat Injure video. Dude is absolutely awesome. He's been a great mentor. I greatly appreciate everything that you taught me and hanging out and all that stuff. Thanks, bud. All right, so we just picked up our first Argent Cell. This is a permanent upgrade to the Doomslayer. You got 3 options. You can upgrade your health, you can upgrade your armor, you can upgrade your ammunition. We chose the latter because the more ammo you have, the more demons you can kill. And we got a lot of that to do, so we're going to need a lot of ammo.
Especially for the Gauss jumps later on.
Oh, absolutely. And we're going to be chewing through a lot of Gauss. No, I guess now is a decent time to read off some donations if you would like to. I've also got some quick shout outs to my moderating team. So Miss Heartbeat, Sam Dean, love you guys. Thank you for doing what you do. Great part of the community, and I'm happy to know you both. All right, over to you, Covert.
All right, sounds great. We have a lot of love coming in for you guys.
Oh yeah.
Starting off with $20 from Vampiric Savior that says, this donation is 100% for seeing BT on the couch during Doom. Smiley face. Thank you so much. We also have $200 from Ariel. That says, do you know your GDQ run history? I'm going to pretend I don't because I'm glad we're doomed to repeat it. On that note, we have $25 from Doom162. That said, just finished Doom last week. Loved it. Sing metal noises. Dish deer, chainsaw sound. Ver?
Man, I love the crowd.
Yeah, you guys out there are great. Thank you so much for the hype.
Okay, speaking of the chainsaw, that's like really important to this run, right?
Oh, absolutely. You know, when you get low on ammo, you can pull out the chainsaw, and as long as you got enough gas, you can instant kill anything and basically duck away into a glory kill retreat. That can be a bit of a double-edged sword, but when you're finished, they just, you know, pinata ammunition everywhere, so it keeps you in the flow of the combat. The principle of this is called push forward combat, and the game designers, id Software, they did a great job of really incentivizing aggressive, fast-paced gameplay. Man, I tell you what, everything comes together so well. This is probably one of the most high-octane first-person shooters I've played in a very long time.
And even though the chainsaw hasn't seen much love yet, believe me, you will.
And so now I see the little logos in the top right, so that is going to be the combat tracking.
Yeah, they'll slowly fill up as he kills demons, and
okay.
Once all 5 are gold, it means he's got 100% for it.
So Foundry, this is a level I remember from my casual playthrough for sure.
Yeah, Foundry's it's a fun one.
This one's pretty iconic in any percent as well.
Yeah, it's been the bane of any percent's entire lifespan until recently.
And on top of it, it's actually a non-linear level where you can choose several routes you want to throughout the entire level, basically.
Oh, let's go!
Yeah,
let's go!
Well, I can't jinx it yet because
there's the fight. Yeah. Okay, well, calm down.
And he basically has to be fighting 2 fights now because as soon as you enter this arena, before you pull the plug from the governors, you have a couple of soldiers there, and Now he also has from the extra bonus, so it's 2 fights.
Oh man, there's party balls everywhere. I don't want what you're selling.
And speaking about the open nature, there's 4 different board nests that he has to go and take on, so you can kind of route it in different ways. And it's gone through like several iterations.
Yeah, the idea is to just, get everything out in the open, try to kill it as quickly as possible.
Maybe you have not noticed, but he got his first nice weapon upgrade points basically, and he put it into his weapon upgrade from what's his name? Blessed Strike upgrade from explosive shot. Now that he has it, right? Right. And now that he has all weapon upgrades, he can master it. Right after that, he can kill 20 imps with direct hits.
I have just the thing for that, though.
Oh, hello.
There we go. That one as well. We like to stun the imps because we need them for a little bit of farming to get that bad party secured.
A lot of those levels are very deceptive. People searching it's like right near.
That one took me forever. The one on the bridge. Yeah, that was one of the hard levels.
It's like right there.
I have not Yet again, another ammo upgrade.
We need more. We don't have enough.
Exactly.
That's a free. That's like a free direct.
Now we're talking about this. Where?
Where'd he go?
He pushed him back into the lava and he cannot mount to you anymore. Thankfully, it's hot. Just like that.
So, is it not triggering the chainsaw like animation because they're stuck in their own animation?
That is correct. Alright, so, there's game. You noticed that he switched it a little bit when that grenade popped and it killed the possessed soldier, so it's kind of like a reaffirmation that, yes, your grenade found its target. There's all sorts of little subtle clues like that all throughout the game, which just really help attentive players know whether or not they've done something very efficient.
Looks like he hit a hot spot.
I require a target.
This is all Doom guys developed for that.
I'll have you know that Doom doll that we just missed was named Doom Guy. Alright, moving on. We got 4 more imps to go before we master this, so, things seem to be going alright. Oh, man.
Oh, that was an imp, wasn't it?
He couldn't withstand the power surge.
Time for a donation.
Yes.
All right. Well, we have quite a big one. We have $2,016 from David Pittman. Dang.
2016. Nice.
And they have to say, here's 2016 big boys for Doom 2016. Let's glory kill cancer.
Nice. Hell yeah. Rip it there.
This is such a satisfying run.
It's nice when everything comes together.
Yeah.
It's not nice when it doesn't. Let me tell you, the variance in the difficulty is unreal. We still have quite a bit to go through, so Doom really likes humbling runners. Sometimes both Red and I can attest to this. If it doesn't want you to get out of UAC on a night, you will not make it out of UAC. Doesn't matter how good you are.
Absolutely. it out of usually you will find back a teleporter that teleports you back to you.
As we said, it's the most popular game in the universe.
Nice.
Alright, so this is the last of the core nest here. Hopefully we can tidy up. Not if I keep missing my shots like this, though.
Hi.
There we go. Nice. Alright, so now we're gonna hear some of the most...
Wie man sehen kann, bin ich im Turm. Fuck. Test? Meinst du mit Test? Welche von den beiden Dingern oder was? Also, welche von den beiden? Ach so. Ach, das ist schon ewig outdated eigentlich. Das steht nur da, weil, für verschiedene FPS-Tests und so. Aber wie gesagt, das ist eigentlich schon ewig outdated. Im Grunde das Ergebnis ursprünglich war, dass ich WoW die Details um einiges runterschrauben müsste, damit das Bild nicht so schlecht aussieht, weil wenn bei mir der PC anfängt zu strugglen, schraubt er automatisch von OBS, also von dem Ding, das das Video wegschickt, die Quali runter und dann geht die Bitrate so in die Brüche, also dann siehst du alles so durch diesen Wimmelbildfilter, dann sieht alles so extrem niedrig, verpixelt aus. Also wenn der Stream dann so ein bisschen laggy wird und halt so kacke aussieht, das ist bei mir nicht so. Ich habe die ganze Zeit zwischen 50 und 60 FPS. Und das war halt, wie gesagt, ursprünglich waren das mal die Tests, aber das habe ich da schon seit 3 oder 4 Wochen stehen, seitdem ich damals meine Elgato geupgradet habe. Ich habe es nur nie rausgenommen. Was meinst du mit kleinen Lag? Und wann vorher? Wenn ich tatsächlich gerade Standbild hatte, warte, das müsste ich sogar gleich fixen können. Das ist wahrscheinlich, weil das YouTube-Video gerade auf 1080 lädt. Aber ich kann das auch einfach komplett ausmachen. Was meinst du, du weißt nicht, was du machen sollst? Wir haben 3:30 nachts, da ist das ganz normal, dass man nicht immer weiß, was man machen soll. Ah. Ich habe vorhin eine halbe Stunde lang versucht, eine fucking 15er-Gruppe zu finden, aber mich nimmt keiner mit. Vorhin, das ist 10 Minuten her, bevor ich halt hier angefangen habe. Bin ich im Discord? Nee, ich bin normalerweise nie im Discord, wenn... Ja. Wenn ich nicht gefragt werde. Aber ich kann ins Discord kommen, wenn du willst. Ah. Ich mag diesen komischen Abwegs nicht. Dass da dauernd diese Dinger von oben runterfallen, das ist super nervig. Vor allem, weil das auch ganz schön viel Schaden macht. Und ich habe das jetzt bei mir umgeändert, dass wenn ich A und D drücke, ich direkt nach links und rechts laufe und mich nicht drehe. Da muss ich mich jetzt auch erstmal ein paar Tage dran gewöhnen. Das wollte ich eigentlich schon seit vielen, vielen Jahren umändern. Ich habe es aber nie gemacht. Vor allem, weil ich jetzt nicht mehr nur mit der linken Hand gescheit spielen kann. Also laufen kann.
Nein.
Du weißt, wie es weggeht, wie was weggeht? Ach, dieser Scheiß hier, der hier rumfliegt. Ich weiß tatsächlich nicht, wie es weggeht. Ich habe generell keine Ahnung von hier von Torghast und viele Sachen, wo ich reingehe, so, whoops, bin ich von irgendwas gewone-shottet worden. Weil ich spiele normalerweise immer, also ich habe früher Torghast immer nur alleine gemacht. Und klar, ich habe zwar schon Mechaniken und so gespielt, aber das war halt, alleine ist das nicht so schlimm, wenn du mal von irgendwas getroffen wirst. Der macht halt alles nur ein Drittel oder so von dem Schaden. Und ja, das ist halt ein bisschen eklig, wenn man dann mit 5 Leuten reingeht, jetzt in die neuen Dingens hier halt eben, um gescheit Punkte halt zu kriegen. Und du merkst dann auf einmal, dass irgendwelche Sachen halt, wie gesagt, 3-mal so viel Schaden machen und da musst du halt tatsächlich aus allem auch wirklich rausgehen. Da darfst du dich von gewissen Dingen halt nicht treffen lassen. Achso, ja, gleich. Problem ist jetzt gerade so halt mitten im Run. Gerade diesen Schlag, den diese Typen manchmal nach vorne machen. Das ist halt immer, gerade wenn die sich vorher auch noch gebufft haben mit dieser Accursed Strength und dann halt Massive Strike machen, ja, das ist halt instant. Da fällst du halt sofort um. Das überlebst du nicht. Selbst mit 80.000 Leben oder so überlebst du das nicht. Let's go. Oh, wir sind ja schon fast fertig. Was war das denn? Wieso sind die so weggeflogen? Wow. Leute, kick den. Siehst du, das war jetzt gerade so eine Stelle, da hat einer diese Paint Spikes gemacht. Die musst du kicken hier. Sonst fällt dir der Tank um, wenn er gerade keine Cooldowns hat. Oder keinen Bock hat, sie zu ziehen. Oder so wie ich mehr oder weniger halt eben gestunt war. Weil ich den Roffelcopter gemacht habe. Das ist das gleiche wie bei SD. Also Sanguine Depths. Der dritte Boss, der benutzt auch Paint Spikes. Die machen halt sau viel Schaden. Dritter? Ja, dritter. Dritter Boss, ja. Die Olle, die da unten steht. Ich glaube, in dem Ding hier habe ich noch nie 100% gehabt. Also in dem Abschnitt hier. Immer irgendwo irgendwas vergessen bis jetzt, glaube ich. Immer, ja, also am Schluss immer irgendwie 97% oder so Späße. Ah, nein. Du hast nur bei einem? Was hast du nur bei einem? Ah. %? Wie? Ich hab jetzt gerade von dem Level hier geredet, also von diesem Abschnitt jetzt gerade. Also jetzt gerade der Stock, wo wir... Ach, das ist weil wir da oben. Ja, genau. Wir sind da noch nie hochgegangen. Das ist das Problem. Ah, ja klar. Okay. Rätsel gelöst. Dieser Boss ist der schimmligste Boss in der ganzen, also in Torghast. Weil er es so oft hat, dass er keinen einzigen gescheiten Bonus droppt. Der Bonus, den ich jetzt genommen habe, ist aber super geil. Macht zwar Schaden, also 1% Leben von mir selbst, wenn ich gerade nicht am Kämpfen bin. Aber wenn ich gerade am Kämpfen bin, macht das sau viel Schaden an den Gegnern. Fuck. Oh mein Gott. Hi.
All goods and services for sale. Your patronage is always appreciated.
Ob der Hunter das nochmal gerallt bekommt, dass er uns gerade die ganze Zeit extrem auf den Sack geht mit seinem scheiß Pet-Taunt? Ich wage es jetzt zu bezweifeln. Ja. Bist du noch da? Du müsstest mich doch rein theoretisch sogar jetzt doppelt hören. Ja. 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 Hi. Willst du Soul Forges machen? Jetzt, wo ich schon da bin, ja. Kann ich das zweite auch noch machen. Ich glaube, da droppt zwar nichts, was ich brauche. Muss ich genau verstehen, warum du im Discord jetzt nichts sagst? Oder kannst du mich nicht hören? Doch, müsstest du.
Hörst du mich?
Ja. Hörst du mich denn? Scheint wohl nicht so. Ich sage nochmal, ja, ich kann dich hören, aber du hörst mich wohl nicht. Richtig?
Hallo?
Ja.
Hörst du mich? Ich höre dich irgendwie nicht. Versuch's nochmal.
Hi. Ah. Hi. Bist du sicher, dass das Problem nicht bei dir ist? Wenn du hier bei Voice und Setting gehst, sind da deine beiden richtigen Sachen drin? Das wechselt sich nämlich automatisch ganz gerne mal, wenn du irgendwo ein Kabel raus oder rein, also rausziehst oder reinsteckst. Das ist nämlich dummerweise, ja, habe ich auch schon ein paar Mal verkackt, dass ich auf einmal über meine Webcam mit Leuten geredet habe oder irgend so ein Scheiß. Beziehungsweise ja, macht's halt auch ganz gerne mal, dass du auf einmal irgendwelche anderen Kopfhörer oder so. Oh. Hi. Hi, hi. Up.
Ich höre wieder was.
Sicher.
Ich höre dich.
Yay. Hi.
Hi, ich hatte das Problem, ich habe gerade den zweiten Bildschirm angeschlossen.
Ja, das war das, was ich gerade gesagt hatte, wo du im Stream warst, wo du dann gesagt hast, du hörst da auch, also im Stream auch nichts. Da habe ich gerade gesagt, guck mal bei dir im Discord, ob die Sourcen da noch alle richtig sind, weil die Sachen ganz gerne mal automatisch sich umändern, wenn du irgendwelche Kabel rausziehst oder reinsteckst.
Also die waren ja richtig. Das war bei den Audiogeräten.
Wie bitte?
Im Discord war es ja richtig, aber das war bei den Audiogeräten.
Okay, selbes Problem halt, dass die Sachen automatisch halt eben umändern, wenn du irgendwo was Neues reinmachst.
Also es hat dann den Lautsprecher vom Bildschirm genommen, der keine Lautsprecher hat.
Hättest du mal 15 € oder so mehr bezahlt für das Ding mit Lautsprechern.
Ich brauche ja da keine Lautsprecher. Keine Ahnung, vielleicht hat der doch Lautsprecher. Ich weiß es nicht, vielleicht hat er das ja.
Nee, hat er wahrscheinlich nicht, aber der hat halt die gleiche Software drauf, wie halt eben das Modell, was irgendwie 15 Mücken mehr kostet, wo halt eben die Lautsprecher drin sind.
Ja, aber der braucht ja keine Lautsprecher eigentlich.
Ja, das sag ich ja auch nicht, nur das ist halt das Problem, deswegen wurden halt eben Lautsprecher erkannt, weil es mit Sicherheit halt eben eine Version mit Lautsprechern gibt.
Damit habe ich den Stream oben laufen und kann unten WoW spielen. Das ist praktisch.
Wieso denn oben? Hast du die übereinander?
Ja.
Oh Gott.
Das Ding ist an der Wand befestigt. Man kann es halt nach oben, nach unten, zur Wand hin. Also das ist so ein beweglicher Arm.
Ja, ich habe so Zeug lang genug installiert. Ich weiß, was du meinst. War 2 Jahre lang Verkäufer. Ich war fast nur im Außendienst.
Okay.
Also größtenteils habe ich irgendwelchen uralten Leuten erklärt, also beziehungsweise Leute über 40 stundenlang erklärt, wie eine fucking Fernbedienung funktioniert.
Oh lol.
Ich hatte das wirklich mehr als, also öfter, dass wir fürs Erklären von dem Scheiß länger gebraucht haben, wie fürs Aufstellen und Aufhängen und so von irgendwelchen Geräten.
Obwohl ich weiß, glaube ich, bei manchen Tasten auch. Guck mir gerade die Fernbedienung an. Das meiste weiß ich. Ein paar Sachen gibt es, die weiß ich nicht, aber die verwende ich auch nicht.
Ja, natürlich, auf den Dingern ist ja auch immer super viel drauf, aber es ist halt so, dass du da immer Leute da sitzen hast, die halt eben nicht drauf klarkommen, dass halt im Grunde, gerade jetzt bei den Smart TVs und so, wenn du denen sagst, ja, im Grunde funktioniert die Tastatur, die Fernbedienung funktioniert im Grunde wie eine Maus auf einem bei einem PC, da kollabiert bei denen halt irgendwas im Kopf, da kommen die halt nicht drauf klar. Weißt du, es gibt ja teilweise so Dinge, halt gerade bei diesen Sony-Dingern und so, die halt eben super toll aussehen, wo halt wirklich nur noch 2 oder 3 Tasten drauf sind, die du halt nach oben und unten klicken kannst. Die du halt wo du im Grunde halt eben tatsächlich die Software halt eben genauso wie ein PC halt bedienen musst und die Fernbedienung im Grunde halt eben nur eine Maus ist. Aber da kommen die halt absolut nicht drauf klar, die meisten. Und das ist halt auch super oft nicht bei irgendwelchen 70- und 80-Jährigen, sondern du stehst halt da wirklich vor Leuten, die irgendwie Professoren oder, obwohl vielleicht nicht Professoren, aber die halt eben irgendwelche relativ intelligenten Menschen sind, aber die anscheinend in ihrem Leben noch nie irgendwie einen PC benutzt haben. Stehst du da 2 Stunden und versuchst denen irgendwie so beizubringen, wie der fucking Fernseher funktioniert.
Ich glaube, Relic kommt halt nicht mehr.
Wer kommt nicht mehr?
Der komische Vogel in Kroatien.
Komischer Vogel?
Wenn du das Ei da anklickst auf der kleinen Insel da, kommt dieser komischer Vogel, Dingsbums, der Mount Top.
Habe ich noch nie gemacht.
Reliwig der Trotzige.
Ich habe generell von Cortex keine Ahnung. Ich laufe da rum, hau irgendwelche Rare Mobs um und dann war's das auch.
Weißt du, wann Leon wieder streamt?
Nee, also ich benutze generell ja kein Twitter und Facebook oder generell den ganzen Scheiß nicht. Also kann sein, dass er irgendwo irgendwas gepostet hat, aber ich weiß es nicht. Keine Ahnung.
Das wüsste ich.
Ich weiß es auch nicht. Ich bin halt so ein super unfähiger DD. Oh nein, wieso habe ich Aggro? Keine Lust auf was?
Auf Torgas.
Achso, das hatte ich ja auch eben gefragt, ob du das doch noch machen willst. Also rein theoretisch kann ich danach dann auch nochmal.
Brauchst du noch einen Run?
Theoretisch immer, ja. Wollen ist halt eine andere Frage.
Ja, brauchen.
Ich habe 16 Chars auf. Ich habe 16 Chars auf 60. Also theoretisch muss ich da immer rein.
Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott.
Aber ich mache das halt einmal alle 3 Wochen oder so mit 2 Chars. Also, wie gesagt, theoretisch rein müssen tue ich immer, ja.
Ach ja, habe ich dir da schon gesagt, dass ich irgendwie nie Loot bekomme?
Nee.
Ich habe jetzt, glaube ich, 30 Keys gemacht. Kein Loot für mich. Ich habe jede Woche NHC Sanken gemacht. Ich habe nur die Hosen bekommen und bei HC auch die Hosen und bei Sylvanas die Schultern, die ich aber aus der Kiste schon hatte. Ich bekomme kein Gear.
Nee, ich habe eigentlich nur bei meinem Charmy-Loot Probleme die ganze Zeit gehabt, aber den spiele ich auch schon seit 2-3 Wochen irgendwie gar nicht mehr, weil gerade bei Leon den HC-Rate ja jetzt nicht mehr so die letzten 2-3 IDs nicht gescheit gemacht hat.
Und wie meinst du das?
Ja, auf allen meinen anderen Chars habe ich halt easy super viel Gear und bei fast allen Chars auch gleich nach 1 oder 2 Runs schon 1 oder 2 Set-Boni komplett. Fuck, wäre ich fast gestorben. Aber der Charmy hat halt seit Anfang, also seit der ersten ID halt nur Scheiße gelootet. Und auch nur aus der Kiste nur Dreck bekommen. Ich habe ein gutes Item, das ist ein Schild, der bringt mir aber ohne Mainhand halt nichts. Also ein 252er Schild.
Okay, aber macht Leon jetzt keine Raids mehr, oder?
Das ist im Moment halt so ein bisschen fragwürdig. Wenn der jetzt tatsächlich anfängt und mit seinem Dings, mit Diablo, dann, ja, keine Ahnung.
Okay, ja, ich gehe ja Larena mit.
Ja, da war ich letzte Woche ja auch dabei bei dem einen Normal Run.
Kannst du ja dann gerne mit. Ja, und eine Gilde hat gemeint, sie würden mich nehmen, aber, jetzt kommt das Aber. Sie haben keine Zeit, meinen Hunter zu gieren. Also sie haben keine Zeit, dass sie HC weitermachen, also alle Bosse und auch NHC nicht, und sie wollen Mythic machen. Ja.
Okay.
Ich habe erstens keine Lust auf Mythic, ich habe zweitens keine Lust auf Progress. Ich will einfach nur mein Gear haben und meinen Bogen. Und das auf HC. Weil NHC kann ich mir kaufen auch. Mythic meine ich. Ich habe mir jetzt die HC Sylvanas gekauft. Kein Bogen für mich, kein Loot für mich. Ein anderer Hunter, der sich den Kill gekauft hat, hat den Bogen bekommen. Nicht.
Ich kaufe mir nichts.
Naja, ich farm ja Gold. Also kann ich mir da mal so einen Kill kaufen. Für was farm ich sonst das Gold? Mal gucken.
Gear kaufen.
Gear kaufen. Also Gear ist es letzte.
Ja, jetzt beziehungsweise zum Gear-Dingsen aufwerten, wie auch immer.
Wert ist ja nicht für Gold.
Das Legendary kostet im Moment super viel.
Ach,
Aber
aus.
Aber halt auch eben Dingens, einfach halt um Zeug zu dingsen, wie heißt Raid-Utensilien halt. Ich würde halt generell einfach nie einen Kill kaufen, weil ich unterstütze so einen Scheiß halt einfach nicht. Vor allem weil es halt auch absolut überheftige Scammerei ist.
Ja, ich will den Bogen und wenn du noch keinen HC Sylvanas Skill hast, dann nimmt dich keine Gruppe mit über 4 Stunden im Team.
Ja.
Ja, wenn du HC Skill hast, nehmen sie dich mit. Egal ob er gekauft ist oder nicht.
Kann gut sein. Weiß ich nicht. Ich habe bis jetzt noch nie... Ja, wie gesagt, ich kaufe also keine Kills.
Ja, es ist ja leider, wenn du keine Gruppe hast, ist halt echt doof, dass du überhaupt den Kill bekommst und dich nimmt dann wirklich keiner mit.
Ich habe halt einfach mit mehreren Chars habe ich jetzt mittlerweile die ersten 8 down. Ich könnte Sylvanas hätte ich auch schon lange tot haben können. Ich habe einfach nur nie gemacht. Also ich bin halt bei mehreren Gruppen halt immer mit rein und zwar halt immer nur einen Tag. Und da sind halt bis jetzt bei mir bei mehreren Chars halt 6 bis 8 Bosse gefallen. Danach halt einfach nie die IDs weitergemacht.
Okay, ich muss ganz kurz wissen, was zu trinken will. Gleich wieder da.
Gut.
Wieder da.
Hi.
Ja, mir gesagt, mir geht immer mit Bogen. Ich will ihn haben.
Ja, wie gesagt, ich habe halt einfach nie irgendeine ID weitergemacht. Also ich hätte die mittlerweile auch schon lange tot haben können, aber ich habe mir jetzt sogar mal angeguckt, was die denn die beiden anderes können. Das ist ja sogar gar nicht so viel. Bei beiden im Grunde nur mehr Schaden. Bei Kel'Thuzad musst du die Kills gescheit machen. Also die Ads gescheit killen. Weil die ja respawnen nach 10 Sekunden. Was in der Zwischenphase. Und bei Sylvanas ist im Grunde nur mehr Schaden. Und die Flächen auf dem Boden müssen gescheiter gespielt werden. Also in der dritten Phase. Das sind im Grunde auf HC die einzigen relevanten Unterschiede.
Ja, was denn mit den großen Teilen, da ist ja auch irgendwas, die werden ja riesig.
Im Großen was?
Die großen Pfeile, also die Pfeile, die Sylvanas am Boden schmeißt, die ich mit Ketten.
Ja, du darfst nicht in deinen eigenen rein, sonst stirbst du.
Okay, weil die sind ja dann riesig.
Wie gesagt, du darfst deinen eigenen nicht berühren, sonst verreckst du sofort. Das macht, weiß ich, 150.000 Schaden oder so.
Ja, ich war sowieso am Kill tot.
Ich versuche seit 4 oder 5 Tagen meinen Hunter durch NHC durchzuprügeln. Bin mit der ersten Gruppe halt bis zum Fate Scribe gekommen. Und mittlerweile bin ich halt durch 4 Gruppen oder so durch, die mich dann irgendwann mal mitgenommen haben. Und es hat halt keine von den Gruppen hat's hinbekommen, diesen scheiß Boss umzuklatschen. Und das Schlimmste ist, dass ich bei fast jedes Mal erster im Damage bin. Mit einer 210er Waffe und 218er Item Level. Mache ich jedes Mal 5 bis 6k DPS und das halt macht mich sehr betroffen. Ich fahre halt die ganze Zeit die Legendary Logs. Das ist so armselig.
Ja, das glaube ich.
Das Schlimmste ist, dass ich sogar die guten Logs habe, obwohl die nicht mal gescheit, die Ads nicht gescheit spielen, also weil die es halt jedes Mal explodieren lassen. Da halt Nightfay, Beastmaster. Der ja, müsste wohl verstehen, wie viel Damage da fehlt, wenn du nicht in die Viecher da reinklieben darfst. Mit meinem DK bin ich jetzt auch vorhin in der ID gestrandet, beim Guardian.
Okay. Also HC oder NHC?
Ein HC. Das einzige, womit ich im Moment HC spiele, ist Paladin im Grunde.
Okay, wer ist da schon?
8. Da habe ich den Fate Scribe nach 3 Tries oder so gelegt.
Ich habe glaube ich 8 von 10.
Wie bitte?
Ich habe glaube ich 8 von 10.
Ja, ich auch. Das war halt ein Tag mit dem Pala getankt. Normalerweise in der Gruppe bin ich normalerweise mit meinem Priester dabei. Aber die haben halt was gebraucht. Also, ja. Die haben halt jetzt auch schon auf einen Tag die Woche runter. Die raiden nur noch einen Tag in der Woche und an dem Tag also selbst an dem Tag haben jetzt die Leute gefehlt. Letzten Mittwoch? Ja, letzten Mittwoch. Und ja, dann bin ich halt mit Tank mit und dann haben wir halt einfach mal schnell 2 Bosse gelegt, die halt vorher noch nicht down waren. Aber dann war halt die Zeit rum. So in der ID halt dann schnell 8 Bosse gelegt in 3 Stunden. Ja, und halt so wie immer, also keinen zweiten Tag. Und deswegen habe ich halt jetzt schon die ID wieder die letzten beiden Bosse noch nicht gesehen. Aber es interessiert mich halt auch relativ wenig. Ich weiß, dass die nicht so schwer sind, also.
Ja, es ist halt nur, man muss halt wissen, was sie können und was man machen muss. Und manche Leute checken es halt einfach beim 10. Mal noch nicht.
Ja, bei mir wäre jetzt auch nicht das Problem, dass ich in keine Gruppen reinkomme. Ich könnte mich bei den ganzen Sylvanas-Gruppen anmelden. Da bin ich mir relativ sicher, dass ich relativ schnell eingeladen werde. Ich meine, mein Charmy und mein Parler, die haben beide 240er Item-Level. Und halt eben die... Ja, das ist schön. Ja, und ich habe halt zumindest die Bosse davor halt eben schon alle mehrfach getötet. Also ich würde definitiv in Gruppen reinkommen, aber es juckt mich halt einfach überhaupt nicht.
Der Bogen ist der Grund, warum ich eigentlich das mache. Ansonsten würde mich das gar nicht interessieren. Sylvanas hat sie down, fertig.
Ja, aber halt auch generell, es ist egal bei welchem Spiel, ich kaufe mir halt keine Dinge. Ich will nicht irgendwelche freispielbaren Sachen mit Geld kaufen, ich bin halt, ja, ich will das Spiel spielen. Ich kaufe mir keine Cheats.
Ich habe das Gold ehrlich erfahren.
Ich sag ja auch nicht, dass es nicht ehrlich ist oder wie auch immer, aber das hat für mich halt nichts mit Zocken zu tun.
Ja, wie gesagt, mich interessiert das ganze Progress gerade nicht.
Das war's?
Das ganze Progress interessiert mich gerade überhaupt nicht. Es irgendwelche Bosse zu Progress. Und trotzdem will ich den Bogen haben.
Gestern auch so geil, da bin ich mit meinem Dudu, den habe ich gestern mal zumindest für eine Instanz wieder ausgepackt. Da hatten gerade so welche in der Gilde, wo mein Dudu drin ist, gefragt, so, Key, bla bla bla, kannst du einen 12er Key heilen? Ich sag so, ja klar kann ich einen 12er Key heilen. Gehe ich so in die Gruppe und da sehen die so, mit dem Item-Level wird es aber nix. Dudu hat halt nur 205er Item-Level. So, Junge, ich kann das heilen. Die Hälfte von dem Gear war halt noch Castle Natria HC. Das andere Zeug war halt noch von der Dings, von der Questline, was das 197er Gear von der Kampagne. Halt nur 205er Item-Level zustande gekommen. Du sagst so, ich kann das heilen. Ich habe mir halt einfach einen HP-Port reingedrückt und halt eben das Ding auf die Brust, dass ich knapp auf 40k Leben gekommen bin. Und, ja. Dann sind die abgehauen. Solche Schmocks. Dann aber also zum Glück war der von dem der Key war, das war gar keiner aus der Gilde. Die beiden aus der Gilde, von denen ich gerade geredet habe, die waren bei einem anderen Typ mit rein in die Gruppe. Und der Typ ist halt da geblieben. Ja, und dann haben wir halt einfach mal einen plus 3er Key gespielt. Also ein plus 3er 12er Plague Fall.
Plus 3.
Ja.
Easy. Mir fehlen die Woche noch 4,15 für die Kiste, für die dritte. Ja, das ist, wenn man per Tod ist.
Ich habe halt leider keinen Dings bekommen, leider keinen Loot bekommen. Das hat mich ein bisschen, ja, unglücklich gestimmt.
Ja, ich kenne das. Ich habe 30 Keys, kein Loot.
Also danach habe ich so geschrieben, so hier, ich habe jetzt einen 11er Key. Ich glaube, wir haben niemanden gerade online, der vom Item-Level da mit kann. Halt auch so super schimmelt, halt so mit 240er Item-Level, die halt keine 15er Keys gebacken bekommen. Und, ja.
Wo dann das Gear?
Weekly Chests. Weekly Chests und halt random in irgendwelche Keys reingehen für 15. Also einmal die Woche irgendwo ein 15er Key halt dick depleten, damit man halt die Weekly Chest bekommt.
Ja, ich gucke immer, dass ich die 10 habe, dass ich 3 zur Auswahl habe.
Ja, aber das sage ich ja schon die ganze Zeit, schon seit Anfang des Add-ons. Damit schimmeln sich die Leute. Also das ist diese Kiste ist halt so dermaßen toxisch, die macht die komplette Community halt kaputt. Weil die Kiste an sich ist für Mythic, also für Progress Raider ist die super geil. Aber für alle anderen ist diese scheiß Dreckskiste das absolut letzte. Weil das Problem ist, dass sich jeder Vollidiot innerhalb von wenigen Wochen hier zusammenschimmelt, womit du halt mythisch raiden kannst. Und die gehen dann halt in Normal Race rein und kriegen die Bosse nicht gebacken und machen halt nur ein Drittel von dem Schaden, den sie eigentlich machen sollten.
Ja, man muss aber auch dazu sagen, da gibt es solche wie mich, die keine Ahnung wie viele Keys läuft, dass ich das sagt, klar ist eben schon, und kein Loot bekommt. Keine Ahnung wie oft ich den scheiß Spitzen habe. Ich habe noch immer nicht die Waffe.
Ja, gut, das ist dann aber wieder ein anderes Problem.
Ich habe alles fast nur aus den Kisten bekommen, weil ich einfach Pech habe. Dafür habe ich im Quartier schon fast alle Mounts.
Ja, wie gesagt, das ist halt wieder ein anderes Problem, aber diese dreckige Schmutzkiste, die ist halt absolutes obertoxischer Mist.
Ja, sie sollten in Dungeons wieder mehr Gear bringen.
Ich habe ja nie behauptet, dass in WoW gerade nur die Kiste ein Problem ist. Anfangen das aufzuzählen, sind wir in 3 Wochen noch hier. Also darüber am Reden.
Und ich mache trotzdem jede Woche Normal komplett durch. Und ja, HC, soweit wie es halt geht mit Arena. Also diese Woche habe ich HC, ich glaube 6 down und heute die 2 down. Also 1930. Mal gucken, wie weit wir kommen. Ach ja, das Problem ist auch noch, die Guild ist auf Frostwolf.
Bei der Arena oder was?
Nein, nicht von der Arena, sondern von der Gilde, wo ich beitreten könnte für den Mythic Raid.
So.
Ja, Frostwolf. Toxic Server.
Kann sein, ja.
Also ich habe bei Frostwolf...
Ist Frostwolf nicht die Horden-Version von Egwin?
Ja. Also ein Toxic Server, ja. Oder wie heißt der andere Server, wo auch alle so toxisch sind? Ja, mir fällt mir ein. Ich glaube, sind das ein Party herum.
Ich glaube, ich bin noch nie nicht sinnlos in Quartier rumgelaufen.
Nein, ich fahre gezielt die Rasen ab, aber ewig lässt sich sowieso nicht blicken. Könnte man im Schlund gucken, weil ich den nachher gibt ein Boss noch ab, also so ein Mini-Boss für den Erfolg.
Was für ein Erfolg?
Abenteurer von Quartier, glaube ich, warst du.
Ach, dass du alle von den Rares mal getötet hast, oder wie?
Ja, genau. 2 oder 3 habe ich schon runtergeschwungen.
Boah, ich weiß noch, ey, das war damals in Wrath of the Lich King, war dieser Erfolg für den BC-Content, das war so ein Abfuck. Also das war einer der schwersten Erfolge damals. Das war vergleichbar mit dem Timeless Proto Drake. Weil den haben halt so viele gefarmt und da gibt es so viele Rares in BC und ja, die halt auch super lange Respawn-Zeiten haben und hatten und wie auch immer. Also das hat auch wochenlang gedauert, wenn du das versucht hast.
Nee, deshalb habe ich die alle nachher gemacht. Also ich hatte keinen Bock da. Beziehungsweise bei mir und selber ging es eigentlich, weil es gut.
Achso, ja, stimmt ja, du spielst ja auch schon so ewig. Also kennst du das ja auch alles.
Seit Vanilla. Also
Ja, ja. Aber du weißt, wovon ich rede.
Ja. Leon war ja auch auf meinem Server. Da war eine Legende auf meinem Server. Mit Hein.
Achso, der komische Worry, den ich noch nie gesehen habe. Wieso war er eine Legende?
Ich weiß es nicht.
Der hat doch damals noch nicht mal geradet.
Ja, ich weiß es nicht, der war eine Legende.
Ja,
hat er halt auch gesagt. Ich habe keine Ahnung warum.
Achso, ja, das sagt er immer.
Ja, das meinte ich ja.
So.
Nein.
Ja, soweit ich weiß, halt einfach nur Legende, so. Legende. Immer nur, weil er halt noch total unfähig damals war. Also so richtig derbe unfähig.
Also auch so nur für Triple D.
Mindestens, ja.
Ich könnte bei den Sanktum gucken und meine Anime abgeben. Da gibt's ein Limit, oder?
Ja, 35.000.
Was soll ich dann mit Anime machen, bitte?
Ja, mittlerweile haben super viele das Problem, dass sie zu viele Anime haben und das Zeug jetzt die Taschen halt derbe zumüllt, weil sie halt nichts mehr abgeben können.
Weil ich kann jetzt auch bald nichts mehr abgeben, es ist bald Max.
Das Glück habe ich das Problem habe ich zum Glück nicht, weil ich halt die ganze Zeit nicht auf einem Char spiele, aber ja.
Ja, mit dem Voodoo würde ich es brauchen. Ein Hunter, ich weiß ja nicht mal mehr, was ich mit Anima kaufen soll. Ich habe ja schon alles, Transmog, alles.
Ja, mir fehlen auf so ziemlich jedem Char noch super viele Transmogs und so, beziehungsweise ich habe halt auch überall, wenn überhaupt, nur ein einziges Ding auf 3 ausgebaut und das heißt Portal. Und selbst das habe ich nur auf 3 Chars, glaube ich.
Anima. Also ich weiß echt nicht mehr, wo du mit dem Anima kaufst, oder?
Wie bitte?
Brauchst du Anima? Ich werde Anima-Dealer.
Also du kannst ja theoretisch für Anima halt auch Materialien mittlerweile halt kaufen. Hm? Neben der Vault. Was ich aber halt noch auf gar keinem Char habe, sind halt die ganzen Sachen, wo du diese Währung für farmen musst. Weißt du, wo du diese Quests und so machen musst.
Da gibt's eigentlich, also bei Nightfall gibt es ja nur das komische Theater, wo du die komischen Geschenke da bekommst, was das sein soll.
Keine Ahnung. Ach so, ja klar, das Theater meinst du, dass dieses Rollenspiel da, wo du...
Ja, genau, das meine ich. Ja, ich glaube, ich habe Max erreicht. Ja, fast. Auf Max gehen jetzt noch ungefähr 40 ab. 40 Anime auf Max.
Ja, das hat mich halt von Anfang an schon angekotzt. Also selbst vor einem halben Jahr schon, als ich mir das halt angeguckt habe, dass du für jedes Rüstungsitem da irgendwie eine Woche oder so farmen musst. Also diese komischen Daily Quests machen musst. Ich weiß nicht mehr, wie die komische Währung da heißt, die du da brauchst. Aber du weißt, was ich meine, oder?
Ja. Ja, ja.
Und da habe ich halt damals instant, also habe ich sofort die jeglichen Farm-Kram gequittet.
Ja, und ich habe es gefahren, Blöde, Anime und so weiter, dass ich schnell alles ausbauen kann. Und die Karte wird in die Nacht geschmissen.
Oh, klar. Ja, auch nichts Neues. Aber ich hab's halt... Ja, gerade weil das Zeug halt auch alles so super scheiße ist. Also, ob ich jetzt das Rüstungsset von den Dingens, von dem Pakt in hellbraun oder dunkelbraun habe, könnt ihr mich mal, ja, sonst wo knutschen. Also da werde ich mit Sicherheit nicht wochenlang irgendeinen Scheiß farmen, um halt eben die Farbe da ein bisschen umzuändern.
Aber denen ist halt nichts anderes eingefallen. Es ist ja genauso wie mit dem KSM-Mount. Das ist ja dasselbe, nur mit einer anderen Farbe.
Ja, mit dem neuen Patch ist... Wie gesagt, wenn ich damit jetzt anfangen würde, was bei WoW so alles gerade im Argen ist, dann würden wir in 2 Wochen noch hier sitzen. Da ist halt so einiges im Argen.
Ich muss ehrlich sagen, also ich mag die Dungeons in Shadowlands vom Design her, ich mag Welten vom Design, außer mal trotzdem das hässlich.
Sagen wir so, das Grundgerüst von Shadowlands war und ist super gut, aber alles, was danach kam, also...
Ja, die Story ist ja auch nicht schlecht dazu.
Wenn man Sylvanas rausnimmt, stimme ich dir zu. Oh ne, Quatsch, nee, eigentlich auch nicht. Sylvanas und der Jailer sind der größte Dreck ever.
Jaina?
Hm?
Meinst du Jaina?
Nein, Sylvanas.
Und der Kerkermeister, oder?
Ja.
Aber sie wird ja jetzt wieder gut. So, wo ist der
Ich meine, der Jailer ist halt einfach mal Thanos. Also Thanos. Das haben sich halt einfach mal aus Marvel geklaut. Ist halt einfach null Storybuilding. Der ist halt einfach aufgetaucht. Und dann auf einmal in der Story sind diese 5 unglaublich wichtigen Items. Oder nee, 4. 4 von den 4 verschiedenen Kampagnendingern da. Und es ist halt einfach so null Storybuilding. Die sagen dir halt einfach, oh ja, die Dinger sind wichtig. Oh, er hat sie alle 4 geklaut und jetzt geht er und macht, ja, sein Ding. Jetzt warten wir noch mal ein halbes Jahr, bis die Story weitergeht. Aber halt, ja, das ist halt so richtig, richtig schlechtes Storytelling. Ja, und Sylvanas, also ich weiß nicht, ob du weißt, was eine Mary Sue ist, aber Sylvanas ist gerade die schlimmste Mary Sue, die es in WoW jemals gegeben hat. Der beste Satz. Ich werde niemals dienen. Alte, du hast die letzten 3 oder 4 Expansions nichts anderes gemacht, außer dienen. So lächerlich.
Weil ich so gemein zu ihr. Sie kann ja nichts dafür, dass sie so ist, wie sie ist.
Ja, das hat ja damit nichts zu tun. Ich mag ja Sylvanas, also ich mochte Sylvanas früher immer, aber die hat halt seit dem Anfang des Games nichts anderes gemacht, außer Leute beleidigen und schön aussehen.
Geil.
Ja, wie gesagt, da sag ich ja so nichts gegen. Also ich fand Sylvanas immer ganz cool. Aber dass sie halt eben jetzt zu so einer extrem erbärmlichen Superheldin halt im Grunde gemacht haben, die halt eben jetzt, das ist halt einfach ganz schlecht. Wie bitte?
Es passt nicht zu ihr.
Ja gut, also das habe ich jetzt eigentlich nur gemeint mit dem, weil, wie gesagt, ich weiß nicht, ob du weißt, was eine Mary Sue ist. Weißt du, was eine Mary Sue ist?
Er hat schon erwähnt, das weiß ich nicht.
Eine Mary Sue ist im Grunde ein Charakter, also jetzt Mary Sue sagt man, glaube ich, sogar, ich weiß nicht, ob es da eine männliche Version für gibt, aber eine Mary Sue ist ein Charakter, meistens ein Self-Insert, Also eine Selbsteinfügung von irgendeiner Person, die ein Buch oder so schreibt, wo man halt eben ganz klar rauslesen kann, dass die sich da selbst reingeschrieben haben in die Story und die sich halt 24/7 irgendwelche Sachen aus dem Arsch ziehen, um halt eben immer die beste und tollste Person zu sein und halt alles und jeden fertig zu machen und die sind halt unaufhaltbar. Und genau das ist Sylvanas halt jetzt gerade. Bis auf die Tatsache, also eine Sache passt halt nicht ganz, man weiß nicht, wer sich da selbst eingefügt hat, also das ist wahrscheinlich eher weniger ein Problem in der Situation, aber Sylvanas ist halt seit Jahren, oder beziehungsweise halt gerade jetzt seit Shadowlands, halt einfach 24/7 nur am Sachen aus dem Arsch ziehen, wie sie halt eben alles und jeden fertig macht. Und das ist halt eines der die schlechtesten, eine der schlechtesten Arten, wie man halt irgendwie einen Charakter aufbauen kann. Und das ergibt halt von vorne bis hinten auch einfach null Sinn, weil sie sich halt dauernd selbst widerspricht. Also wenn man halt mal ganz genau analysiert, wie die Story halt im WoW so gerade am Verlaufen ist, es ergibt halt alles null Sinn. Bestes Beispiel halt eben dieser Satz mit dem, ich werde niemals dienen. Sie hat seit 12 Jahren nichts anderes gemacht, außer der Horde zu dienen.
Aber mit dem größeren Ziel, ihre Rache.
Ja, man kann sich alles schön reden.
Nee, das ist so. Das war ihre Rache.
Ja, natürlich, aber trotzdem verrät sie halt hinten und vorne ihre eigenen Leute, ihre eigenen, nicht Potenzial, wie heißt das, ihre eigenen Werte und wie auch immer. Und natürlich, man kann jetzt, gerade so wie das jetzt alles passiert ist, man kann natürlich auch sagen, naja, das war seit Minute 1, seit Arthas ihr damals da die Seele und wie auch immer. Seitdem hat sie eigentlich schon mit, ja, alle nur verarscht. Natürlich, das kann man sagen. Es ist aber unglaublich lazy und halt einfach, ja. Ja. Halt einfach mal 15 Jahren Storytelling halt mit den Füßen getreten. Oder nee, 15 Jahre nicht. Wrath of the Lich King war damals. Nee, wann ist Sylvanas gestorben? Nee, die ist doch damals in Warcraft 3 schon gestorben, oder?
Das war vor Lich King.
Ja, also sagen wir einfach, ja doch, das war damals schon. Das war das war in Warcraft 3 schon. Bitte?
Ja, aber die Seuche da kam.
Ja, genau, also das heißt, ist halt von vorne bis hinten, nochmal von vorne, ist halt knapp 20 Jahre Storytelling halt eben mit Füßen getreten. Und das Problem, also so Probleme sind ja schon ewig da, aber das halt gerade mit BFA hat das halt alles angefangen.
Sylvanas verträgt sich mit ihren Schwestern, die Horde und die Allianz schließen sich zusammen. Ende.
Ja, also bei mir ist halt damals so alles aus den Wolken gefallen als Azshara. Ich fand Azshara immer extrem cool und die wurde in BFA ja damals auch so extrem cool vorgestellt den Spielern. Und dann waren halt die Raids, die haben den Charakter halt so dermaßen kaputt gemacht. Weil sie halt auf einmal es war einfach so ein random Boss, den du halt umgehauen hast.
Ja, aber ich
ohne
weiß, wenn du sie gespuckt hast, hat sie dich instant getötet.
Ja gut, das tut irgendeinen Schmuddelboss, also irgendeinen World-Boss auch mal ganz gerne. Aber darum geht's ja nicht. Es geht ja nicht unbedingt um die Mechaniken, wie schwer ein Boss jetzt ist oder wie krass Mechanik herausfordernd die sind. Die Raids an sich hatten halt auch keinerlei Story oder so. Du hast halt da 1 oder 2 Bosse gesehen, die dir halt irgendwie 2 Sätze erzählt haben, von wegen, dass der und der halt eben der Meister ist und wie auch immer. Aber ja, Azshara ist halt komplett, also ja, vor den Zug geschmissen worden damals in BFA. Genau dasselbe ist halt eben jetzt einfach mit Sylvanas also in Shadowlands passiert. Außer halt Unterschied, dass Azshara halt einfach nur so, oh ja, wir kümmern uns nicht mehr, also kümmert uns nicht. Und bei Sylvanas ist sie halt eben, also ich bin mir relativ sicher, dass da ein paar blauhaarige Damen bei den Entscheidungen mit zu sprechen hatten, warum Sylvanas auf einmal so eine komplette Umdrehung gemacht hat, weil ja Toxic Masculinity, also Hauptcharaktere dürfen ja heutzutage keine männlichen Weißen mehr sein. Und ich meine, hier der Lich King, wie heißt der? Bolvar, der war ja mal weiß.
Naja, er ist ein bisschen verkühlt.
Ja, das sage ich ja, der war irgendwann mal weiß. Und da kannst du dir halt schon vorstellen, wo diese, also klar, ist jetzt mehr oder weniger auch nur ein Joke. Aber das würde mich sogar gar nicht wundern, wenn das da mit reingespielt hätte. Lich King, der Mann, der darf, nee, das kann kein Hauptcharakter sein. Das müssen wir unterbinden.
Ich denke, der ist einfach nur verkugelt.
Wie bitte?
Er ist einfach nur verkugelt.
Ja, wie gesagt, das war jetzt auch mehr oder weniger nur ein Joke. Aber es würde mich halt eben nicht wundern, wenn das eine der Dinge gewesen wäre, warum aus Sylvanas das geworden ist, was halt eben jetzt mit ihr passiert ist. Ich hatte zum Beispiel letzte Woche oder so, hat mich auch eine Person im Stream gefragt, wie denn so die Bücher wären. Ich habe die Bücher leider nie gelesen, aber ich habe bis jetzt immer nur Gutes gehört. Die Bücher scheinen echt gut zu sein, also die WoW-Bücher.
Alle gelesen sind mega.
Ja gut, derselben Person habe ich dann halt auch eben auch erklärt, aber ich kann mir nicht vorstellen, wie die halt eben den Charakter von Sylvanas in dem letzten Buch halbwegs gescheit irgendwie verwurstet haben sollten. Also ich kann im Grunde, habe ich so halt auch so gesagt, die Bücher an sich, soweit ich weiß, ich habe nie was Schlechtes gehört, aber ich kann mir halt eben einfach bei dem Neuesten nicht vorstellen, dass die, also soweit ich weiß, ist das Neueste ja also auch das Sylvanas Buch und da geht die Story ja glaube ich auch schon weiter, als wir jetzt im Spiel sind. Und ich kann mir einfach nicht vorstellen, wie die Story, der Storystrang oder wie auch immer, wie die das da irgendwie halbwegs gescheit halt eben zu Platte gebracht haben, weil halt eben in-game das so unglaublich schlecht ist.
Oder ein Hörbuch anhören, dann musst du es nicht lesen.
Wie bitte?
Lesen oder das Hörbuch anhören, dann weißt du es.
Ja gut, aber wenn ich die Story schon kenne, dann habe ich aufs Game überhaupt keinen Bock mehr. Oh, sag mir bitte, nee, warte mal, hast du Buch und wie heißt nicht Hörbuch. Hast du beides schon konsumiert?
Nein.
Liest du die Bücher in Deutsch?
Ja.
Oh. Ich habe damals bis Ende von Wrath of the Lich King habe ich tatsächlich auch auf Deutsch gespielt, aber als die dann damals angefangen haben, alles einzudeutschen, habe ich halt ganz böse Karies bekommen. Also seitdem habe ich auch nie wieder auf Deutsch gespielt.
Oder Thunderbluff.
Ja, man übersetzt einfach keine fucking Namen. Das ist halt
Nein,
einfach...
Man übersetzt auch keine fucking Städte.
Wie bitte? Städte?
Man übersetzt keine Städte. Das macht man nicht.
Ja, das meine ich ja, Namen. Also Städtenamen und vor allem Höllschrei. Alter, der heißt nicht Höllschrei, der heißt Hellscream. Man übersetzt keine Namen. Das ist einfach so dumm. Wie gesagt, deswegen, ja, seitdem spiele ich WoW nicht mehr auf Deutsch. Und generell spiele ich auch ich spiele generell eigentlich alles nur noch auf Englisch. Die einzigen Spiele, die ich auf Deutsch spiele, sind Gothic und die Risen-Spiele, falls ihr das was sagt. Das sind deutsche Spiele. Das sind die deutschen Versionen halt viel besser. Aber ansonsten spiele ich alles nur noch auf Englisch. Japanisch kann ich leider nicht gut genug, also muss ich mir da auch immer die englischen Versionen, die englischen Versionen geben. Ich habe aber bei manchen Spielen habe ich mittlerweile auch schon den japanischen Dub genommen, also die japanischen Stimmen. Bei vielen Spielen. Wie bitte?
Mit Untertitel?
Ja, japanische Stimmen, aber mit englischen Untertiteln. Weil weil es oft passiert, dass die englischen Dubs halt auch nicht besonders gut sind.
Ja, das weiß ich.
Ähm,
Also halte ich die Stimmen auf Englisch oder auf Deutsch nicht aus. Das ist Horror.
wie bitte?
Ich halte die Stimme auf Englisch oder Deutsch nicht aus.
Bei was?
Bei japanischen Spielen, wo Charaktere, also wo japanische Charaktere dabei sind oder auch bei Animes oder sonst irgendwas.
Ach so. Naja, das kommt ganz auf das Material an.
Nein, es passt nie dazu.
Nee.
Ich könnte dich jetzt stalken.
Inwiefern?
Ich könnte nach Warcraft.
Durch was?
Ich könnte nach Warcraft machen.
So, Ingame stalken.
Ja klar.
Du bist aber auf dem falschen Server.
Da müsste ich rausgehen. Was denkst du von mir?
Habe ich vergessen, was ich gesagt hatte oder worum es. Ach so, die Stimmen. Ich muss sagen, also dem kann ich nicht ganz zustimmen. Es gibt oft also mittlerweile nicht mehr. Da hast du recht. Also obwohl bei Spielen weiß ich es auch gar nicht. Aber bei den ganzen Serien und so ist deutsche Vertonung in den letzten paar Jahren echt schlecht geworden. Aber gerade so vor 10, also sagen wir so im Jahre 2000 bis 2010 so ungefähr, da waren die deutschen Übersetzungen von vielen Sachen um einiges besser, als sie jetzt gerade sind. Also die deutschen Dubs. Aber ja, in den meisten Fällen höre ich, also ich höre mir eigentlich alles größtenteils auf Englisch an. Aber ja, in den meisten Fällen stimme ich dir zu, das sind die Originale meistens besser.
Ja.
Aber Deutschland macht... Wie bitte?
Die bringen das auch ganz anders rüber.
Ja, also Deutschland hat halt weltweit die besten Dubs, aber wie gesagt, das hat in den letzten paar Jahren ein bisschen abgenommen, gerade im Anime-Bereich. Also im Anime-Bereich die letzten 10 Jahre oder so sind die deutschen Dubs echt scheiße geworden. Gerade weil du auch immer dieselben Stimmen hörst. Und die haben auch irgendwie eine ganz komische Qualität in den letzten paar Jahren angenommen. Das ist total merkwürdig.
Ich kann es nicht bewerten. Ich gucke keine Animes oder so auf Deutsch.
Ja, ich auch nicht, aber die wenigen Beispiele, die ich halt kenne, wenn ich es mal irgendwo zufällig höre oder so, halt extrem gammelige, ja, Qualität in den meisten Fällen und Die beste Zeit mit Anime-Dubs und so auf Deutsch waren halt eben die frühen 2000er tatsächlich. Und die späten 90er. Also die Digimon-Dubs und die Pokémon-Dubs und so, die waren ganz in Ordnung. Hm?
Die waren gut.
Ja, meine ich ja. Also die waren teilweise halt echt gut. Aber das hat in den letzten Jahren echt derbe abgenommen. Oder halt auch eben aus der Zeit halt eben die Filme und so. Also ich weiß nicht, ob du... Oder auch Serien. Also weißt du was? Ich glaube Samurai Champloo war saugut auf Deutsch. Wenn du das kennst.
Ja, sag mir.
Also das ist so ein Anime, ja, geht um Samurais und so und also also das Hip-Hop-Musik und wie auch immer. Also es ist total strange. Aber es ist halt eben so eine Samurai-Story. Da war die deutsche Version gut und es gibt halt, ja, auch die ganzen, wie heißen sie, generell halt Filme, die, Mein Nachbar Totoro und sowas. Wie heißen sie, die Ghibli-Filme, die sind auf Deutsch auch ganz in Ordnung. Ja, die Ghibli-Filme, die sind auf Deutsch auch ganz gut.
Obwohl Ponyo ist jetzt eigentlich auch, das ging eigentlich auch noch.
Ja, Ponyo, das war so ein Film, der kam ja, was weiß ich, das kam ja 2011 oder so raus, ne?
Der war irgendwie süß.
Ja, das habe ich damals geguckt, als das rausgekommen war und ich habe irgendwie 2 Wochen später, habe ich schon irgendwie so...
Wolltest du eine Ponyo haben?
Nein, ich wollte kein Ponyo haben, aber das war also so komplett, ich weiß nicht.
Es war irgendwie ein bisschen irre.
Nee, das meine ich nicht, so ein komplett, also ich will es nicht scheiße oder schlecht nennen, aber es war so ein komplett vergessbarer Film, also so komplett...
Aber er war süß.
Aber gut, ich muss auch sagen, ich finde die meisten Ghibli-Filme nicht besonders gut. Ich sehe zwar, dass es super Filme sind und so von der ganzen Kunst und so, was dahinter steht und so, es sieht super toll aus. Aber die meisten Filme von Studio Ghibli sind für mich einfach komplett, also einfach nichts für mich. Also ich weiß nicht, hast du den Film, diese...
Ein bisschen sinnlos.
Ja, genau, die meisten Filme davon sind total sinnlos. Das sind so Slice of Life, mehr oder weniger Stories. Und die sind für mich halt so komplett materiallos. Also so komplett so, das interessiert mich halt nicht.
Aber man muss sie trotzdem gesehen haben.
Muss man nicht, aber es schadet nicht, ja. Also die 2 schlimmsten oder schlechtesten, nee, die 3 schlechtesten Filme sind für mich Porco Rosso, Ponyo und diese komische Hexe mit ihrem Lieferservice da. Das sind die 3 schlechtesten Ghibli-Filme für mich gewesen.
Lieferservice?
Wie bitte?
Kikis Lieferservice.
Ja, genau, Kikis, ja, Delivery Service, also Lieferservice. Das waren für mich die 3 schlechtesten Ghibli-Filme, also die mich halt so mit Abstand am wenigsten angesprochen haben. Wobei ich auch Totoro ziemlich kacke fand.
Ja, aber ich mag Totoro. Ist so cool.
Ja, der einzige Grund, warum Totoro halt eben nicht ganz so tief bei mir ist im Grunde, weil es halt so bekannt ist, weil du halt dauernd diesen komischen Bus oder so halt irgendwo siehst und wegen den Memes und sowas, aber das ist der einzige Grund.
Ich habe eine Totoro-Tasche.
Ja, wie gesagt, das war halt für mich der einzige Grund, warum es jetzt halt eben im Grunde Nummer 4 nur ist. Weil er halt einfach überall ist, weil ihn jeder kennt und das, ja.
Ja, und sie haben einen Katzenbus.
Aber ich muss sogar sagen, damals, als ich das gesehen habe, also den Film, ich war halt damals so ein bisschen gehypt, weil ich halt schon seit 10 Jahren oder so von dem Film gehört habe und halt immer jeder, oh, der ist so geil, der Film. Dann gucke ich das halt und dann ist der Film auf einmal vorbei und es ist nichts passiert. Ist das jetzt euer Ernst?
Aber das ist mein Studio Ghibli, also das ist normal.
Ja, deswegen habe ich ja gesagt, also ich kann das zwar verstehen, dass Leute, also die ganze Kunst und so, sieht alles super toll aus, aber das ist halt einfach absolut nichts für mich. Weil einfach null Story und ja, du erzählst ja, also im Grunde, mein Nachbar Totoro wird ja im Grunde irgendwie so einen Nachmittag oder so von einem Kind oder so erzählt oder so, irgendwie so in dem Sinne. Also, und es sind halt viele von diesen Filmen, die halt einfach so, wie ich schon gesagt habe, halt so ein kleiner Slice-of-Life-Movie halt, wo du halt einfach ein paar Tage, Wochen, Monate oder irgendwie aus dem Leben von irgendeiner Person siehst und dann ist der Film auf einmal vorbei. Und es passiert halt einfach irgendwie nichts.
Obwohl das wandelnde Schloss, da passiert schon was.
Ich bin gerade überlegen, welcher Film war das, wo diese Katzen sind. Diese menschlichen Katzen.
Nein. Diese menschlichen Katzen, das ist, ja, überfragt, weiß ich nicht, das Königreich der Katzen.
Echt?
Das wandelnde Schloss ist das, wo die mit so einem Luftschiff.
Achso, ja, ich weiß, was das wandelnde Schloss ist, aber ich komme gerade nicht drauf klar, dass ich nicht mehr weiß, welcher Film das mit den Katzen war.
Das Königreich der Katzen.
Ah, das war auch ein Ghibli-Film, ne? Ja, stimmt, hast recht.
Ich weiß, dass ich recht habe.
Ah, das ist auch ein Ghibli-Film, oder?
Ich weiß jetzt
Ja,
gar nicht.
ja, ist es.
Nein, ja. Vom Aussehen her, ja.
Also so ziemlich der einzige Ghibli-Film, den ich mag, ist tatsächlich Mononoke.
Darf ich bitte mal in deine Tasche greifen? Ich bräuchte den fleischverschmolzenen Ring da. Moment, ich gucke noch, was ich noch brauche. Ich glaube, das ist der
Was?
tintenfleckte Anhänger, den hätte ich auch gern.
Aus meiner Tasche.
Ja.
Da ist viel Schmutz drin.
Ja, bitte der Ring, denn ich hätte ihn gern. Das ist ein Bissring.
Den.
Der mit dem Auge.
Ja. Ja, das ganze Zeug, was da drin ist, das ist alles nur Level 1. Oder 3 oder so.
Okay, nee, brauche ich nicht, danke.
Dann nur noch drin, weil, ja. War halt mein vorheriges Gear.
Warum verkaufst du das nicht?
Wie bitte?
Warum verkaufst du das nicht?
Weil es theoretisch noch besser sein könnte als der Kram, den ich gerade benutze. Wenn ich es halt aufwerte.
Okay. Ja, aber aufwerten kostet ziemlich viel Tapferkeitspunkte und solltest du eigentlich nur machen bei Sachen, die du wirklich schwer bekommst und brauchst.
Ja. Kann aber ganz schnell passieren. Deswegen tausche ich die, tue ich die erst weg, wenn ich bessere Ringe loote.
Ich würde mich generell mal über Loot freuen.
Achso, ja, das war auch sowas. Ich habe ja bei mir mittlerweile auf 6 oder 7 verschiedenen Chars halt Chaos Bane. Oder Chaos Bane. Ich habe halt auf fast jedem Char, also auf 6, 7 verschiedenen Chars halt eben alle 5 Items. Und ich habe auf fast allen Chars halt super schnell alle 9 Splitter zusammenbekommen. Und dann höre ich halt eben Stories von Leuten, die halt eben seit der ersten ID unterwegs sind und immer noch nicht alle Splitter haben. Das ist halt einfach so für einen Arsch.
Oh, ich habe keine Ahnung, wie viele so Splitter auf der Bank liegen.
Die Dings, die Rage-Splitter. Die
Ja, die
9.
meine ich ja.
Wieso hast du die in der Bank?
Weil die in der Bank sind, bis ich sie brauche. Ich schlepp die doch nicht rum.
Ja doch, du kannst die doch die ganze Zeit austauschen. Ja okay, du spielst nur
Ja,
DD,
aber
deswegen interessiert dich das mehr oder weniger eh nicht. Du benutzt ja sowieso nur die lilanen. Wie
Da
bitte?
brauche ich Platz. Ich mache BOE-Farms, da brauche ich den Platz in den Taschen.
Oh. Okay. Ach so, warte mal. Wie heißt die Seite? Logs.
Warte, jetzt gibst du irgendwas ein und auf einmal kommen lauter Pornoseiten.
Nee. Was denkst du denn, warum ich 4 verschiedene Browser habe?
Ja, genau deswegen.
Weißt
hab
du,
den nur gehofft,
da
du verklickst
auf dem
den
Stream, da benutzt du nur den einen Browser, den du halt eben für solche Sachen benutzt, nicht. Also beziehungsweise du benutzt einen Browser für solche Sachen und die anderen Browser benutzt du halt eben on Stream.
Ja, du
Pro
kannst dich
Tipp.
auf verklicken. Also wenn ich zum Stream anfange, sollte ich meinen Desktop aufräumen, glaube ich.
ist
Du
mein...
hast voll fast Fotos von mir. Nein, normale Fotos.
Ja,
Wow. Ist die langweilig?
Wieso?
Und du tauschst die ganze Zeit die Splitter aus.
Wie, was?
Ja, weil
Also,
du gemeint hast, du tauschst die Splitter ständig aus.
ja, das ist nur relevant, wenn du Tank oder so bist. Als Hunter ist das ja jetzt nicht wirklich wichtig. Dann nimmst du jetzt einfach 5 Stück und dann ist halt GG. Brauchst du ja die anderen nicht.
Ja, wenn du mal Gier hast für Herrschaftszuckel, dann ja.
Guck dir das an, das war mein erster Run hier. Das erste Boss. Guck dir den komischen DK hier an, das ist halt so ein richtiger Schimmel. Ah ne, Quatsch, das war der Tank, ups.
Wieso der 77er Loks?
Ja gut, der war ja jetzt sogar eine der schlechteren Logs. Ich sag ja auch nicht, dass ich gut bin, ich kann den Hunter nicht gescheit spielen. Aber die werden noch besser. Ja, 75.
Ich habe gehört, du musst noch Torgast machen.
Kann ich noch machen, ja. Hier ein 91er Log beim dritten Boss.
Wow, Konzept.
Ne, Quatsch, vierter Boss. Fünfter Boss. 95er Log.
Mit dem BM Hunter.
Ja. Painsmith. Ach ja, da bin ich gestorben, da habe ich nur einen 66er Log. Bin ich krepiert? Nee, Quatsch, da bin ich gar nicht krepiert. Ich habe einfach nur keine Ahnung gehabt, was ich machen soll. Ich bin da total... Ja, ich habe nur Scheiße gemacht. Keine Ahnung gehabt habe, wie ich gescheit die Bälle machen soll. Guardian. 88. Oh, da fehlen aber Runs beim Fate Scribe. Hä, wieso fehlen da Runs? Ja, hier 95. Aber nur 5200 DPS. Ich weiß, dass ich Runs hatte mit über 6k. Ich verstehe gerade nicht, warum da Runs fehlen. Upload doch automatisch die ganze Zeit. Sehr merkwürdig. Oh ja, vorhin bin ich, hab doch vorhin gesagt, dass ich einmal, nein, nicht einmal, sondern dass ich mit meinem DK auch in der Normal ID gestrandet bin, ne? Kannst du dich noch dran erinnern? Oder?
Du meinst das gestrandet?
Ja, dass ich mit meinem DK halt eben in der Normal ID halt eben nicht durchgekommen bin.
Ach so, ja, das habe ich mitbekommen.
Beste war, beim Painsmith hat mich der andere Tank gewiped. Also hat mich der andere Tank gekillt. Und da war so ein DK, der halt am Rumpissen war. So, die Tanks ist scheiße. Durfte ich mir den Kack da anhören. Willst du mal meine Logs von dem Normal Run sehen? Das war auch der Grund, warum er dann nicht ernst genommen wurde. Ich habe es zwar nicht zur Sprache gebracht, hat aber keinen anderen, keinen anderen wirklich interessiert, was er gelabert hat. Weil er war halt groß am Rumerzählen, hat er nur Scheiße gelabert. Die Logs mal sehen.
Lass gucken.
Wie bitte?
Zeig.
Man muss sagen, ich habe erst zum letzten Boss und erst beim Guardian habe ich erst meinen Set-Bonus bekommen. Also gut, der Tara Grew ist ja eh eigentlich scheißegal, da kommt ja eh... Ja, ist ja random, was du da so machst an Logs. Da habe ich auch nur einen 66er Damage-Log, aber ich glaube, ich habe einen orangenen Heal-Log. Oh ne, sogar auch einen schlechten. Aber wie gesagt, Tara Grew ist ja scheißegal. Dann hier beim Ei. Das ist der Heillog 99, 98. Damage. Damage auch ein 95er. Nein. Damage nicht ganz so gut, 85 halt. Ich glaube Heilung war bei den neuen auch wieder so ein komplett, ja, da habe ich einen 100er Log. Ist auch komplett eskaliert. Das ist
Ja, ich würde mich schon freuen über, keine Ahnung, 70er Loks oder so. Oder 60er Loks.
eine Sul-Heilung 95. Damage. Ja, Damage nur 79. War nicht so gut. Müsste man mal gucken, was da bei dir nicht so rund läuft. Aber warte mal.
Ich weiß auch nicht.
Damage dann. Oh, sogar nur 71. Der war nicht so gut hier beim Soul Render. Ach, ich weiß auch warum, weil der mir dauernd abgesportet hat. Der hat mich nicht gescheit tanken lassen. Da ist nämlich ein starker Tank reingekommen. Das war der Paladin, der hier den 100er Log hat. Und da durfte ich nicht gescheit auf die Fresse kriegen, da habe ich nur einen 80er Log.
Ist ja trotzdem gut.
Und hier beim Paintsmill. Ja, Damage nicht so gut, nur ein 75er. Heilung. War auch gar nicht so gut, auch nur 83. Ach ja, stimmt, da kam dann dieser Heiler da, der Monk da dazu, der hat, ja gut, deswegen war es nicht so gut, weil der halt alles weggeheilt hat. Aber bei dem Paintsmith, da waren wir halt vorher gewiped, weil der andere Tank halt eben mich und sich umgebracht hat. Und da war halt eben dieser eine DK, der dann halt komplett durchgedreht ist, halt nur Scheiße gelabert hat. Aber es hat ihn halt kein Schwein ernst genommen. Oh, stimmt, ich habe ganz vergessen, ich bin ja dann sogar nachher noch mit meinem DK, das war vorhin, als ich den Stream angefangen hatte. Also war auch schon auf dem Stream. Da bin ich ja dann in eine Kel'Thuzad-Gruppe einfach rein. Ah, das heißt, ich habe halt auf dem Char, also auf dem DK fehlt mir halt jetzt der Guardian und der Fate Scribe auf Normal. Ja, das war auch so blöd. Bei Kel'Thuzad habe ich nur so einen richtig, richtig schlechten Healing-Log. Weil irgendwie kein Damage reinkam, weil die Viecher zu schnell gestorben sind. Aber ich habe halt einen 95er Damage-Log. Bei Sylvanas? Oh, 95er Damage-Log. Und aber auch wieder nur ein grüner Healing-Log. Nicht genug Schaden, alles zu schnell gewesen.
Ja, sonst so. Aber ich werde jetzt trotzdem, glaube ich, durchschlafen. Ich werde gerade ziemlich müde.
Doch kein Dingens. Ein Torghast.
Ich glaube nicht mehr.
Sicher.
Aber können wir gerne morgen machen. Du musst jeden Tag fast rein. Also heute irgendwann mal.
Was machst du denn da drin?
Ich ein Torgast, oder wie?
Du machst was?
Oder was meinst du, wo?
Ja, wir hatten es doch gerade von Torghast. Oder?
Hey.
Jetzt bin ich schon komplett verwirrt.
Nein, ich habe gemeint, ich bin schon müde. Und dass wir eventuell am Nachmittag laufen. Weil du musst sowieso mit jedem Char rein. Oder solltest mit jedem Char rein.
Ja, machen tue ich es halt nur nie.
Ja, dann melde ich mich einfach, wenn ich online bin.
Können wir machen, ja.
Vielleicht hast du dann Lust. Und du gehst gar nicht schlafen?
Oh Gott, wir haben ja schon 5:30.
Ja. Ich sollte eventuell so um 9 Uhr noch was arbeiten. So eventuell.
Gute Frage. Ich werde wahrscheinlich schon ein paar Stunden pennen gehen, aber... Ja,
Ja, ich melde mich einfach, wenn ich online bin.
das wäre wann ungefähr.
Ich schätze mal, keine Ahnung, 2, 3, weil vorher muss ich noch arbeiten.
Ja, okay.
Dann wünsche ich dir auf jeden Fall eine gute Nacht.
Oh, ciao und
Ciao.
gute Nacht.
Bis nachher.
Guten Tag.
Nicht geschlafen. Gute Nacht.
Nice. Nope.
I have taken the liberty of assembling a team for you. Retrieve my prize.
Keep your weapons sharp.
Run where you
What an amazing world we live in where a rapper who had a famous song 746 years ago can continue to remain relevant by openly selling bootleg software and pirated games, and nobody seems to care. I mean, the entirety of the gaming industry and gaming community is laughing at this product. But shout out to Soldier Boy for being in complete denial about the hilarity that is his rebranded Chinesium product. Now, the story of Soldier Boy and the Soldier console is quite vast, and I'm not going to go all the way back to his numerous consoles, which were always just some Chinesium that he bought in bulk, and in some cases it was rebranded, some cases it never showed up. His Soldier watch, all these things were just him going on these wish.com websites or various websites where you buy products for bulk prices from China. What's the big one? I can't think of it. Nonetheless, the Soldier console, which is basically a touch screen version of the Retroid Pocket. You can see the Retroid Pocket exists here for $70. By the way, the Soldier console will set you back $300, as it has allegedly some 4G capabilities, which do work according to some of the reviews I saw. But the touchscreen is so hilariously bad, it will take you nearly a day to set it up. You see, history has been made. This is as of August 5th. You see JonTron coming back. Oh my God, brings back all the amazing memories I had with your last one. Memories pictured below. Never got it. I don't think JonTron ever received his. It's an Android console. Of course, JonTron. At least Soldier Boy called the console the Soldier Boy instead of the Soldier handheld this time. I mean, just mercilessly getting dunked on. You see people pointing the Retroid Pocket right here for, again, $70 instead of $300. By the way, you could go around Retroid and get similar consoles for $20 to $30. I mean, ultimately, you see most people just absolutely dunking on this, but it hasn't stopped Soulja Boy from making insane claims, including that he now owns Atari. Atari denies it is owned by Soulja Boy. The modern form of Atari is a zombie. A bunch of post-Glory Day companies that have acquired these assets and IPs of one of the greats and use them all sorts of slightly questionable ways. We've had Atari casinos, concepts for Atari hotels, dabbling in crypto, a nice looking but wildly overpriced Atari VCS relaunch, and most recently, of course, Atari got into NFTs. Well, if that wasn't enough, now Soulja Boy has taken to social media to declare that he, the one and only Soulja Boy, now owns Atari. He's pretty explicit about it, too. I can't even play the video. It's full of, well, gamer words and words that, I mean, Soulja Boy says the N-word more than any other actual words in most of his sentences, so it's difficult to decipher exactly what he means. But he's pretty... I own Atari, the first ever rapper to own a video game company. Also not true. Soulja Boy adds that the Atari is apparently going to buy the Soulja Boy console company for a cool $140 million. I don't know what world Soulja Boy is living in, but I kind of want to visit. I don't want to live there forever, but I would like to visit because it seems like a pretty cool place to be, completely devoid of any actual realities, facts, or statements backing up the things that you say, with this world in which you can just have bootleg consoles laying around and you say you own a video game company. You, in fact, do not own a video game company, Soulja Boy. Him saying, I signed 2 deals with Atari, says Soulja Boy, before exhorting that his followers find Atari on Twitter. We're going to take it to the next level. Know what I'm saying? Not that acquiring Atari was Soulja Boy's only announcement of the day. I just signed Tom Hanks' son, Chet Williams. He got some fire music coming out. Gotta respect the hustle, I guess. Atari itself seems to have been unaware of the change in affairs, and shortly after Soulja Boy's announcement, took to its own Twitter to clarify that its current CEO, Wade Rosen, is still very much the CEO, as well as a major shareholder. That didn't stop Soulja Boy, though, who was posting his usual bromedes on Twitter. Last night, took the time to post an article repeating the claim that he's the first rapper to own a games company. What exactly is going on here is clear as mud, though one seems to be certain that Soulja Boy doesn't actually own Atari. I've reached out to Atari to ask about the nature of the deal with Soulja Boy, but the company simply pointed me towards Atari's recent tweet regarding the matter. Now, it would seem that there was some sort of contract, maybe for advertising purposes, for Soulja Boy, or between Soulja Boy and Atari, because he did release some sort of, contract. I don't know. Last week, Soulja Boy took to Instagram to make the bold claim that he's now the owner. And then you see Soulja Boy here retweeting Soulja Boy game. Buy now, tdrpocket.com. It's a special edition of the TDR Pocket. Does it exist? Yes. Does Soulja Boy own the licenses to these games? It seems unlikely. Very unlikely. And then you see Soulja Boy just 13 minutes ago linking his official commercial for the Soulja Boy console. Let's take a look at this wonderful commercial. Let's see how it's being received. 1.5 thousand upvotes to just 69 downvotes. You must have an absolute crazy bit of following. Big Draco got the Nintendo knockoff emulator. Looks like something you used to play in the 90s. And what world are you living in that you don't like? Is this just a meme that we're not a part of? Because that I might actually understand.
It's a massive meme, yes.
Playing what looks like a Sonic game. Again, it's an emulator. An emulator. And by the way, if it's available on Amazon, that should be illegal, because I highly doubt that they actually own this. Let's take a look at the TRDR Pocket for just $300. It's a limited edition. It has 4G data, ? Add Vodafone SIM to your basket for only $8.50 a month. So you can get that apparently. Soulja Boy Game Edition, the new TRDR Pocket with 4G, 32 gigabyte, ! The dazzling 3.5-inch screen brings gaming to life, period. Powered by Android, it includes all your favorite entertainment apps like Netflix, Spotify, Apple Music right out of the box. Wow, it features a super fast Helio P60 processor, Bluetooth 4.0, 4 gigabytes of RAM, and a 4,000 milliamp battery worth up to 8 hours of continuous playback. Again, the TRDR Pocket, this is just a variant, and they are charging triple the price. If you go back to the regular TRDR Pocket and you look at like any of their regular items, like, I don't know, the Retroid Pocket for $60, $300 for this. You'd have to be an absolute idiot to buy this stuff. Now, I appreciate the hustle, but Soulja Boy's out here talking about, you know, his console got reviewed, by the way. Where is this? His console got reviewed. Soulja Boy got sued by Nintendo. He retweeted Soulja Boy changing the game with this one, and he didn't even realize he was making fun of him and retweeted it. What? What? And then you see this. I didn't send you anything, B. Stop capping. Well, this is a review by, I don't know, Sunpie, who reviewed it and absolutely panned it and actually clapped back and said that, yes, indeed, she was sent it. You see, here she retweets him. Wait, I gotta be saying taste buds on. Wait, where is this? Honestly, I beg all of you to go watch. It's Sunpie's new video reviewing Soulja Boy's terrible Game Boy ripoff. He's mad triggered, and it's jokes. It is jokes. She apparently said that their marketing team did send it. Thanks for mine. Here's my review. And I recommend watching her video because she does go through in depth. I think it does a very good job reviewing what a piece of garbage this thing actually is. And I just don't know how this guy keeps popping up in gaming. No, Soulja Boy is not the CEO of Atari. No, Soulja Boy's console is not, I'm sure, does not own the licenses to all the games that he has on there. And at best, it's just a mobile, if it comes with any games, by the way. And at best, it just looks like a mobile gaming device that is a mobile version of Android so that you can download the games from Android Play and play some of the games on there. So in a way, it is actually functional and better than all his other ridiculous consoles. But it's just this. It's just this. It's no different than your
games for the console.
Bloody shy.
Capish? 0.1
GG.
second to realise that there is no games. The issue for me is, and I'm comparing it to them because I'm not going to compare this to a PlayStation 5 or a Nintendo Switch because that would possibly be offensive to those other consoles. I think people underestimate me and think that I'm gonna, you know, it's good. To be quite honest, I had to take a break because nobody nope. No, absolutely not.
Help me! Help me!
Hi homies, welcome back to the channel. Soulja Boy up in that, oh watch me crank it, watch me roll, watch me crank that Soulja Boy, that Superman, that oh now watch me. You are here today watching me review the Soulja Boy console. So if you have me on Instagram or Twitter, you would know that I was sent the Soulja Boy console by Soulja Boy himself and also the founder of the console, TRDR. Now apparently, this isn't Soulja Boy's console. He's just a mere promoter of the console itself. However, Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit makes me think is possibly Soulja Boy's console. However, it's been called the TRDR, and there also is a founder behind it to kind of give Soulja Boy a chance in the gaming industry. Because we all know Soulja Boy likes games. Soulja Boy's tried to release a games console, it didn't do well. So if he was to put his whole name onto this console,
Isn't that the third time now that he's trying this bullshit? I'm pretty sure it's the third time.
To play in this console, and everyone knows this as the new Soulja Boy console. I just want to get into the meat and the potatoes. I've got some spicy B-roll throughout this video, so get your snacks, get your drinks, and we're in for a treat, aren't we? Aren't we, homies? We're in for a treat. So the design of the console itself, as you can see, I have the blue one, there is the Soulja Boy red, there is a yellow, and there also is a white. I can't actually bash the look of this console because I do personally think it's kind of cute. I like the way it looks. In terms of the materials made, I do think for the price point there could have been better materials for a nearly £300 console. However, the design at a glance, it's cute, it's a nice little console. Now, I would be a really bad, a really disgusting, a really creator if I wasn't to just do the comparison. This looks a lot like the Retroid Pocket, which is a retro emulator made in China, which you can get for about $90, I believe, £60. So there is a very big similarity. However, I am aware that there is differences, which I will go over. And again, in terms of quality, I think the branding on the back and the front, I wouldn't say it was particularly £300 worth of console here. At a glance, not looking at the insides, what is different is the touch screen. It's a 3.5 inch touch screen. I would again like to point out the Retroid Pocket doesn't have a touch screen, but how good is the touch screen on this console? I'm gonna tell you. 6 buttons to the right. On the left there is a joystick and a D-pad. We also have home, select and start buttons at the bottom. We also have the little speaker right here, a power button, a SIM card slot at the top, as well as your charging ports. No USB-C, I just like to point that out, and a headphone jack. We also get some cute blue headphones to go with this as well, and the headphone quality, that's what I've got to say, it's questionable. I'd say they were worth a couple of pounds, but again, they didn't have to include them, and they did. We have the TRDR on the back and the TRDR on the front. It's very, very, very faded, and it is quite faded, and I'm not particularly sure how long the branding is going to last. Okay, so I think this is what you're all here for, and that is the specs of the console itself. Now, there is a 3.5 inch display, touch screen display, and it is using the Helio P60. Also got a 400 mAh battery. The mAh is very strong for this little thing. 3 GB RAM. It runs on Android 10, and it also has Bluetooth 4.0. As you can see by the specs, there is punch to this pocket. Now, what you're all here for, my actual impressions. We've gone over the specs, we've gone over how it looks. Now let's get onto the meat and the potatoes. I'm a gamer. I play the games on every console, so I'm going to be reviewing this as a gamer. Now, first thing you do is you turn it on. It boots up in seconds. It's quickety quick, which I did expect with the specs. The first thing you see on the front, you don't see TRDR, you see the phrase Go Games, which is the same as a lot of these other consoles from China for a quarter of the price. And it also comes up with Android. So this is an Android system within itself. They haven't got rid of the fact that this is purely an Android little handheld tablet system game console, whatever you want to call it, it's up to you. I nearly lost my mind. I lost my goddamn mind. It happens all the time when setting this thing up because, just truth, son, breathe. Due to the placement of the buttons and the touchscreen not working together, they hated each other. They were getting a divorce. So trying to set this thing up with Wi-Fi took about half an hour. Honestly, the touchscreen is really temperamental. Like, you have to, first of all, you have to be like, for some parts for it to work, like, you really have to press down a lot for some parts of this thing to even work. Sorry, it's getting hot in here. For the sake of your flamingos. And also, with the touchscreen being so small, you obviously have to put in your Wi-Fi password, right? Have you ever tried using a tiny screen with a tiny keyboard in it to press things? My hands aren't tiny, they're not big, they're like average size, but I couldn't press the buttons and it wouldn't let me use these keypads to actually put in the Wi-Fi password. So it took about 20 minutes, and don't even get me started on signing in to Google. I made my own a new account, a new Google account, so I could sign into Android because I don't know what passwords are gonna go, and I'm very, you know, it's a new console. So I made a new account and I made it as simple as possible because it was so much hard work to use this to put in your email address, password, etc, etc. I would also like to add, while searching for